The Essence of Christianity ***** original title page. The English and Foreign Philosophical Library. The Essence of Christianity. By Ludwig Feuerbach. Translated from the second German edition by Marian Evans, translator of Strauss's Life of Jesus. Second edition. London, Kegan Paul, Trench, Trubner, and Co., Limited 1890. The rights of translation and of reproduction are reserved. Publisher's note. The first edition of this work was published in 1854, and, although a large one, has been long out of print. Many inquiries having been made for it since the recent lamented death of the translator, the publishers have determined to offer a second edition to the public, and have been advised to give it a place in their English and Foreign Philosophical Library. It is an exact reprint of the first edition, and they trust it will be received with equal favor. London, June 1881. Preface to the second edition. 1 The clamor excited by the present work has not surprised me, and hence it has not in the least moved me from my position. On the contrary, I have once more, in all calmness, subjected my work to the severest scrutiny, both historical and philosophical. I have, as far as possible, freed it from its defects of form, and enriched it with new developments, illustrations, and historical testimonies in the highest degree striking and irrefragable. Now that I have thus verified my analysis by historical proofs, it is to be hoped that readers whose eyes are not sealed will be convinced and will admit, even though reluctantly, that my work contains a faithful, correct translation of the Christian religion out of the Oriental language of imagery into plain speech. And it has no pretension to be anything more than a close translation, or, to speak literally, an empirical or historico-philosophical analysis, a solution of the enigma of the Christian religion. The general propositions which I premise in the introduction are no a priori, excogitated propositions, no products of speculation. They have arisen out of the analysis of religion. They are only, as indeed are all the fundamental ideas of the work, generalizations from the known manifestations of human nature, and in particular of the religious consciousness, facts converted into thoughts, i.e., expressed in general terms, and thus made the property of the understanding. The ideas of my work are only conclusions, consequences, drawn from premises which are not themselves mere ideas, but objective facts either actual or historical, facts which had not their place in my head simply in virtue of their ponderous existence in folio. I unconditionally repudiate absolute, immaterial, self-sufficing speculation, that speculation which draws its material from within. I differ toto celo from those philosophers who pluck out their eyes that they may see better. For my thought I require the senses, especially sight. I found my ideas on materials which can be appropriated only through the activity of the senses. I do not generate the object from the thought, but the thought from the object, and I hold that alone to be an object which has an existence beyond one's own brain. I am an idealist only in the region of practical philosophy, that is, I do not regard the limits of the past and present as the limits of humanity, of the future. On the contrary, I firmly believe that many things, yes, many things, which with the short-sighted, pusillanimous practical men of today, pass for flights of imagination, for ideas never to be realized, for mere chimeras, will tomorrow, i.e., in the next century, centuries in individual life are days in the life of humanity, exist in full reality. Briefly, the idea is to me only faith in the historical future, in the triumph of truth and virtue. It has for me only a political and moral significance, for in the sphere of strictly theoretical philosophy, I attach myself, in direct opposition to the Hegelian philosophy, only to realism, to materialism in the sense above indicated. The maxim hitherto adopted by speculative philosophy, all that is mine I carry with me, the old omnia me mecum porto, I cannot, alas, appropriate. I have many things outside myself, which I cannot convey either in my pocket or my head, but which nevertheless I look upon as belonging to me, not indeed as a mere man, a view not now in question, but as a philosopher. I am nothing but a natural philosopher in the domain of mind, and the natural philosopher can do nothing without instruments, without material means. In this character I have written the present work, which consequently contains nothing else than the principle of a new philosophy verified practically, i.e., in concreto, in application to a special object, but an object which has a universal significance, namely, to religion, in which this principle is exhibited, developed, and thoroughly carried out. This philosophy is essentially distinguished from the systems hitherto prevalent, in that it corresponds to the real, complete nature of man, but for that very reason it is antagonistic to minds perverted and crippled by a superhuman, i.e., antihuman, antinatural religion and speculation. It does not, as I have already said elsewhere, regard the pen as the only fit organ for the revelation of truth, but the eye and ear, the hand and foot. It does not identify the idea of the fact with the fact itself, so as to reduce real existence to an existence on paper, but it separates the two, and precisely by this separation attains to the fact itself. It recognizes as the true thing, not the thing as it is an object of the abstract reason, but as it is an object of the real, complete man. And hence as it is itself a real, complete thing. This philosophy does not rest on an understanding per se, on an absolute, nameless understanding, belonging one knows not to whom, but on the understanding of man, though not, I grant, on that of man enervated by speculation and dogma, and it speaks the language of men, not an empty, unknown tongue. Yes, both in substance and in speech, it places philosophy in the negation of philosophy, i.e., it declares that alone to be the true philosophy which is converted in succumit sanguinem, which is incarnate in man, and hence it finds its highest triumph in the fact that to all dull and pedantic minds, which place the essence of philosophy in the show of philosophy, it appears to be no philosophy at all. This philosophy has for its principle, not the substance of Spinoza, not the ego of Kant and Fichte, not the absolute identity of Schelling, not the absolute mind of Hegel, in short, no abstract, merely conceptual being, but a real being, the true ens realissimum, man. Its principle, therefore, is in the highest degree positive and real. It generates thought from the opposite of thought, from matter, from existence, from the senses. It has relation to its object first through the senses, i.e., passively, before defining it in thought. Hence my work, as a specimen of this philosophy, so far from being a production to be placed in the category of speculation, although in another point of view it is the true, the incarnate result of prior philosophical systems, is the direct opposite of speculation, nay, puts an end to it by explaining it. Speculation makes religion say only what it has itself thought, and expressed far better than religion. It assigns a meaning to religion without any reference to the actual meaning of religion. It does not look beyond itself. On the contrary, let religion itself speak. I constitute myself only its listener and interpreter, not its prompter. Not to invent, but to discover, to unveil existence has been my sole object, to see correctly, my sole endeavor. It is not I, but religion that worships man, although religion, or rather theology, denies this. It is not I, an insignificant individual, but religion itself that says, God is man, man is God. It is not I, but religion that denies the God who is not man, but only an ens rationis, since it makes God become man, and then constitutes this God, not distinguished from man, having a human form, human feelings, and human thoughts, the object of its worship and veneration. I have only found the key to the cipher of the Christian religion, only extricated its true meaning from the web of contradictions and delusions called theology, but in doing so I have certainly committed a sacrilege. If therefore my work is negative, irreligious, atheistic, let it be remembered that atheism, at least in the sense of this work, is the secret of religion itself, that religion itself, not indeed on the surface, but fundamentally, not in intention or according to its own supposition, but in its heart, in its essence, believes in nothing else than the truth and divinity of human nature. Or let it be proved that the historical as well as the rational arguments of my work are false. Let them be refuted, not, however, I entreat, by judicial denunciations, or theological jeremiads, by the trite phrases of speculation, or other pitiful expedients for which I have no name, but by reasons, and such reasons as I have not already thoroughly answered. Certainly, my work is negative, destructive, but, be it observed, only in relation to the unhuman, not to the human elements of religion. It is therefore divided into two parts, of which the first is, as to its main idea, positive, the second, including the appendix, not wholly, but in the main, negative. In both, however, the same positions are proved, only in a different or rather opposite manner. The first exhibits religion in its essence, its truth, the second exhibits it in its contradictions. The first is development, the second polemic, thus the one is, according to the nature of the case, calmer, the other more vehement. Development advances gently, contest impetuously, for development is self-contented at every stage, contest only at the last blow. Development is deliberate, but contest resolute. Development is light, contest fire. Hence results a difference between the two parts even as to their form. Thus in the first part I show that the true sense of theology is anthropology, that there is no distinction between the predicates of the divine and human nature, and, consequently, no distinction between the divine and human subject. I say consequently, for wherever, as is especially the case in theology, the predicates are not accidents, but express the essence of the subject, there is no distinction between subject and predicate, the one can be put in the place of the other, on which point I refer the reader to the Analytics of Aristotle, or even merely to the introduction of Porphyry. In the second part, on the other hand, I show that the distinction which is made, or rather supposed to be made, between the theological and anthropological predicates resolves itself into an absurdity. Here is a striking example. In the first part I prove that the Son of God is in religion a real Son, the Son of God in the same sense in which man is the Son of Man, and I find therein the truth, the essence of religion, that it conceives and affirms a profoundly human relation as a divine relation. On the other hand, in the second part I show that the Son of God, not indeed in religion, but in theology, which is the reflection of religion upon itself, is not a son in the natural, human sense, but in an entirely different manner, contradictory to nature and reason, and therefore absurd, and I find in this negation of human sense and the human understanding, the negation of religion. Accordingly the first part is the direct, the second the indirect proof, that theology is anthropology, hence the second part necessarily has reference to the first. It has no independent significance, its only aim is to show that the sense in which religion is interpreted in the previous part of the work must be the true one, because the contrary is absurd. In brief, in the first part I am chiefly concerned with religion, in the second with theology. I say chiefly, for it was impossible to exclude theology from the first part, or religion from the second. A mere glance will show that my investigation includes speculative theology or philosophy, and not, as has been here and there erroneously supposed, common theology only, a kind of trash from which I rather keep as clear as possible, though, for the rest, I am sufficiently well acquainted with it, confining myself always to the most essential, strict and necessary definition of the object too, and hence to that definition which gives to an object the most general interest, and raises it above the sphere of theology. But it is with theology that I have to do, not with theologians, for I can only undertake to characterize what is primary, the original, not the copy, principles, not persons, species, not individuals, objects of history, not objects of the chronique scandaleuse. If my work contained only the second part, it would be perfectly just to accuse it of a negative tendency, to represent the proposition, religion is nothing, is an absurdity, as its essential purport. But I by no means say, that were an easy task. God is nothing, the Trinity is nothing, the Word of God is nothing, and see. I only show that they are not that which the illusions of theology make them, not foreign, but native mysteries, the mysteries of human nature. I show that religion takes the apparent, the superficial in nature and humanity for the essential, and hence conceives their true essence as a separate, special existence, that consequently, religion, in the definitions which it gives of God, for example, of the Word of God, at least in those definitions which are not negative in the sense above alluded to, only defines or makes objective the true nature of the human word. The reproach that according to my book religion is an absurdity, a nullity, a pure illusion, would be well founded only if, according to it, that into which I resolve religion, which I prove to be its true object and substance, namely, man, anthropology, were an absurdity, a nullity, a pure illusion. But so far from giving a trivial or even a subordinate significance to anthropology, a significance which is assigned to it only just so long as a theology stands above it and in opposition to it, I, on the contrary, while reducing theology to anthropology, exalt anthropology into theology, very much as Christianity, while lowering God into man, made man into God, though, it is true, this human God was by a further process made a transcendental, imaginary God, remote from man. Hence it is obvious that I do not take the word anthropology in the sense of the Hegelian or of any other philosophy, but in an infinitely higher and more general sense. Religion is the dream of the human mind. But even in dreams we do not find ourselves in emptiness or in heaven, but on earth, in the realm of reality. We only see real things in the entrancing splendor of imagination and caprice, instead of in the simple daylight of reality and necessity. Hence I do nothing more to religion, and to speculative philosophy and theology also, than to open its eyes, or rather to turn its gaze from the internal towards the external, i.e., I change the object as it is in the imagination into the object as it is in reality. But certainly for the present age, which prefers the sign to the thing signified, the copy to the original, fancy to reality, the appearance to the essence, this change, inasmuch as it does away with illusion, is an absolute annihilation, or at least a reckless profanation, for in these days illusion only is sacred, truth profane. Nay, sacredness is held to be enhanced in proportion as truth decreases and illusion increases, so that the highest degree of illusion comes to be the highest degree of sacredness. Religion has disappeared, and for it has been substituted, even among Protestants, the appearance of religion, the Church, in order at least that the faith may be imparted to the ignorant and indiscriminating multitude, that faith being still the Christian, because the Christian churches stand now as they did 1,000 years ago, and now, as formerly, the external signs of the faith are in vogue. That which has no longer any existence in faith, the faith of the modern world is only an ostensible faith, a faith which does not believe what it fancies that it believes, and is only an undecided, pusillanimous unbelief, is still to pass current as opinion, that which is no longer sacred in itself and in truth is still at least to seem sacred. Hence the simulated religious indignation of the present age, the age of shows and illusion, concerning my analysis, especially of the sacraments, But let it not be demanded of an author who proposes to himself as his goal not the favor of his contemporaries, but only the truth, the unveiled, naked truth, that he should have or feign respect towards an empty appearance, especially as the object which underlies this appearance is in itself the culminating point of religion, i.e., the point at which the religious slides into the irreligious. Thus much in justification, not in excuse, of my analysis of the sacraments. With regard to the true bearing of my analysis of the sacraments, especially as presented in the concluding chapter, I only remark that I therein illustrate by a palpable and visible example the essential purport, the peculiar theme of my work, that I therein call upon the senses themselves to witness to the truth of my analysis and my ideas, and demonstrate ad oculos, ad tactum, ad gustum, what I have taught ad captum throughout the previous pages. As, namely, the water of baptism, the wine and bread of the Lord's Supper, taken in their natural power and significance, are and effect infinitely more than in a supernaturalistic, illusory significance, so the object of religion in general, conceived in the sense of this work, i.e., the anthropological sense, is infinitely more productive and real, both in theory and practice, than when accepted in the sense of theology. For as that which is or is supposed to be imparted in the water, bread, and wine, over and above these natural substances themselves, is something in the imagination only, but in truth, in reality, nothing, so also the object of religion in general, the divine essence, in distinction from the essence of nature and humanity, that is to say, if its attributes, as understanding, love, and see, are and signify something else than these attributes as they belong to man and nature, is only something in the imagination, but in truth and reality nothing. Therefore, this is the moral of the fable: we should not, as is the case in theology and speculative philosophy, make real beings and things into arbitrary signs, vehicles, symbols, or predicates of a distinct, transcendent, absolute, i.e., abstract being, but we should accept and understand them in the significance which they have in themselves, which is identical with their qualities, with those conditions which make them what they are. Thus only do we obtain the key to a real theory and practice. I, in fact, put in the place of the barren baptismal water, the beneficent effect of real water. How watery, how trivial! Yes, indeed, very trivial. But so marriage, in its time, was a very trivial truth, which Luther, on the ground of his natural good sense, maintained in opposition to the seemingly holy illusion of celibacy. But while I thus view water as a real thing, I at the same time intend it as a vehicle, an image, an example, a symbol, of the unholy spirit of my work, just as the water of baptism, the object of my analysis, is at once literal and symbolical water. It is the same with bread and wine. Malignity has hence drawn the conclusion that bathing, eating, and drinking are the summa summarum, the positive result of my work. I make no other reply than this: if the whole of religion is contained in the sacraments, and there are consequently no other religious acts than those which are performed in baptism and the Lord's Supper, then I grant that the entire purport and positive result of my work are bathing, eating, and drinking, since this work is nothing but a faithful, rigid, historico-philosophical analysis of religion, the revelation of religion to itself, the awakening of religion to self-consciousness. I say an historico-philosophical analysis, in distinction from a merely historical analysis of Christianity. The historical critic, such a one, for example, as Dormer or Gillani, shows that the Lord's Supper is a rite linearly descended from the ancient cultus of human sacrifice, that once, instead of bread and wine, real human flesh and blood were partaken. I, on the contrary, take as the object of my analysis and reduction only the Christian significance of the rite, that view of it which is sanctioned Christianity, and I proceed on the supposition that only that significance which a dogma or institution has in Christianity, of course in ancient Christianity, not in modern, whether it may present itself in other religions or not, is also the true origin of that dogma or institution in so far as it is Christian. Again, the historical critic, as, for example, Lutzelberger, shows that the narratives of the miracles of Christ resolve themselves into contradictions and absurdities, that they are later fabrications, and that consequently Christ was no miracle worker, nor, in general, that which he is represented to be in the Bible. I, on the other hand, do not inquire what the real, natural Christ was or may have been in distinction from what he has been made or has become in supernaturalism. On the contrary, I accept the Christ of religion, but I show that this superhuman being is nothing else than a product and reflex of the supernatural human mind. I do not ask whether this or that, or any miracle can happen or not, I only show what miracle is, and I show it not a priori, but by examples of miracles narrated in the Bible as real events. In doing so, however, I answer or rather preclude the question as to the possibility or reality of necessity of miracle. Thus much concerning the distinction between me and the historical critics who have attacked Christianity. As regards my relation to Strauss and Bruno Bauer, in company with whom I am constantly named, I merely point out here that the distinction between our works is sufficiently indicated by the distinction between their objects, which is implied even in the title page. Bauer takes for the object of his criticism the evangelical history, i.e., biblical Christianity, or rather biblical theology, Strauss, the system of Christian doctrine and the life of Jesus, which may also be included under the title of Christian doctrine, i.e., dogmatic Christianity, or rather dogmatic theology, Christianity in general, i.e., the Christian religion, and consequently only Christian philosophy or theology. Hence I take my citations chiefly from men in whom Christianity was not merely a theory or a dogma, not merely theology, but religion. My principal theme is Christianity, is religion, as it is the immediate object, the immediate nature, of man. Erudition and philosophy are to me only the means by which I bring to light the treasure hid in man. I must further mention that the circulation which my work has had amongst the public at large was neither desired nor expected by me. It is true that I have always taken as the standard of the mode of teaching and writing, not the abstract, particular, professional philosopher, but universal man, that I have regarded man as the criterion of truth, and not this or that founder of a system, and have from the first placed the highest excellence of the philosopher in this, that he abstains, both as a man and as an author, from the ostentation of philosophy, i.e., that he is a philosopher only in reality, not formally, that he is a quiet philosopher, not a loud and still less a brawling one. Hence, in all my works, as well as in the present one, I have made the utmost clearness, simplicity, and definiteness a law to myself, so that they may be understood, at least in the main, by every cultivated and thinking man. But notwithstanding this, my work can be appreciated and fully understood only by the scholar, that is to say, by the scholar who loves truth, who is capable of forming a judgment, who is above the notions and prejudices of the learned and unlearned vulgar, for although a thoroughly independent production, it has yet its necessary logical basis in history. I very frequently refer to this or that historical phenomenon without expressly designating it, thinking this superfluous, and such references can be understood by the scholar alone. Thus, for example, in the very first chapter, where I develop the necessary consequences of the standpoint of feeling, I allude to Jacobi and Schleiermacher. In the second chapter I allude chiefly to Kantism, skepticism, theism, materialism and pantheism. In the chapter on the standpoint of religion where I discuss the contradictions between the religious or theological and the physical or natural philosophical view of nature, I refer to philosophy in the age of orthodoxy, and especially to the philosophy of Descartes and Leibniz, in which this contradiction presents itself in a peculiarly characteristic manner. The reader, therefore, who is unacquainted with the historical facts and ideas presupposed in my work, will fail to perceive on what my arguments and ideas hinge. No wonder if my positions often appear to him baseless, however firm the footing on which they stand. It is true that the subject of my work is of universal human interest, moreover, its fundamental ideas, though not in the form in which they are here expressed, or in which they could be expressed under existing circumstances, will one day become the common property of mankind, for nothing is opposed to them in the present day but empty, powerless illusions and prejudices in contradiction with the true nature of man. But in considering this subject in the first instance, I was under the necessity of treating it as a matter of science, of philosophy, and in rectifying the aberrations of religion, theology, and speculation, I was naturally obliged to use their expressions, and even to appear to speculate, or, which is the same thing, to turn theologian myself, while I nevertheless only analyze speculation, i.e., reduce theology to anthropology. My work, as I said before, contains, and applies in the concrete, the principle of a new philosophy suited, not to the schools, but to man. Yes, it contains that principle, but only by evolving it out of the very core of religion. Hence, be it said in passing, the new philosophy can no longer, like the old Catholic and modern Protestant scholasticism, fall into the temptation to prove its agreement with religion by its agreement with Christian dogmas. On the contrary, being evolved from the nature of religion, it has in itself the true essence of religion, is, in its very quality as a philosophy, a religion also. But a work which considers ideas in their genesis and explains and demonstrates them in strict sequence, is, by the very form which this purpose imposes upon it, unsuited to popular reading. Lastly, as a supplement to this work with regard to many apparently unvindicated positions, I refer to my articles in the Deutsches Jahrbuch, January and February 1842, to my Critiques and Charakteristiken des modernen Afterchristenthums, in previous numbers of the same periodical, and to my earlier works, especially the following: P. Bale. Ein Beitrag zur Geschichte der Philosophie und Menschheit, Ausbach, 1838, and Philosophie und Christentum, Mannheim, 1839. In these works I have sketched, with a few sharp touches, the historical solution of Christianity, and have shown that Christianity has in fact long vanished, not only from the reason but from the life of mankind, that it is nothing more than a fixed idea, in flagrant contradiction with our fire and life assurance companies, our railroads and steam carriages, our picture and sculpture galleries, our military and industrial schools, our theaters and scientific museums. Ludwig Feuerbach. Bruckberg, the 14th of February, 1843. 1. The opening paragraphs of this preface are omitted, as having too specific a reference to transient German polemics to interest the English reader. 2. For example, in considering the sacraments, I limit myself to 2, for in the strictest sense, see Luther, T 17 p 558, there are no more. Contents. Introduction. Chapter page I1. The essential nature of man 1-2. The essence of religion considered generally 12 part I. The true or anthropological essence of religion. 2. God as a being of the understanding 33-3. God as a moral being or law 44-4. The mystery of the incarnation, or God as love, as a being of the heart 50-v. The mystery of the suffering God 59-6. The mystery of the Trinity and the Mother of God 65-7. The mystery of the Logos and Divine Image 74-8. The mystery of the cosmogonical principle in God 89. The mystery of mysticism, or of nature in God 87x. The mystery of providence and creation out of nothing 101:11. The significance of the creation in Judaism 112:12. The omnipotence of feeling, or the mystery of prayer 120:13. The mystery of faith, the mystery of miracle 126:14. The mystery of the resurrection and of the miraculous conception 135:15. The mystery of the Christian Christ, or the personal God 140:16. The distinction between Christianity and heathenism 150:17. The significance of voluntary celibacy and monachism 160:18. The Christian heaven, or personal immortality 170 Part 2. The false or theological essence of religion. 19. The essential standpoint of religion 185xx. The contradiction in the existence of God 197xxi. The contradiction in the revelation of God 204xxii. The contradiction in the nature of God in general 213:23. The contradiction in the speculative doctrine of God 226:xv. The contradiction in the Trinity 232xxv. The contradiction in the sacraments 236xxvi. The contradiction of faith and love 247xxi. Concluding application 270 Appendix. Section 1. The religious emotions purely human 281-2. God is feeling released from limits 283-3. God is the highest feeling of self 284-4. Distinction between the pantheistic and personal God 285-5. Nature without interest for Christians 287-6. In God man is his own object 289-7. Christianity the religion of suffering 292-8. Mystery of the Trinity 293-9. Creation out of nothing 297-10. Egoism of the Israelitish religion 298-11. The idea of providence 299-12. Contradiction of faith and reason 304-13. The resurrection of Christ 306-14. The Christian a supermundane being 307-15. The celibate and monachism 308-16. The Christian heaven 315-17. What faith denies on earth it affirms in heaven 316-18. Contradictions in the sacraments 317-19. Contradiction of faith and love 320-20. Results of the principle of faith 326-21. Contradiction of the God-man 332-22. Anthropology the mystery of theology 336. The essence of Christianity. Chapter I Introduction. 1. The essential nature of man. Religion has its basis in the essential difference between man and the brute. The brutes have no religion. It is true that the old uncritical writers on natural history attributed to the elephant, among other laudable qualities, the virtue of religiousness, but the religion of elephants belongs to the realm of fable. Cuvier, one of the greatest authorities on the animal kingdom, assigns, on the strength of his personal observations, no higher grade of intelligence to the elephant than to the dog. But what is this essential difference between man and the brute? The most simple, general, and also the most popular answer to this question is consciousness. But consciousness in the strict sense, for the consciousness implied in the feeling of self as an individual, in discrimination by the senses, in the perception and even judgment of outward things according to definite sensible signs, cannot be denied to the brutes. Consciousness in the strictest sense is present only in a being to whom his species, his essential nature, is an object of thought. The brute is indeed conscious of himself as an individual, and he has accordingly the feeling of self as the common center of successive sensations, but not as a species. Hence, he is without that consciousness which in its nature, as in its name, is akin to science. Where there is this higher consciousness, there is a capability of science. Science is the cognizance of species. In practical life we have to do with individuals, in science, with species. But only a being to whom his own species, his own nature, is an object of thought, can make the essential nature of other things or beings an object of thought. Hence the brute has only a simple, a twofold life. In the brute, the inner life is one with the outer. Man has both an inner and an outer life. The inner life of man is the life which has relation to his species, to his general, as distinguished from his individual, nature. Man thinks, that is, he converses with himself. The brute can exercise no function which has relation to its species without another individual external to itself, but man can perform the functions of thought and speech, which strictly imply such a relation, apart from another individual. Man is himself at once I and thou, he can put himself in the place of another, for this reason, that to him his species, his essential nature, and not merely his individuality, is an object of thought. Religion being identical with the distinctive characteristic of man, is then identical with self-consciousness, with the consciousness which man has of his nature. But religion, expressed generally, is consciousness of the infinite. Thus it is and can be nothing else than the consciousness which man has of his own, not finite and limited, but infinite nature. A really finite being has not even the faintest adumbration, still less consciousness, of an infinite being, for the limit of the nature is also the limit of the consciousness. The consciousness of the caterpillar, whose life is confined to a particular species of plant, does not extend itself beyond this narrow domain. It does, indeed, discriminate between this plant and other plants, but more it knows not. A consciousness so limited, but on account of that very limitation so infallible, we do not call consciousness, but instinct. Consciousness, in the strict or proper sense, is identical with consciousness of the infinite. A limited consciousness is no consciousness. Consciousness is essentially infinite in its nature. 1. The consciousness of the infinite is nothing else than the consciousness of the infinity of the consciousness, or, in the consciousness of the infinite, the conscious subject has for his object the infinity of his own nature. What, then, is the nature of man, of which he is conscious, or what constitutes the specific distinction, the proper humanity of man? To reason, will, affection. To a complete man belong the power of thought, the power of will, the power of affection. The power of thought is the light of the intellect, the power of will is energy of character, the power of affection is love. Reason, love, force of will, are perfections, the perfections of the human being, nay, more, they are absolute perfections of being. To will, to love, to think, are the highest powers, are the absolute nature of man as man, and the basis of his existence. Man exists to think, to love, to will. Now that which is the end, the ultimate aim, is also the true basis and principle of a being. But what is the end of reason? Reason. Of love. Love. Of will. Freedom of the will. We think for the sake of thinking, love for the sake of loving, will for the sake of willing, i.e., that we may be free. True existence is thinking, loving, willing existence. That alone is true, perfect, divine, which exists for its own sake. But such is love, such is reason, such is will. The divine trinity in man, above the individual man, is the unity of reason, love, will. Reason, will, love, are not powers which man possesses, for he is nothing without them, he is what he is only by them. They are the constituent elements of his nature, which he neither has nor makes, the animating, determining, governing powers, divine, absolute powers, to which he can oppose no resistance. 3 How can the feeling man resist feeling, the loving one love, the rational one reason? Who has not experienced the overwhelming power of melody? And what else is the power of melody but the power of feeling? Music is the language of feeling, melody is audible feeling, feeling communicating itself. Who has not experienced the power of love, or at least heard of it? Which is the stronger, love or the individual man? Is it man that possesses love, or is it not much rather love that possesses man? When love impels a man to suffer death even joyfully for the beloved one, is this death-conquering power his own individual power, or is it not rather the power of love? And who that ever truly thought has not experienced that quiet, subtle power, the power of thought? When thou sinkest into deep reflection, forgetting thyself and what is around thee, dost thou govern reason, or is it not reason which governs and absorbs thee? Scientific enthusiasm, is it not the most glorious triumph of intellect over thee? The desire of knowledge, is it not a simply irresistible, and all-conquering power? And when thou suppressest a passion, renouncest a habit, in short, achievest a victory over thyself, is this victorious power thy own personal power, or is it not rather the energy of will, the force of morality, which seizes the mastery of thee, and fills thee with indignation against thyself and thy individual weaknesses? Man is nothing without an object. The great models of humanity, such men as reveal to us what man is capable of, have attested the truth of this proposition by their lives. They had only one dominant passion, the realization of the aim which was the essential object of their activity. But the object to which a subject essentially, necessarily relates, is nothing else than this subject's own, but objective, nature. If it be an object common to several individuals of the same species, but under various conditions, it is still, at least as to the form under which it presents itself to each of them according to their respective modifications, their own, but objective, nature. Thus the sun is the common object of the planets, but it is an object to Mercury, to Venus, to Saturn, to Uranus, under other conditions than to the Earth. Each planet has its own sun. The sun which lights and warms Uranus has no physical, only an astronomical, scientific, existence for the Earth, and not only does the sun appear different, but it really is another sun on Uranus than on the Earth. The relation of the sun to the Earth is therefore at the same time a relation of the Earth to itself, or to its own nature, for the measure of the size and of the intensity of light which the sun possesses as the object of the Earth is the measure of the distance which determines the peculiar nature of the Earth. Hence each planet has in its sun the mirror of its own nature. In the object which he contemplates, therefore, man becomes acquainted with himself. Consciousness of the objective is the self-consciousness of man. We know the man by the object, by his conception of what is external to himself. In it his nature becomes evident. This object is his manifested nature, his true objective ego. And this is true not merely of spiritual, but also of sensuous objects. Even the objects which are the most remote from man, because they are objects to him, and to the extent to which they are so, are revelations of human nature. Even the moon, the sun, the stars, call to man. That he sees them, and so sees them, is an evidence of his own nature. The animal is sensible only of the beam which immediately affects life, while man perceives the ray, to him physically indifferent, of the remotest star. Man alone has purely intellectual, disinterested joys and passions. The eye of man alone keeps theoretic festivals. The eye which looks into the starry heavens, which gazes at that light, alike useless and harmless, having nothing in common with the earth and its necessities. This eye sees in that light its own nature, its own origin. The eye is heavenly in its nature. Hence man elevates himself above the earth only with the eye, hence theory begins with the contemplation of the heavens. The first philosophers were astronomers. It is the heavens that admonish man of his destination, and remind him that he is destined not merely to action, but also to contemplation. The absolute to man is his own nature. The power of the object over him is therefore the power of his own nature. Thus the power of the object of feeling is the power of feeling itself. The power of the object of the intellect is the power of the intellect itself. The power of the object of the will is the power of the will itself. The man who is affected by musical sounds is governed by feeling, by the feeling, that is, which finds its corresponding element in musical sounds. But it is not melody as such, it is only melody pregnant with meaning and emotion, which has power over feeling. Feeling is only acted on by that which conveys feeling, i.e., by itself, its own nature. Thus also the will, thus, and infinitely more, the intellect. Whatever kind of object, therefore, we are at any time conscious of, we are always at the same time conscious of our own nature. We can affirm nothing without affirming ourselves. And since to will, to feel, to think, are perfections, essences, realities, it is impossible that intellect, feeling, and will should feel or perceive themselves as limited, finite powers, i.e., as worthless, as nothing. For finiteness and nothingness are identical. Finiteness is only a euphemism for nothingness. Finiteness is the metaphysical, the theoretical, nothingness the pathological, practical expression. What is finite to the understanding is nothing to the heart. But it is impossible that we should be conscious of will, feeling, and intellect, as finite powers, because every perfect existence, every original power and essence, is the immediate verification and affirmation of itself. It is impossible to love, will, or think, without perceiving these activities to be perfections, impossible to feel that one is a loving, willing, thinking being, without experiencing an infinite joy therein. Consciousness consists in a being becoming objective to itself, hence it is nothing apart, nothing distinct from the being which is conscious of itself. How could it otherwise become conscious of itself? It is therefore impossible to be conscious of a perfection as an imperfection, impossible to feel feeling limited, to think thought limited. Consciousness is self-verification, self-affirmation, self-love, joy in one's own perfection. Consciousness is the characteristic mark of a perfect nature. It exists only in a self-sufficing, complete being. Even human vanity attests this truth. A man looks in the glass, he has complacency in his appearance. This complacency is a necessary, involuntary consequence of the completeness, the beauty of his form. A beautiful form is satisfied in itself, it has necessarily joy in itself, in self-contemplation. This complacency becomes vanity only when a man piques himself on his form as being his individual form, not when he admires it as a specimen of human beauty in general. It is fitting that he should admire it thus. He can conceive no form more beautiful, more sublime than the human. For assuredly every being loves itself, its existence, and fitly so. To exist is a good. Quid essentia dignum est, scientia dignum estimated. Everything that exists has value, is a being of distinction, at least this is true of the species, hence it asserts, maintains itself. But the highest form of self-assertion, the form which is itself a superiority, a perfection, a bliss, a good, is consciousness. Every limitation of the reason, or in general of the nature of man, rests on a delusion, an error. It is true that the human being, as an individual, can and must, herein consists his distinction from the brute, feel and recognize himself to be limited, but he can become conscious of his limits, his finiteness, only because the perfection, the infinitude of his species, is perceived by him, whether as an object of feeling, of conscience, or of the thinking consciousness. If he makes his own limitations the limitations of the species, this arises from the mistake that he identifies himself immediately with the species, a mistake which is intimately connected with the individual's love of ease, sloth, vanity, and egoism. For a limitation which I know to be merely mine humiliates, shames, and perturbs me. Hence to free myself from this feeling of shame, from this state of dissatisfaction, I convert the limits of my individuality into the limits of human nature in general. What is incomprehensible to me is incomprehensible to others. Why should I trouble myself further? It is no fault of mine. My understanding is not to blame, but the understanding of the race. But it is a ludicrous and even culpable error to define as finite and limited what constitutes the essence of man, the nature of the species, which is the absolute nature of the individual. Every being is sufficient to itself. No being can deny itself, i.e., its own nature. No being is a limited one to itself. Rather, every being is in and by itself infinite, has its God, its highest conceivable being, in itself. Every limit of a being is cognizable only by another being out of and above him. The life of the ephemera is extraordinarily short in comparison with that of longer-lived creatures, but nevertheless, for the ephemera this short life is as long as a life of years to others. The leaf on which the caterpillar lives is for it a world, an infinite space. That which makes a being what it is its talent, its power, its wealth, its adornment. How can it possibly hold its existence non-existence, its wealth poverty, its talent incapacity? If the plants had eyes, taste, and judgment, each plant would declare its own flower the most beautiful, for its comprehension, its taste, would reach no farther than its natural power of production. What the productive power of its nature has brought forth as the highest, that must also its taste, its judgment, recognize and affirm as the highest. What the nature affirms, the understanding, the taste, the judgment, cannot deny, otherwise the understanding, the judgment, would no longer be the understanding and judgment of this particular being, but of some other. The measure of the nature is also the measure of the understanding. If the nature is limited, so also is the feeling, so also is the understanding. But to a limited being its limited understanding is not felt to be a limitation, on the contrary, it is perfectly happy and contented with this understanding. It regards it, praises and values it, as a glorious, divine power, and the limited understanding, on its part, values the limited nature whose understanding it is. Each is exactly adapted to the other. How should they be at issue with each other? A being's understanding is its sphere of vision. As far as thou seest, so far extends thy nature, and conversely. The eye of the brute reaches no farther than its needs, and its nature no farther than its needs. And so far as thy nature reaches, so far reaches thy unlimited self-consciousness, so far art thou God. The discrepancy between the understanding and the nature, between the power of conception and the power of production in the human consciousness, on the one hand, is merely of individual significance and has not a universal application, and, on the other hand, it is only apparent. He who, having written a bad poem, knows it to be bad, is in his intelligence, and therefore in his nature, not so limited as he who, having written a bad poem, admires it and thinks it good. It follows that if thou thinkest the infinite, thou perceivest and affirmest the infinitude of the power of thought. If thou feelest the infinite, thou feelest and affirmest the infinitude of the power of feeling. The object of the intellect is intellect objective to itself, the object of feeling is feeling objective to itself. If thou hast no sensibility, no feeling for music, thou perceivest in the finest music nothing more than in the wind that whistles by thy ear, or than in the brook which rushes past thy feet. What, then, is it which acts on thee when thou art affected by melody? What dost thou perceive in it? What else than the voice of thy own heart? Feeling speaks only to feeling, feeling is comprehensible only by feeling, that is, by itself, for this reason, that the object of feeling is nothing else than feeling. Music is a monologue of emotion. But the dialogue of philosophy also is in truth only a monologue of the intellect, thought speaks only to thought. The splendors of the crystal charm the sense, but the intellect is interested only in the laws of crystallization. The intellectual only is the object of the intellect. 5 All therefore which, in the point of view of metaphysical, transcendental speculation and religion, has the significance only of the secondary, the subjective, the medium, the organ, has in truth the significance of the primary, of the essence, of the object itself. If, for example, feeling is the essential organ of religion, the nature of God is nothing else than an expression of the nature of feeling. The true but latent sense of the phrase, feeling is the organ of the divine is, feeling is the noblest, the most excellent, i.e., the divine, in man. How couldst thou perceive the divine by feeling, if feeling were not itself divine in its nature? The divine assuredly is known only by means of the divine, God is known only by himself. The divine nature which is discerned by feeling is in truth nothing else than feeling enraptured, in ecstasy with itself, feeling intoxicated with joy, blissful in its own plenitude. It is already clear from this that where feeling is held to be the organ of the infinite, the subjective essence of religion, the external data of religion lose their objective value. And thus, since feeling has been held the cardinal principle in religion, the doctrines of Christianity, formerly so sacred, have lost their importance. If, from this point of view, some value is still conceded to Christian ideas, it is a value springing entirely from the relation they bear to feeling. If another object would excite the same emotions, it would be just as welcome. But the object of religious feeling is become a matter of indifference, only because when once feeling has been pronounced to be the subjective essence of religion, it in fact is also the objective essence of religion, though it may not be declared, at least directly, to be such. I say directly, for indirectly this is certainly admitted, when it is declared that feeling, as such, is religious, and thus the distinction between specifically religious and irreligious, or at least non-religious, feelings is abolished, a necessary consequence of the point of view in which feeling only is regarded as the organ of the divine. For on what other ground than that of its essence, its nature, dost thou hold feeling to be the organ of the infinite, the divine being? And is not the nature of feeling in general also the nature of every special feeling, be its object what it may? What, then, makes this feeling religious? A given object. Not at all, for this object is itself a religious one only when it is not an object of the cold understanding or memory, but of feeling. What then? The nature of feeling, a nature of which every special feeling, without distinction of objects, partakes. Thus, feeling is pronounced to be religious, simply because it is feeling. The ground of its religiousness is its own nature, lies in itself. But is not feeling thereby declared to be itself the absolute, the divine? If feeling in itself is good, religious, i.e., holy, divine, has not feeling its God in itself? But if, notwithstanding, thou wilt posit an object of feeling, but at the same time seekest to express thy feeling truly, without introducing by thy reflection any foreign element, what remains to thee but to distinguish between thy individual feeling and the general nature of feeling, to separate the universal in feeling from the disturbing, adulterating influences with which feeling is bound up in thee, under thy individual conditions. Hence what thou canst alone contemplate, declare to be the infinite, and define as its essence, is merely the nature of feeling. Thou hast thus no other definition of God than this: God is pure, unlimited, free feeling. Every other God, whom thou supposest, is a God thrust upon thy feeling from without. Feeling is atheistic in the sense of the orthodox belief, which attaches religion to an external object. It denies an objective God, it is itself God. In this point of view only the negation of feeling is the negation of God. Thou art simply too cowardly or too narrow to confess in words what thy feeling tacitly affirms. Fettered by outward considerations, still in bondage to vulgar empiricism, incapable of comprehending the spiritual grandeur of feeling, thou art terrified before the religious atheism of thy heart. By this fear thou destroyest the unity of thy feeling with itself, in imagining to thyself an objective being distinct from thy feeling, and thus necessarily sinking back into the old questions and doubts: is there a God or not? Questions and doubts which vanish, nay, are impossible, where feeling is defined as the essence of religion. Feeling is thy own inward power, but at the same time a power distinct from thee, and independent of thee. It is in thee, above thee, it is itself that which constitutes the objective in thee, thy own being which impresses thee as another being, in short, thy God. How wilt thou, then, distinguish from this objective being within thee another objective being? How wilt thou get beyond thy feeling? But feeling has here been adduced only as an example. It is the same with every other power, faculty, potentiality, reality, activity. The name is indifferent, which is defined as the essential organ of any object. Whatever is a subjective expression of a nature is simultaneously also its objective expression. Man cannot get beyond his true nature. He may indeed by means of the imagination conceive individuals of another so-called higher kind, but he can never get loose from his species, his nature, the conditions of being, the positive final predicates which he gives to these other individuals, are always determinations or qualities drawn from his own nature, qualities in which he in truth only images and projects himself. There may certainly be thinking beings besides men on the other planets of our solar system. But by the supposition of such beings we do not change our standing point, we extend our conceptions quantitatively not qualitatively. For as surely as on the other planets there are the same laws of motion, so surely are there the same laws of perception and thought as here. In fact, we people the other planets, not that we may place there different beings from ourselves, but more beings of our own or of a similar nature. 6.2. The essence of religion considered generally. What we have hitherto been maintaining generally, even with regard to sensational impressions, of the relation between subject and object, applies especially to the relation between the subject and the religious object. In the perceptions of the senses, consciousness of the object is distinguishable from consciousness of self, but in religion, consciousness of the object and self-consciousness coincide. The object of the senses is out of man, the religious object is within him, and therefore as little forsakes him as his self-consciousness or his conscience. It is the intimate, the closest object. God, says Augustine, for example, is nearer, more related to us, and therefore more easily known by us, than sensible, corporeal things. 7. The object of the senses is in itself indifferent, independent of the disposition or of the judgment, but the object of religion is a selected object, the most excellent, the first, the supreme being. It essentially presupposes a critical judgment, a discrimination between the divine and the non-divine, between that which is worthy of adoration and that which is not worthy. 8. And here may be applied, without any limitation, the proposition, the object of any subject is nothing else than the subject's own nature taken objectively. Such as are a man's thoughts and dispositions, such is his God, so much worth as a man has, so much and no more has his God. Consciousness of God is self-consciousness, knowledge of God is self-knowledge. By his God thou knowest the man, and by the man his God, the two are identical. Whatever is God to a man, that is his heart and soul, and conversely, God is the manifested inward nature, the expressed self of a man. Religion, the solemn unveiling of a man's hidden treasures, the revelation of his intimate thoughts, the open confession of his love secrets. But when religion, consciousness of God, is designated as the self-consciousness of man, this is not to be understood as affirming that the religious man is directly aware of this identity, for, on the contrary, ignorance of it is fundamental to the peculiar nature of religion. To preclude this misconception, it is better to say, religion is man's earliest and also indirect form of self-knowledge. Hence, religion everywhere precedes philosophy, as in the history of the race, so also in that of the individual. Man first of all sees his nature as if out of himself, before he finds it in himself. His own nature is in the first instance contemplated by him as that of another being. Religion is the childlike condition of humanity, but the child sees his nature, man, out of himself. In childhood a man is an object to himself, under the form of another man. Hence the historical progress of religion consists in this, that what by an earlier religion was regarded as objective, is now recognized as subjective, that is, What was formerly contemplated and worshipped as God is now perceived to be something human. What was at first religion becomes at a later period idolatry. Man is seen to have adored his own nature. Man has given objectivity to himself, but has not recognized the object as his own nature. A later religion takes this forward step. Every advance in religion is therefore a deeper self-knowledge. But every particular religion, while it pronounces its predecessors idolatrous, accepts itself, and necessarily so, otherwise it would no longer be religion. From the fate, the common nature of all religions, it imputes only to other religions what is the fault, if fault it be, of religion in general. Because it has a different object, a different tenor, because it has transcended the ideas of preceding religions, it erroneously supposes itself exalted above the necessary eternal laws which constitute the essence of religion. It fancies its object, its ideas, to be superhuman. But the essence of religion, thus hidden from the religious, is evident to the thinker, by whom religion is viewed objectively, which it cannot be by its votaries. And it is our task to show that the antithesis of divine and human is altogether illusory, that it is nothing else than the antithesis between the human nature in general and the human individual, that, consequently, the object and contents of the Christian religion are altogether human. Religion, at least the Christian, is the relation of man to himself, or more correctly to his own nature, i.e., his subjective nature, but a relation to it, viewed as a nature apart from his own. The divine being is nothing else than the human being, or, rather, the human nature purified, freed from the limits of the individual man, made objective, i.e., contemplated and revered as another, a distinct being. All the attributes of the divine nature are, therefore, attributes of the human nature. 10 In relation to the attributes, the predicates, of the divine being, this is admitted without hesitation, but by no means in relation to the subject of these predicates. The negation of the subject is held to be irreligion, nay, atheism, though not so the negation of the predicates. But that which has no predicates or qualities, has no effect upon me. That which has no effect upon me has no existence for me. To deny all the qualities of a being is equivalent to denying the being himself. A being without qualities is one which cannot become an object to the mind, and such a being is virtually non-existent. Where man deprives God of all qualities, God is no longer anything more to him than a negative being. To the truly religious man, God is not a being without qualities, because to him he is a positive, real being. The theory that God cannot be defined, and consequently cannot be known by man, is therefore the offspring of recent times, a product of modern unbelief. As reason is and can be pronounced finite only where man regards sensual enjoyment, or religious emotion, or aesthetic contemplation, or moral sentiment, as the absolute, the true, so the proposition that God is unknowable or undefinable, can only be enunciated and become fixed as a dogma, where this object has no longer any interest for the intellect, where the real, the positive, alone has any hold on man, where the real alone has for him the significance of the essential, of the absolute. divine object, but where at the same time, in contradiction with this purely worldly tendency, there yet exist some old remains of religiousness. On the ground that God is unknowable, man excuses himself to what is yet remaining of his religious conscience for his forgetfulness of God, his absorption in the world. He denies God practically by his conduct. The world has possession of all his thoughts and inclinations, but he does not deny him theoretically. He does not attack his existence. He lets that rest. But this existence does not affect or incommode him. It is a merely negative existence, an existence without existence, a self-contradictory existence, a state of being which, as to its effects, is not distinguishable from non-being. The denial of determinate, positive predicates concerning the divine nature is nothing else than a denial of religion, with, however, an appearance of religion in its favor, so that it is not recognized as a denial, it is simply a subtle, disguised atheism. The alleged religious horror of limiting God by positive predicates is only the irreligious wish to know nothing more of God, to banish God from the mind. Dread of limitation is dread of existence. All real existence, i.e., all existence which is truly such, is qualitative, determinative existence. He who earnestly believes in the divine existence is not shocked at the attributing even of gross sensuous qualities to God. He who dreads an existence that may give offense, who shrinks from the grossness of a positive predicate, may as well renounce existence altogether. A God who is injured by determinate qualities has not the courage and the strength to exist. Qualities are the fire, the vital breath, the oxygen, the salt of existence. An existence in general, an existence without qualities, is an insipidity, an absurdity. But there can be no more in God than is supplied by religion. Only where man loses his taste for religion, and thus religion itself becomes insipid, does the existence of God become an insipid existence, an existence without qualities. There is, however, a still milder way of denying the divine predicates than the direct one just described. It is admitted that the predicates of the divine nature are finite, and, more particularly, human qualities, but their rejection is rejected. They are even taken under protection, because it is necessary to man to have a definite conception of God, and since he is man he can form no other than a human conception of him. In relation to God, it is said, these predicates are certainly without any objective validity, but to me, if he is to exist for me, he cannot appear otherwise than as he does appear to me, namely, as a being with attributes analogous to the human. But this distinction between what God is in himself, and what he is for me destroys the peace of religion, and is besides in itself an unfounded and untenable distinction. I cannot know whether God is something else in himself or for himself than he is for me. What he is to me all that he is. For me, there lies in these predicates under which he exists for me, what he is in himself, his very nature. He is for me what he can alone ever be for me. The religious man finds perfect satisfaction in that which God is in relation to himself. Of any other relation he knows nothing, for God is to him what he can alone be to man. In the distinction above stated, man takes a point of view above himself, i.e., above his nature, the absolute measure of his being. But this transcendentalism is only an illusion, for I can make the distinction between the object as it is in itself, and the object as it is for me, only where an object can really appear otherwise to me, not where it appears to me such as the absolute measure of my nature determines it to appear, such as it must appear to me. It is true that I may have a merely subjective conception, i.e., one which does not arise out of the general constitution of my species, but if my conception is determined by the constitution of my species, the distinction between what an object is in itself, and what it is for me ceases, for this conception is itself an absolute one. The measure of the species is the absolute measure, law, and criterion of man. And, indeed, religion has the conviction that its conceptions, its predicates of God, are such as every man ought to have, and must have, if he would have the true ones, that they are the conceptions necessary to human nature, nay, further, that they are objectively true, representing God as he is. To every religion the gods of other religions are only notions concerning God, but its own conception of God is to it God himself, the true God, God such as he is in himself. Religion is satisfied only with a complete deity, a God without reservation. It will not have a mere phantasm of God, it demands God himself. Religion gives up its own existence when it gives up the nature of God, it is no longer a truth when it renounces the possession of the true God. Skepticism is the archenemy of religion, but the distinction between object and conception, between God as he is in himself, and God as he is for me, is a skeptical distinction, and therefore an irreligious one. That which is to man the self-existent, the highest being, to which he can conceive nothing higher, that is to him the divine being. How then should he inquire concerning this being, what he is in himself? If God were an object to the bird, he would be a winged being. The bird knows nothing higher, nothing more blissful, than the winged condition. How ludicrous would it be if this bird pronounced, "To me God appears as a bird, but what he is in himself I know not." To the bird the highest nature is the bird nature, take from him the conception of this, and you take from him the conception of the highest being. How, then, could he ask whether God in himself were winged? To ask whether God is in himself what he is for me, is to ask whether God, is to lift oneself above one's God, to rise up against him. Wherever, therefore, this idea, that the religious predicates are only anthropomorphisms, has taken possession of a man, there has doubt, has unbelief, obtained the mastery of faith. And it is only the inconsequence of faint-heartedness and intellectual imbecility which does not proceed from this idea to the formal negation of the predicates, and from thence to the negation of the subject to which they relate. If thou doubtest the objective truth of the predicates, thou must also doubt the objective truth of the subject whose predicates they are. If thy predicates are anthropomorphisms, the subject of them is an anthropomorphism too. If love, goodness, personality, and are human attributes, so also is the subject which thou presupposest, the existence of God, the belief that there is a God, an anthropomorphism, a presupposition purely human. Whence knowest thou that the belief in a God at all is not a limitation of man's mode of conception? Higher beings, and thou supposest such, are perhaps so blessed in themselves, so at unity with themselves, that they are not hung in suspense between themselves and a yet higher being. To know God and not oneself to be God, to know blessedness and not oneself to enjoy it, is a state of disunity, of unhappiness. Higher beings know nothing of this unhappiness, they have no conception of that which they are not. Thou believest in love as a divine attribute because thou thyself lovest, thou believest that God is a wise, benevolent being because thou knowest nothing better in thyself than benevolence and wisdom, and thou believest that God exists, that therefore he is a subject. Whatever exists is a subject, whether it be defined as substance, person, essence, or otherwise, because thou thyself existest, art thyself a subject. Thou knowest no higher human good than to love, than to be good and wise, and even so thou knowest no higher happiness than to exist, to be a subject. For the consciousness of all reality, of all bliss, is for thee bound up in the consciousness of being a subject, of existing. God is an existence, a subject to thee, for the same reason that he is to thee a wise, a blessed, a personal being. The distinction between the divine predicates and the divine subject is only this, that to thee the subject, the existence, does not appear in anthropomorphism, because the conception of it is necessarily involved in thy own existence as a subject, whereas the predicates do appear anthropomorphisms, because their necessity, the necessity that God should be conscious, wise, good, and see, is not an immediate necessity, identical with the being of man, but is evolved by his self-consciousness, by the activity of his thought. I am a subject, I exist, whether I be wise or unwise, good or bad. To exist is to man the first datum, it constitutes the very idea of the subject, it is presupposed by the predicates. Hence man relinquishes the predicates, but the existence of God is to him a settled, irrefragable, absolutely certain, objective truth. But, nevertheless, this distinction is merely an apparent one. The necessity of the subject lies only in the necessity of the predicate. Thou art a subject only in so far as thou art a human subject. The certainty and reality of thy existence lie only in the certainty and reality of thy human attributes. What the subject is lies only in the predicate. The predicate is the truth of the subject only the personified, existing predicate, the predicate conceived as existing. Subject and predicate are distinguished only as existence and essence. The negation of the predicates is therefore the negation of the subject. What remains of the human subject when abstracted from the human attributes? Even in the language of common life, the divine predicates, providence, omniscience, omnipotence, are put for the divine subject. The certainty of the existence of God, of which it has been said that it is as certain, nay, more certain to man than his own existence, depends only on the certainty of the qualities of God. It is in itself no immediate certainty. To the Christian the existence of the Christian God only is a certainty, to the heathen that of the heathen God only. The heathen did not doubt the existence of Jupiter, because he took no offense at the nature of Jupiter, because he could conceive of God under no other qualities, because to him these qualities were a certainty, a divine reality. The reality of the predicate is the sole guarantee of existence. Whatever man conceives to be true, he immediately conceives to be real, that is, to have an objective existence, because, originally, only the real is true to him, true in opposition to what is merely conceived, dreamed, imagined. The idea of being, of existence, is the original idea of truth, or, originally, man makes truth dependent on existence, subsequently, existence dependent on truth. Now God is the nature of man regarded as absolute truth, the truth of man, but God, or, what is the same thing, religion, is as various as other conditions under which man conceives this his nature, regards it as the highest being. These conditions, then, under which man conceives God, are to him the truth, and for that reason they are also the highest existence, or rather they are existence itself, for only the emphatic, the highest existence, is existence, and deserves this name. Therefore, God is an existent, real being, on the very same ground that he is a particular, definite being, for the qualities of God are nothing else than the essential qualities of man himself, and a particular man is what he is, has his existence, his reality, only in his particular conditions. Take away from the Greek the quality of being Greek, and you take away his existence. On this ground it is true that for a definite positive religion, that is, relatively, the certainty of the existence of God is immediate, for just as involuntarily, as necessarily, as the Greek was a Greek, so necessarily were his gods Greek beings, so necessarily were they real, existent beings. Religion is that conception of the nature of the world and of man which is essential to, i.e., identical with, a man's nature. But man does not stand above this his necessary conception, on the contrary, it stands above him, it animates, determines, governs him. The necessity of a proof, of a middle term to unite qualities with existence, the possibility of a doubt, is abolished. Only that which is apart from my own being is capable of being doubted by me. How then can I doubt of God, who is my being? To doubt of God is to doubt of myself. Only when God is thought of abstractly, when his predicates are the result of philosophic abstraction, arises the distinction or separation between subject and predicate, existence and nature, arises the fiction that the existence or the subject is something else than the predicate, something immediate, indubitable, in distinction from the predicate, which is held to be doubtful. But this is only a fiction. A God who has abstract predicates has also an abstract existence. Existence, being, varies with varying qualities. The identity of the subject and predicate is clearly evidenced by the progressive development of religion, which is identical with the progressive development of human culture. So long as man is in a mere state of nature, so long is his God a mere nature God, a personification of some natural force. Where man inhabits houses, he also encloses his gods in temples. The temple is only a manifestation of the value which man attaches to beautiful buildings. Temples in honor of religion are in truth temples in honor of architecture. With the emerging of man from a state of savagery and wildness to one of culture, with the distinction between what is fitting for man and what is not fitting, arises simultaneously the distinction between that which is fitting and that which is not fitting for God. God is the idea of majesty, of the highest dignity. The religious sentiment is the sentiment of supreme fitness. The later more cultured artists of Greece were the first to embody in the statues of the gods the ideas of dignity, of spiritual grandeur, of imperturbable repose and serenity. But why were these qualities in their view attributes, predicates of God? Because they were in themselves regarded by the Greeks as divinities. Why did those artists exclude all disgusting and low passions? Because they perceived them to be unbecoming, unworthy, unhuman, and consequently ungodlike. The Homeric gods eat and drink. That implies eating and drinking is a divine pleasure. Physical strength is an attribute of the Homeric gods. Zeus is the strongest of the gods. Why? Because physical strength, in and by itself, was regarded as something glorious, divine. To the ancient Germans the highest virtues were those of the warrior, therefore their supreme god was the god of war, Odin, war, the original or oldest law. Not the attribute of the divinity, but the divineness or deity of the attribute, is the first true divine being. Thus what theology and philosophy have held to be God, the absolute, the infinite, is not God, but that which they have held not to be God is God, namely, the attribute, the quality, whatever has reality. Hence he alone is the true atheist to whom the predicates of the divine being, for example, love, wisdom, justice, are nothing, not he to whom merely the subject of these predicates is nothing. And in no wise is the negation of the subject necessarily also a negation of the predicates considered in themselves. These have an intrinsic, independent reality, they force their recognition upon man by their very nature, they are self-evident truths to him, they prove, they attest themselves. It does not follow that goodness, justice, wisdom, are chimeras because the existence of God is a chimera, nor truths because this is a truth. The idea of God is dependent on the idea of justice, of benevolence. A God who is not benevolent, not just, not wise, is no God, but the converse does not hold. The fact is not that a quality is divine because God has it, but that God has it because it is in itself divine, because without it God would be a defective being. Justice, wisdom, in general every quality which constitutes the divinity of God, is determined and known by itself independently, but the idea of God is determined by the qualities which have thus been previously judged to be worthy of the divine nature, only in the case in which I identify God and justice, in which I think of God immediately as the reality of the idea of justice, is the idea of God self-determined. But if God as a subject is the determined, while the quality, the predicate, is the determining, then in truth the rank of the Godhead is due not to the subject, but to the predicate. Not until several, and those contradictory, attributes are united in one being, and this being is conceived as personal, the personality being thus brought into especial prominence, not until then is the origin of religion lost sight of. Is it forgotten that what the activity of the reflective power has converted into a predicate distinguishable or separable from the subject, was originally the true subject? Thus the Greeks and Romans deified accidents as substances, virtues, states of mind, passions, as independent beings. Man, especially the religious man, is to himself the measure of all things, of all reality. Whatever strongly impresses a man, whatever produces an unusual effect on his mind, if it be only a peculiar, inexplicable sound or note, he personifies as a divine being. Religion embraces all the objects of the world. Everything existing has been an object of religious reverence. In the nature and consciousness of religion there is nothing else than what lies in the nature of man and in his consciousness of himself and of the world. Religion has no material exclusively its own. In Rome even the passions of fear and terror had their temples. The Christians also made mental phenomena into independent beings, their own feelings into qualities of things, the passions which governed them into powers which governed the world, in short, predicates of their own nature, whether recognized as such or not, into independent subjective existences. Devils, kobolds, witches, ghosts, angels, were sacred truths as long as the religious spirit held undivided sway over mankind. In order to banish from the mind the identity of the divine and human predicates, and the consequent identity of the divine and human nature, recourse is had to the idea that God, as the absolute, real being, has an infinite fullness of various predicates, of which we here know only a part, and those such as are analogous to our own, while the rest, by virtue of which God must thus have quite a different nature from the human or that which is analogous to the human, we shall only know in the future, that is, after death. But an infinite plenitude or multitude of predicates which are really different, so different that the one does not immediately involve the other, is realized only in an infinite plenitude or multitude of different beings or individuals. Thus the human nature presents an infinite abundance of different predicates, and for that very reason it presents an infinite abundance of different individuals. Each new man is a new predicate, a new phasis of humanity. As many as are the men, so many are the powers, the properties of humanity. It is true that there are the same elements in every individual, but under such various conditions and modifications that they appear new and peculiar. The mystery of the inexhaustible fullness of the divine predicates is therefore nothing else than the mystery of human nature considered as an infinitely varied, infinitely modifiable, but, consequently, phenomenal being. Only in the realm of the senses, only in space and time, does there exist a being of really infinite qualities or predicates. Where there are really different predicates there are different times. One man is a distinguished musician, a distinguished author, a distinguished physician, but he cannot compose music, write books, and perform cures in the same moment of time. Time, and not the Hegelian dialectic, is the medium of uniting opposites, contradictories, in one and the same subject, but distinguished and detached from the nature of man, and combined with the idea of God. The infinite fullness of various predicates is a conception without reality, a mere fantasy, a conception derived from the sensible world, but without the essential conditions, without the truth of sensible existence, a conception which stands in direct contradiction with the divine being considered as a spiritual, i.e., an abstract, simple, single being, for the predicates of God are precisely of this character, that one involves all the others, because there is no real difference between them. If, therefore, in the present predicates I have not the future, in the present God not the future God, then the future God is not the present, but they are two distinct beings. 11 But this distinction is in contradiction with the unity and simplicity of the theological God. Why is a given predicate a predicate of God? Because it is divine in its nature, i.e., because it expresses no limitation, no defect. Why are other predicates applied to him? Because, however various in themselves, they agree in this, that they all alike express perfection, unlimitedness. Hence I can conceive innumerable predicates of God, because they must all agree with the abstract idea of the Godhead, and must have in common that which constitutes every single predicate a divine attribute. Thus it is in the system of Spinoza. He speaks of an infinite number of attributes of the divine substance, but he specifies none except thought and extension. Why? Because it is a matter of indifference to know them, nay, because they are in themselves indifferent, superfluous, for with all these innumerable predicates, I yet always mean to say the same thing as when I speak of thought and extension. Why is thought an attribute of substance? Because, according to Spinoza, it is capable of being conceived by itself, because it expresses something indivisible, perfect, infinite. Why extension or matter? For the same reason. Thus, substance can have an indefinite number of predicates, because it is not their specific definition, their difference, but their identity, their equivalence, which makes them attributes of substance. Or rather, substance has innumerable predicates only because, how strange, it has properly no predicate, that is, no definite, real predicate. The indefinite unity which is the product of thought, completes itself by the indefinite multiplicity which is the product of the imagination. Because the predicate is not multum, it is multa. In truth, the positive predicates are thought and extension. In these two infinitely more is said than in the nameless innumerable predicates, for they express something definite, in them I have something. But substance is too indifferent, too apathetic to be something, that is, to have qualities and passions, that it may not be something, it is rather nothing. Now, when it is shown that what the subject is lies entirely in the attributes of the subject, that is, that the predicate is the true subject, it is also proved that if the divine predicates are attributes of the human nature, the subject of those predicates is also of the human nature. But the divine predicates are partly general, partly personal. The general predicates are the metaphysical, but these serve only as external points of support to religion. They are not the characteristic definitions of religion. It is the personal predicates alone which constitute the essence of religion, in which the divine being is the object of religion. Such are, for example, that God is a person, that He is the moral lawgiver, the Father of mankind, the Holy One, the just, the good, the merciful. It is, however, at once clear, or it will at least be clear in the sequel, with regard to these and other definitions, that, especially as applied to a personality, they are purely human definitions, and that consequently man in religion, in his relation to God, is in relation to his own nature, for to the religious sentiment these predicates are not mere conceptions, mere images, which man forms of God, to be distinguished from that which God is in himself, but truths, facts, realities. Religion knows nothing of anthropomorphisms, to it they are not anthropomorphisms. It is the very essence of religion, that to it these definitions express the nature of God. They are pronounced to be images only by the understanding, which reflects on religion, and which while defending them yet before its own tribunal denies them. But to the religious sentiment God is a real Father, real love and mercy, for to it He is a real, living, personal being, and therefore His attributes are also living and personal. Nay, the definitions which are the most sufficing to the religious sentiment are precisely those which give the most offense to the understanding, and which in the process of reflection on religion it denies. Religion is essentially emotion, hence, objectively also, emotion is to it necessarily of a divine nature. Even anger appears to it an emotion not unworthy of God, provided only there be a religious motive at the foundation of this anger. But here it is also essential to observe, and this phenomenon is an extremely remarkable one, characterizing the very core of religion, that in proportion as the divine subject is in reality human, the greater is the apparent difference between God and man, that is, the more, by reflection on religion, by theology, is the identity of the divine and human denied, and the human, considered as such, is depreciated. 12 The reason of this is, that as what is positive in the conception of the divine being can only be human, the conception of man, as an object of consciousness, can only be negative. To enrich God, man must become poor. That God may be all, man must be nothing. But he desires to be nothing in himself, because what he takes from himself is not lost to him, since it is preserved in God. Man has his being in God, why then should he have it in himself? Where is the necessity of positing the same thing twice, of having it twice? What man withdraws from himself, what he renounces in himself, he only enjoys in an incomparably higher and fuller measure in God. The monks made a vow of chastity to God, they mortified the sexual passion in themselves, but therefore they had in heaven, in the Virgin Mary, the image of woman, an image of love. They could the more easily dispense with real woman in proportion as an ideal woman was an object of love to them. The greater the importance they attached to the denial of sensuality, the greater the importance of the heavenly Virgin for them. She was to them in the place of Christ, in the stead of God. The more the sensual tendencies are renounced, the more sensual is the God to whom they are sacrificed. For whatever is made an offering to God has an especial value attached to it, in it God is supposed to have especial pleasure. That which is the highest in the estimation of man is naturally the highest in the estimation of his God. What pleases man pleases God also. The Hebrews did not offer to Jehovah unclean, ill-conditioned animals, on the contrary, those which they most highly prized, which they themselves ate, were also the food of God. Sibastia, Lev 3:2. Wherever, therefore, the denial of the sensual delights is made a special offering, a sacrifice well-pleasing to God, there the highest value is attached to the senses, and the sensuality which has been renounced is unconsciously restored, in the fact that God takes the place of the material delights which have been renounced. The nun weds herself to God. She has a heavenly bridegroom, the monk a heavenly bride. But the heavenly Virgin is only a sensible presentation of a general truth, having relation to the essence of religion. Man denies as to himself only what he attributes to God. Religion abstracts from man, from the world, but it can only abstract from the limitations, from the phenomena, in short, from the negative, not from the essence, the positive, of the world and humanity. Hence, in the very abstraction and negation it must recover that from which it abstracts, or believes itself to abstract. And thus, in reality, whatever religion consciously denies, always supposing that what is denied by it is something essential, true, and consequently incapable of being ultimately denied, it unconsciously restores in God. Thus, in religion man denies his reason, of himself he knows nothing of God, his thoughts are only worldly, earthly, he can only believe what God reveals to him. But on this account the thoughts of God are human, earthly thoughts. Like man, he has plans in his mind, he accommodates himself to circumstances and grades of intelligence, like a tutor with his pupils, he calculates closely the effect of his gifts and revelations, he observes man in all his doings, he knows all things, even the most earthly, the commonest, the most trivial. In brief, man in relation to God denies his own knowledge, his own thoughts, that he may place them in God. Man gives up his personality, but in return, God, the Almighty, infinite, unlimited being, is a person. He denies human dignity, the human ego, but in return God is to him a selfish, egoistical being, who in all things seeks only himself, his own honor, his own ends. He represents God as simply seeking the satisfaction of his own selfishness, while yet he frowns on that of every other being. His God is the very luxury of egoism. 13 Religion further denies goodness as a quality of human nature. Man is wicked, corrupt, incapable of good, but, on the other hand, God is only good, the good being. Man's nature demands as an object goodness, personified as God, But is it not hereby declared that goodness is an essential tendency of man? If my heart is wicked, my understanding perverted, how can I perceive and feel the holy to be holy, the good to be good? Could I perceive the beauty of a fine picture if my mind were aesthetically an absolute piece of perversion? Though I may not be a painter, though I may not have the power of producing what is beautiful myself, I must yet have aesthetic feeling, aesthetic comprehension, since I perceive the beauty that is presented to me externally. Either goodness does not exist at all for man, or, if it does exist, therein is revealed to the individual man the holiness and goodness of human nature. That which is absolutely opposed to my nature, to which I am united by no bond of sympathy, is not even conceivable or perceptible by me. The holy is in opposition to me only as regards the modifications of my personality, but as regards my fundamental nature it is in unity with me. The holy is a reproach to my sinfulness, in it I recognize myself as a sinner, but in so doing, while I blame myself, I acknowledge what I am not, but ought to be, and what, for that very reason, I, according to my destination, can be, for an ought which has no corresponding capability does not affect me, is a ludicrous chimera without any true relation to my mental constitution. But when I acknowledge goodness as my destination, as my law, I acknowledge it, whether consciously or unconsciously, as my own nature. Another nature than my own, one different in quality, cannot touch me. I can perceive sin as sin, only when I perceive it to be a contradiction of myself with myself, that is, of my personality with my fundamental nature. As a contradiction of the absolute, considered as another being, the feeling of sin is inexplicable, unmeaning. The distinction between Augustinianism and Pelagianism consists only in this, that the former expresses after the manner of religion what the latter expresses after the manner of rationalism. Both say the same thing, both vindicate the goodness of man, but Pelagianism does it directly, in a rationalistic and moral form, Augustinianism indirectly, in a mystical, that is, a religious form. 14 For that which is given to man's God is in truth given to man himself. What a man declares concerning God, he in truth declares concerning himself. Augustinianism would be a truth, and a truth opposed to Pelagianism, only if man had the devil for his God, and, with the consciousness that he was the devil, honored, reverenced, and worshipped him as the highest being. But so long as man adores a good being as his God, so long does he contemplate in God the goodness of his own nature. As with the doctrine of the radical corruption of human nature, so is it with the identical doctrine, that man can do nothing good, i.e., in truth, nothing of himself, by his own strength. For the denial of human strength and spontaneous moral activity to be true, the moral activity of God must also be denied, and we must say, with the Oriental nihilist or pantheist, the divine being is absolutely without will or action, indifferent, knowing nothing of the discrimination between evil and good. But he who defines God as an active being, and not only so, but as morally active and morally critical, as a being who loves, works, and rewards good, punishes, rejects, and condemns evil. He who thus defines God only in appearance denies human activity, in fact, making it the highest, the most real activity. He who makes God act humanly, declares human activity to be divine. He says, a God who is not active, and not morally or humanly active, is no God, and thus he makes the idea of the Godhead dependent on the idea of activity, that is, of human activity, for a higher he knows not. Man, this is the mystery of religion, projects his being into objectivity 15 and then again makes himself an object to this projected image of himself, thus converted into a subject. He thinks of himself, is an object to himself, but as the object of an object, of another being than himself. Thus here, man is an object to God. That man is good or evil is not indifferent to God, no. He has a lively, profound interest in man's being good. He wills that man should be good, happy, for without goodness there is no happiness. Thus the religious man virtually retracts the nothingness of human activity, by making his dispositions and actions an object to God, by making man the end of God, for that which is an object to the mind is an end in action, by making the divine activity a means of human salvation. God acts, that man may be good and happy. Thus man, while he is apparently humiliated to the lowest degree, is in truth exalted to the highest. Thus, in and through God, man has in view himself alone. It is true that man places the aim of his action in God, but God has no other aim of action than the moral and eternal salvation of man. Thus man has in fact no other aim than himself. The divine activity is not distinct from the human. How could the divine activity work on me as its object, nay, work in me, if it were essentially different from me? How could it have a human aim, the aim of ameliorating and blessing man, if it were not itself human? Does not the purpose determine the nature of the act? When man makes his moral improvement an aim to himself, he has divine resolutions, divine projects, but also, when God seeks the salvation of man, he has human ends and a human mode of activity corresponding to these ends. Thus in God man has only his own activity as an object. But for the very reason that he regards his own activity as objective, goodness only as an object, he necessarily receives the impulse, the motive not from himself, but from this object. He contemplates his nature as external to himself, and this nature as goodness. Thus it is self-evident, it is mere tautology to say that the impulse to good comes only from thence where he places the good. God is the highest subjectivity of man abstracted from himself. Hence man can do nothing of himself, all goodness comes from God. The more subjective God is, the more completely does man divest himself of his subjectivity, because God is, per se, his relinquished self, the possession of which he however again vindicates to himself. As the action of the arteries drives the blood into the extremities, and the action of the veins brings it back again, as life in general consists in a perpetual systole and diastole, so is it in religion. In the religious systole man propels his own nature from himself, he throws himself outward, in the religious diastole he receives the rejected nature into his heart again. God alone is the being who acts of himself. This is the force of repulsion in religion. God is the being who acts in me, with me, through me, upon me, for me, is the principle of my salvation, of my good dispositions and actions, consequently my own good principle and nature. This is the force of attraction in religion. The course of religious development which has been generally indicated consists specifically in this, that man abstracts more and more from God, and attributes more and more to himself. This is especially apparent in the belief in revelation. That which to a later age or a cultured people is given by nature or reason, is to an earlier age, or to a yet uncultured people, given by God. Every tendency of man, however natural, even the impulse to cleanliness, was conceived by the Israelites as a positive divine ordinance. From this example we again see that God is lowered, is conceived more entirely on the type of ordinary humanity, in proportion as man detracts from himself. How can the self-humiliation of man go further than when he disclaims the capability of fulfilling spontaneously the requirements of common decency? 16. The Christian religion, on the other hand, distinguished the impulses and passions of man according to their quality, their character. It represented only good emotions, good dispositions, good thoughts, as revelations, operations, that is, as dispositions, feelings, thoughts, of God, for what God reveals is a quality of God himself, that of which the heart is full overflows the lips, as is the effect such is the cause, as the revelation, such the being who reveals himself. A God who reveals himself in good dispositions is a God whose essential attribute is only moral perfection. The Christian religion distinguishes inward moral purity from external physical purity. The Israelites identified the 2:17 in relation to the Israelitish religion. The Christian religion is one of criticism and freedom. The Israelite trusted himself to do nothing except what was commanded by God. He was without will even in external things. The authority of religion extended itself even to his food. The Christian religion, on the other hand, in all these external things made man dependent on himself, i.e., placed in man what the Israelite placed out of himself in God. Israel is the most complete presentation of positivism in religion. In relation to the Israelite, the Christian is an esprit fort, a free thinker. Thus do things change. What yesterday was still religion is no longer such today, and what today is atheism, tomorrow will be religion. One objectum intellectus esse limitatum sive omne vera mesi, ut loquanta, omnens ut ens, ex eo constat, quod ad nullum non genus rerum extenditur, nullum gist, cujus conoscendi capax non sit, lice ab varia obstacula multa sint, qua re ipsa non norit. Gassendi, OPP. Phys. 2. The obtuse materialist says, man is distinguished from the brute only by consciousness. He is an animal with consciousness supradid, not reflecting, that in a being which awakes to consciousness, there takes place a qualitative change, a differentiation of the entire nature. For the rest, our words are by no means intended to depreciate the nature of the lower animals. This is not the place to enter further into that question. 3 Tout opinioniste assez forte pour essayer faire exposer au prix de la vie. Montin. 4 Homini homin nihil pulchrius. Sic donat. DLI. And this is no sign of limitation, for he regards other beings as beautiful besides himself. He delights in the beautiful forms of animals, in the beautiful forms of plants, in the beauty of nature in general. But only the absolute, the perfect form, can delight without envy in the forms of other beings. 5 The understanding is percipient only of understanding, and what proceeds thence. Reimerus, Warder nature. Religion, 4. Abth. 8. 6 Verisimilist, non minus quam geometriae, etiam musici oblectationem ad clause quam ad numbers pertinia. Positis enim aliis teres at canamalibus rationit auditu polintibus, cur tantum his nostris contigicit ea voluptas, qua sola ex sono percipi potist. Christ. Eugenius, Cosmothea, Li. 7 De Genesi ad litteram, LVC 16. 8 Unusquisque vestrum non cogitat, prius esse deberia diem nos, quam coloria. M. Minusi Felicis Octavianus, c. 24. 9 The meaning of this parenthetic limitation will be clear in the sequel. 10 Les perfections de Dieu sunt celles de numbers aims, mais il les possède sang bons. Il y en nous quelque puissance, quelque connaissance quelque bonté, mais elles sont toutes entières en Dieu. Leibniz, Theod. Preface. Nihil in anima est putamus eximium, quod non etiam divina naturi propriam sit, quid deo alienum extra definitionem animae. Saint Gregorius Nyss. Isturgo, ut vita, disciplinarum omnium pulcherima et maxima esse ipsum nos, psyches enim esse ipsum norit, diem conosce. Clemens Alex. Part 1-3 c. 11 For religious faith there is no other distinction between the present and future God than that the former is an object of faith, of conception, of imagination, while the latter is to be an object of immediate, that is, personal, sensible perception. In this life and in the next he is the same God, but in the one he is incomprehensible, in the other comprehensible. 12 Inter creatorem et creaturum non potest tanta similitudo notari, quin inter eos major sit dissimilitudo notanda. Later. Conc. Can. 2 Sumar om. Conc. Karanza. Ant. 1559 p. 326. The last distinction between man and God, between the finite and infinite nature, to which the religious speculative imagination soars, is the distinction between something and nothing, ends and non-ends, for only in nothing is all community with other beings abolished. 13 Gloriam suam plus amat Deus quam omnes creatures. God can only love himself, can only think of himself, can only work for himself. In creating man, God seeks his own ends, his own glory and c.vdp Baal, ein Betragsgeschichte der Verlass. Umensk, pp. 104-107. 14. Pelagianism denies God, religion, isti tantum tribunt potestatem voluntate, ut pietati aufrent irrationem. Augustine donatit gratcant. Pelagium, c. 58. It has only the Creator, i.e., nature, as a basis, not the Saviour, the true God of the religious sentiment. In a word, it denies God, but, as a consequence of this, it elevates man into a God, since it makes him a being not needing God, self-sufficing, independent. See on this subject Luther against Erasmus and Augustine, LCC 33. Augustinianism denies man, but, as a consequence of this, it reduces God to the level of man, even to the ignominy of the cross, for the sarche of man. The former puts man in the place of God, the latter puts God in the place of man. Both lead to the same result. The distinction is only apparent, a pious illusion. Augustinianism is only an inverted Pelagianism. What to the latter is a subject, is to the former an object. 15. The religious, the original mode in which man becomes objective to himself, is, as is clearly enough, explained in this work, to be distinguished from the mode in which this occurs in reflection and speculation. The latter is voluntary, the former involuntary, necessary as art, as speech. With the progress of time, it is true, theology coincides with religion. 16 Deut. 23:12, 13. 17 c. For example, General XXXV. 2. Levitt. 1144, XX. 26, and the commentary of Leclerc on these passages. Part I. The true or anthropological essence of religion. Chapter 2. God as a being of the understanding. Religion is the disuniting of man from himself. He sets God before him as the antithesis of himself. God is not what man is not what God is. God is the infinite, man the finite being. God is perfect, man imperfect. God eternal, man temporal. God almighty, man weak. God holy, man sinful. God and man are extremes. God is the absolutely positive, the sum of all realities, man the absolutely negative, comprehending all negations. But in religion man contemplates his own latent nature. Hence it must be shown that this antithesis, this differencing of God and man, with which religion begins, is a differencing of man with his own nature. The inherent necessity of this proof is at once apparent from this, that if the divine nature, which is the object of religion, were really different from the nature of man, a division, a disunion could not take place. If God is really a different being from myself, why should his perfection trouble me? Disunion exists only between beings who are at variance, but who ought to be one, who can be one, and who consequently in nature, in truth, are one. On this general ground, then, the nature with which man feels himself in disunion must be inborn, immanent in himself, but at the same time it must be of a different character from that nature or power which gives him the feeling, the consciousness of reconciliation, of union with God, or, what is the same thing, with himself. This nature is nothing else than the intelligence, the reason or the understanding. God as the antithesis of man, as a being not human, i.e., not personally human, is the objective nature of the understanding. The pure, perfect divine nature is the self-consciousness of the understanding, the consciousness which the understanding has of its own perfection. The understanding knows nothing of the sufferings of the heart, it has no desires, no passions, no wants, and, for that reason, no deficiencies and weaknesses, as the heart has. Men in whom the intellect predominates, who, with one-sided but all the more characteristic definiteness, embody and personify for us the nature of the understanding, are free from the anguish of the heart, from the passions, the excesses of the man who has strong emotions. They are not passionately interested in any finite, i.e., particular object. They do not give themselves in pledge, they are free to want nothing, and by this freedom from wants to become like the immortal gods, not to subject ourselves to things, but things to us. All is vanity. These and similar sayings are the mottos of the men who are governed by abstract understanding. The understanding is that part of our nature which is neutral, impassible, not to bribed, not subject to illusions, the pure, passionless light of the intelligence. It is the categorical, impartial consciousness of the fact as fact, because it is itself of an objective nature. It is the consciousness of the uncontradictory, because it is itself the uncontradictory unity, the source of logical identity. It is the consciousness of law, necessity, rule, measure, because it is itself the activity of law, the necessity of the nature of things under the form of spontaneous activity, the rule of rules, the absolute measure, the measure of measures. Only by the understanding can man judge and act in contradiction with his dearest human, that is, personal feelings, when the God of the understanding, law, necessity, right, commands it. The father who, as a judge, condemns his own son to death because he knows him to be guilty, can do this only as a rational, not as an emotional being. The understanding shows us the faults and weaknesses even of our beloved ones, it shows us even our own. It is for this reason that it so often throws us into painful collision with ourselves, with our own hearts. We do not like to give reason the upper hand, we are too tender to ourselves to carry out the true, but hard, relentless verdict of the understanding. The understanding is the power which has relation to species. The heart represents particular circumstances, individuals. The understanding, general circumstances, universals. It is the superhuman, i.e., the impersonal power in man. Only by and in the understanding has man the power of abstraction from himself, from his subjective being, of exalting himself to general ideas and relations, of distinguishing the object from the impressions which it produces on his feelings, of regarding it in and by itself without reference to human personality, philosophy, mathematics, astronomy, physics, in short, science in general, is the practical proof, because it is the product of this truly infinite and divine activity. Religious anthropomorphisms, therefore, are in contradiction with the understanding. It repudiates their application to God, it denies them. But this God, free from anthropomorphisms, impartial, passionless, is nothing else than the nature of the understanding itself regarded as objective. God as God, that is, as a being not finite, not human, not materially conditioned, not phenomenal, is only an object of thought. He is the incorporeal, formless, incomprehensible, the abstract, negative being. He is known, i.e., becomes an object, only by abstraction and negation, via negationists. Why? Because he is nothing but the objective nature of the thinking power, or in general of the power or activity, name it what you will, whereby man is conscious of reason, of mind, of intelligence. There is no other spirit, that is, for the idea of spirit is simply the idea of thought, of intelligence, of understanding, every other spirit being a spectre of the imagination, no other intelligence which man can believe in or conceive than that intelligence which enlightens him, which is active in him. He can do nothing more than separate the intelligence from the limitations of his own individuality. The infinite spirit in distinction from the finite, is therefore nothing else than the intelligence disengaged from the limits of individuality and corporeality, for individuality and corporeality are inseparable, intelligence posited in and by itself. God, said the schoolmen, the Christian fathers, and long before them the heathen philosophers, God is immaterial essence, intelligence, spirit, pure understanding. Of God as God no image can be made, but canst thou frame an image of mind? Has mind a form? Is not its activity the most inexplicable, the most incapable of representation? God is incomprehensible, but knowest thou the nature of the intelligence? Hast thou searched out the mysterious operation of thought, the hidden nature of self-consciousness? Is not self-consciousness the enigma of enigmas? Did not the old mystics, schoolmen, and fathers, long ago compare the incomprehensibility of the divine nature with that of the human intelligence, and thus, in truth, identify the nature of God with the nature of man, one God, as a purely thinkable being, an object of the intellect, is thus nothing else than the reason in its utmost intensification become objective to itself. It is asked what is the understanding or the reason? The answer is found in the idea of God. Everything must express itself, reveal itself, make itself objective, affirm itself. God is the reason expressing, affirming itself as the highest existence. To the imagination, the reason is the revelation of God, but to the reason, God is the revelation of the reason, since what reason is, what it can do, is first made objective in God. God is a need of the intelligence, a necessary thought, the highest degree of the thinking power. The reason cannot rest in sensuous things, it can find contentment only when it penetrates to the highest, first necessary being, which can be an object to the reason alone. Why? Because with the conception of this being it first completes itself, because only in the idea of the highest nature is the highest nature of reason existent, the highest step of the thinking power attained, and it is a general truth, that we feel a blank, a void, a want in ourselves, and are consequently unhappy and unsatisfied, so long as we have not come to the last degree of a power, to that quo nihil majus cogitari potest, so long as we cannot bring our inborn capacity for this or that art, this or that science, to the utmost proficiency. For only in the highest proficiency is art truly art, only in its highest degree is thought truly thought, reason. Only when thy thought is God dost thou truly think, rigorously speaking, for only God is the realized, consummate, exhausted thinking power. Thus in conceiving God, man first conceives reason as it truly is, though by means of the imagination he conceives this divine nature as distinct from reason, because as a being affected by external things he is accustomed always to distinguish the object from the conception of it. And here he applies the same process to the conception of the reason, thus for an existence in reason, in thought, substituting an existence in space and time, from which he had, nevertheless, previously abstracted it. God, as a metaphysical being, is the intelligence satisfied in itself, or rather, conversely, the intelligence, satisfied in itself, thinking itself as the absolute being, is God as a metaphysical being. Hence all metaphysical predicates of God are real predicates only when they are recognized as belonging to thought, to intelligence, to the understanding. The understanding is that which conditionates and coordinates all things, that which places all things in reciprocal dependence and connection, because it is itself immediate and unconditioned, it inquires for the cause of all things, because it has its own ground and end in itself. Only that which itself is nothing deduced, nothing derived, can deduce and construct, can regard all besides itself as derived, just as only that which exists for its own sake can view and treat other things as means and instruments. The understanding is thus the original, primitive being. The understanding derives all things from God as the first cause. It finds the world, without an intelligent cause, given over to senseless, aimless chance, that is, it finds only in itself, in its own nature, the efficient and the final cause of the world. The existence of the world is only then clear and comprehensible when it sees the explanation of that existence in the source of all clear and intelligible ideas, i.e., in itself. The being that works with design towards certain ends, i.e., with understanding, is alone the being that to the understanding has immediate certitude, self-evidence. Hence that which of itself has no designs, no purpose, must have the cause of its existence in the design of another, and that an intelligent being. And thus the understanding posits its own nature as the causal, first, premundane existence, i.e., being in rank the first but in time the last, it makes itself the first in time also. The understanding is to itself the criterion of all reality. That which is opposed to the understanding, that which is self-contradictory, is nothing, that which contradicts reason contradicts God. For example, It is a contradiction of reason to connect with the idea of the highest reality the limitations of definite time and place, and hence reason denies these of God as contradicting his nature. The reason can only believe in a God who is accordant with its own nature, in a God who is not beneath its own dignity, who, on the contrary, is a realization of its own nature, i.e., the reason believes only in itself, in the absolute reality of its own nature. The reason is not dependent on God, but God on the reason. Even in the age of miracles and faith in authority, the understanding constitutes itself, at least formally, the criterion of divinity. God is all and can do all, it was said, by virtue of his omnipotence, but nevertheless he is nothing and he can do nothing which contradicts himself, i.e., reason. Even omnipotence cannot do what is contrary to reason. Thus above the divine omnipotence stands the higher power of reason, above the nature of God the nature of the understanding, as the criterion of that which is to be affirmed and denied of God, the criterion of the positive and negative. Canst thou believe in a God who is an unreasonable and wicked being? No, indeed, but why not? Because it is in contradiction with thy understanding to accept a wicked and unreasonable being as divine. What then dost thou affirm, what is an object to thee, in God? Thy own understanding. God is thy highest idea, the supreme effort of thy understanding, thy highest power of thought. God is the sum of all realities, i.e., the sum of all affirmations of the understanding. That which I recognize in the understanding as essential I place in God as existent. God is what the understanding thinks as the highest. But in what I perceive to be essential is revealed the nature of my understanding, is shown the power of my thinking faculty. Thus the understanding is the ens realissimum, the most real being of the old onto theology. Fundamentally, says onto theology, we cannot conceive God otherwise than by attributing to him without limit all the real qualities which we find in ourselves to our positive, essential qualities. Our realities are therefore the realities of God, but in us they exist with, in God without, limits. But what then withdraws the limits from the realities? What does away with the limits? The understanding. What, according to this, is the nature conceived without limits, but the nature of the understanding releasing, abstracting itself from all limits? As thou thinkest God, such is thy thought, the measure of thy God is the measure of thy understanding. If thou conceivest God as limited, thy understanding is limited. If thou conceivest God as unlimited, thy understanding is unlimited. If, for example, thou conceivest God as a corporeal being, corporeality is the boundary, the limit of thy understanding, thou canst conceive nothing without a body. If, on the contrary, thou deniest corporeality of God, this is a corroboration and proof of the freedom of thy understanding from the limitation of corporeality. In the unlimited divine nature thou representest only thy unlimited understanding. And when thou declarest this unlimited being the ultimate essence, the highest being, thou sayest in reality nothing else than this: the Ita Supreme, the highest being, is the understanding. The understanding is further the self-subsistent and independent being. That which has no understanding is not self-subsistent, is dependent. A man without understanding is a man without will. He who has no understanding allows himself to be deceived, imposed upon, used as an instrument by others. How shall he whose understanding is the tool of another have an independent will? Only he who thinks is free and independent. It is only by the understanding that man reduces the things around and beneath him to mere means of his own existence. In general, that only is self-subsistent and independent which is an end to itself, an object to itself. That which is an end and object to itself is for that very reason, in so far as it is an object to itself, no longer a means and object for another being. To be without understanding is, in one word, to exist for another, to be an object. To have understanding is to exist for oneself, to be a subject. But that which no longer exists for another, but for itself, rejects all dependence on another being. It is true we, as physical beings, depend on the beings external to us, even as to the modifications of thought, but in so far as we think, in the activity of the understanding as such, we are dependent on no other being. Activity of thought is spontaneous activity. When I think, I am conscious that my ego in me thinks, and not some other thing. I conclude, therefore, that this thinking in me does not inhere in another thing outside of me, but in myself, consequently that I am a substance, i.e., that I exist by myself, without being a predicate of another being. 3. Although we always need the air, yet as natural philosophers we convert the air from an object of our physical need into an object of the self-sufficing activity of thought, i.e., into a mere thing for us. In breathing I am the object of the air the subject, but when I make the air an object of thought, of investigation, when I analyze it, I reverse this relation. I make myself the subject, the air an object. But that which is the object of another being is dependent. Thus the plant is dependent on air and light, that is, it is an object for air and light, not for itself. It is true that air and light are reciprocally an object for the plant. Physical life in general is nothing else than this perpetual interchange of the objective and subjective relation. We consume the air and are consumed by it, we enjoy and are enjoyed. The understanding alone enjoys all things without being itself enjoyed, it is the self-enjoying, self-sufficing existence, the absolute subject. The subject which cannot be reduced to the object of another being, because it makes all things objects, predicates of itself, which comprehends all things in itself, because it is itself not a thing, because it is free from all things. That is dependent, the possibility of whose existence lies out of itself. That is independent which has the possibility of its existence in itself. Life therefore involves the contradiction of an existence at once dependent and independent, the contradiction that its possibility lies both in itself and out of itself. The understanding alone is free from this and other contradictions of life. It is the essence perfectly self-subsistent, perfectly at one with itself, perfectly self-existent. For thinking is existence in self, life, as differenced from thought, Existence out of self, life is to give from oneself, thought is to take into oneself. Existence out of self is the world, existence in self is God. To think is to be God. The act of thought, as such, is the freedom of the immortal gods from all external limitations and necessities of life. The unity of the understanding is the unity of God. To the understanding, the consciousness of its unity and universality is essential. The understanding is itself nothing else than the consciousness of itself as absolute identity, i.e., that which is accordant with the understanding is to it an absolute, universally valid law. It is impossible to the understanding to think that what is self-contradictory, false, irrational, can anywhere be true, and, conversely, that what is true, rational, can anywhere be false and irrational. There may be intelligent beings who are not like me, and yet I am certain that there are no intelligent beings who know laws and truths different from those which I recognize, for every mind necessarily sees that 2 and 2 make 4, and that one must prefer one's friend to one's dog. 5 Of an essentially different understanding from that which affirms itself in man, I have not the remotest conception, the faintest adumbration. On the contrary, every understanding which I posit as different from my own, is only a position of my own understanding, i.e., an idea of my own, a conception which falls within my power of thought, and thus expresses my understanding. What I think, that I myself do, of course only in purely intellectual matters. What I think of as united, I unite. What I think of as distinct, I distinguish. What I think of as abolished, as negatived, that I myself abolish and negative. For example, if I conceive an understanding in which the intuition or reality of the object is immediately united with the thought of it, I actually unite it. My understanding or my imagination is itself the power of uniting these distinct or opposite ideas. How would it be possible for me to conceive them united, whether this conception be clear or confused, if I did not unite them in myself? But whatever may be the conditions of the understanding which a given human individual may suppose as distinguished from his own, this other understanding is only the understanding which exists in man in general, the understanding conceived apart from the limits of this particular individual. Unity is involved in the idea of the understanding. The impossibility for the understanding to think 2 supreme beings, 2 infinite substances, 2 gods, is the impossibility for the understanding to contradict itself, to deny its own nature, to think of itself as divided. The understanding is the infinite being. Infinitude is immediately involved in unity, and finiteness in plurality. Finiteness, in the metaphysical sense, rests on the distinction of the existence from the essence, of the individual from the species. Infinitude, on the unity of existence and essence. Hence, that is finite which can be compared with other beings of the same species. That is infinite which has nothing like itself, which consequently does not stand as an individual under a species, but is species and individual in one, essence and existence in one. But such is the understanding, it has its essence in itself, consequently it has nothing, together with or external to itself, which can be ranged beside it. It is incapable of being compared, because it is itself the source of all combinations and comparisons. Immeasurable, because it is the measure of all measures. We measure all things by the understanding alone. It can be circumscribed by no higher generalization. It can be ranged under no species, because it is itself the principle of all generalizing, of all classification, because it circumscribes all things and beings. The definitions which the speculative philosophers and theologians give of God, as the being in whom existence and essence are not separable, who himself is all the attributes which he has, so that predicate and subject are with him identical. All these definitions are thus ideas drawn solely from the nature of the understanding. Lastly, the understanding or the reason is the necessary being. Reason exists because only the existence of the reason is reason, because, if there were no reason, no consciousness, all would be nothing, existence would be equivalent to non-existence. Consciousness first founds the distinction between existence and non-existence. In consciousness is first revealed the value of existence, the value of nature. Why, in general, does something exist? Why does the world exist? On the simple ground that if something did not exist, nothing would exist. If reason did not exist, there would be only unreason. Thus the world exists because it is an absurdity that the world should not exist. In the absurdity of its non-existence is found the true reason of its existence, in the groundlessness of the supposition that it were not the reason that it is. Nothing, non-existence, is aimless, nonsensical, irrational. Existence alone has an aim, a foundation. Rationality, existence is, because only existence is reason and truth, existence is the absolute necessity. What is the cause of conscious existence, of life? The need of life. But to whom is it a need? To that which does not live. It is not a being who saw that made the eye, to one who saw already. To what purpose would be the eye? No. Only the being who saw not needed the eye. We are all come into the world without the operation of knowledge and will, but we are come that knowledge and will may exist. Whence, then, came the world? Out of necessity, not out of a necessity which lies in another being distinct from itself. That is a pure contradiction, but out of its own inherent necessity, out of the necessity of necessity, because without the world there would be no necessity, without necessity, no reason, no understanding. The nothing, out of which the world came, is nothing without the world. It is true that thus, negativity, as the speculative philosophers express themselves, nothing is the cause of the world, but a nothing which abolishes itself, i.e., a nothing which could not have existed if there had been no world. It is true that the world springs out of a want, out of privation, but it is false speculation to make this privation an ontological being. This want is simply the want which lies in the supposed non-existence of the world. Thus the world is only necessary out of itself and through itself. But the necessity of the world is the necessity of reason. The reason, as the sum of all realities, for what are all the glories of the world without light, much more external light without internal light. The reason is the most indispensable being, the profoundest and most essential necessity. In the reason first lies the self-consciousness of existence, self-conscious existence. In the reason is first revealed the end, the meaning of existence. Reason is existence objective to itself as its own end, the ultimate tendency of things. That which is an object to itself is the highest, the final being. That which has power over itself is almighty. 1 Augustine, in his work Contra Academicos, which he wrote when he was still in some measure a heathen, says, L3c12, that the highest good of man consists in the mind or in the reason. On the other hand, in his Lib. Retractationum, which he wrote as a distinguished Christian and theologian, he revises, Lic1, this declaration as follows, Varius dixissim in Deo. Ipso enim mens fruta, ut beta sit, tanquam sumo bono suo. But is there any distinction here? Where my highest good is not there my nature also? 2 Kant, Vols. Über die Philos. Religion, Sir, Leipzig, 1817, p. 39. 3 Kant, L.C., p. 80. 4 To guard against mistake, I observe that I do not apply to the understanding the expression self-subsistent essence, and other terms of a like character, in my own sense, but that I am here placing myself on the standpoint of onto theology, of metaphysical theology in general, in order to show that metaphysics is resolvable into psychology, that the onto theological predicates are merely predicates of the understanding. 5 Malebranche. See the author's Geschichte der Philos, 1 BDP 322. Exterrane alibi diversa ab hac ratio, censere Turk injustum aut celestum in Jove aut mart, quod apud numbers justum ac preclarum habita. Cert nec verisimile nec omnino possibile. Chr Hugenii, Cosmotheros, Libi. Chapter 3. God as a moral being, or law. God as God, the infinite, universal, non-anthropomorphic being of the understanding, has no more significance for religion than a fundamental general principle has for a special science. It is merely the ultimate point of support, as it were, the mathematical point of religion. The consciousness of human limitation or nothingness which is united with the idea of this being, is by no means a religious consciousness. On the contrary, it characterizes skeptics, materialists, and pantheists. The belief in God, at least in the God of religion, is only lost where, as in skepticism, pantheism, and materialism, the belief in man is lost, at least in man such as he is presupposed in religion. As little then as religion has any influential belief in the nothingness of man, so little has it any influential belief in that abstract being with which the consciousness of this nothingness is united. The vital elements of religion are those only which make man an object to man. To deny man is to deny religion. It certainly is the interest of religion that its object should be distinct from man, but it is also, nay, yet more, its interest that this object should have human attributes. That he should be a distinct being concerns his existence only, but that he should be human concerns his essence. If he be of a different nature, how can his existence or non-existence be of any importance to man? How can he take so profound an interest in an existence in which his own nature has no participation? To give an example, when I believe that the human nature alone has suffered for me, Christ is a poor Savior to me. In that case, he needs a Savior himself. And thus, out of the need for salvation is postulated something transcending human nature, a being different from man. But no sooner is this being postulated than there arises the yearning of man after himself, after his own nature, and man is immediately re-established. Here is God, who is not man and never yet became man. But this is not a God for me. That would be a miserable Christ to me, who should be nothing but a purely separate God and divine person, without humanity. No, my friend, where thou givest me God, thou must give me humanity too. 2. In religion man seeks contentment, religion is his highest good. But how could he find consolation and peace in God if God were an essentially different being? How can I share the peace of a being if I am not of the same nature with him? If his nature is different from mine, his peace is essentially different, it is no peace for me. How then can I become a partaker of his peace if I am not a partaker of his nature? But how can I be a partaker of his nature if I am really of a different nature? Every being experiences peace only in its own element, only in the conditions of its own nature. Thus, if man feels peace in God, he feels it only because in God he first attains his true nature, because here, for the first time, he is with himself, because everything in which he hitherto sought peace, and which he hitherto mistook for his nature, was alien to him. Hence, if man is to find contentment in God, he must find himself in God. No one will taste of God but as he wills, namely, in the humanity of Christ, and if thou dost not find God thus, thou wilt never have rest. 3. Everything finds rest on the place in which it was born. The place where I was born is God. God is my fatherland. Have I a father in God? Yes. I have not only a father, but I have myself in him. Before I lived in myself, I lived already in God. 4. I am God, therefore, who expresses only the nature of the understanding does not satisfy religion, is not the God of religion. The understanding is interested not only in man, but in the things out of man, in universal nature. The intellectual man forgets even himself in the contemplation of nature. The Christians scorned the pagan philosophers because, instead of thinking of themselves, of their own salvation, they had thought only of things out of themselves. The Christian thinks only of himself. By the understanding an insect is contemplated with as much enthusiasm as the image of God, man. The understanding is the absolute indifference and identity of all things and beings. It is not Christianity, not religious enthusiasm, but the enthusiasm of the understanding that we have to thank for botany, mineralogy, zoology, physics, and astronomy. The understanding is universal, pantheistic, the love of the universe, but the grand characteristic of religion, and of the Christian religion especially, is that it is thoroughly anthropotheistic, the exclusive love of man for himself, the exclusive self-affirmation of the human nature, that is, of subjective human nature, for it is true that the understanding also affirms the nature of man, but it is his objective nature, which has reference to the object for the sarke of the object, and the manifestation of which is science. Hence it must be something entirely different from the nature of the understanding which is an object to man in religion, if he is to find contentment therein, and this something will necessarily be the very kernel of religion. Of all the attributes which the understanding assigns to God, that which in religion, and especially in the Christian religion, has the preeminence, is moral perfection. But God as a morally perfect being is nothing else than the realized idea, the fulfilled law of morality, the moral nature of man posited as the absolute being, man's own nature, for the moral God requires man to be as he himself is. Be ye holy for I am holy, man's own conscience, for how could he otherwise tremble before the divine being, accuse himself before him, and make him the judge of his inmost thoughts and feelings? But the consciousness of the absolutely perfect moral nature, especially as an abstract being separate from man, leaves us cold and empty, because we feel the distance, the chasm between ourselves and this being. It is a dispiriting consciousness, for it is the consciousness of our personal nothingness, and of the kind which is the most acutely felt, moral nothingness. The consciousness of the divine omnipotence and eternity in opposition to my limitation in space and time does not afflict me, for omnipotence does not command me to be myself omnipotent, eternity, to be myself eternal. But I cannot have the idea of moral perfection without at the same time being conscious of it as a law for me. Moral perfection depends, at least for the moral consciousness, not on the nature, but on the will. It is a perfection of will, perfect will. I cannot conceive perfect will, the will which is in unison with law, which is itself law, without at the same time regarding it as an object of will, i.e., as an obligation for myself. The conception of the morally perfect being is no merely theoretical, inert conception, but a practical one, calling me to action, to imitation, throwing me into strife, into disunion with myself, for while it proclaims to me what I ought to be, it also tells me to my face, without any flattery, what I am not. 5 And religion renders this disunion all the more painful, all the more terrible, that it sets man's own nature before him as a separate nature, and moreover as a personal being, who hates and curses sinners, and excludes them from his grace, the source of all salvation and happiness. Now, by what means does man deliver himself from this state of disunion between himself and the perfect being, from the painful consciousness of sin, from the distressing sense of his own nothingness? How does he blunt the fatal sting of sin? Only by this, that he is conscious of love as the highest, the absolute power and truth, that he regards the divine being not only as a law, as a moral being, as a being of the understanding, but also as a loving, tender, even subjective human being, that is, as having sympathy with individual man. The understanding judges only according to the stringency of law, the heart accommodates itself, is considerate, lenient, relenting. No man is sufficient for the law which moral perfection sets before us, but, for that reason, neither is the law sufficient for man, for the heart. The law condemns, the heart has compassion even on the sinner. The law affirms me only as an abstract being, love, as a real being. Love gives me the consciousness that I am a man, the law only the consciousness that I am a sinner, that I am worthless. 6 The law holds man in bondage, love makes him free. Love is the middle term, the substantial bond, the principle of reconciliation between the perfect and the imperfect, the sinless and sinful being, the universal and the individual, the divine and the human. Love is God Himself, and apart from it there is no God. Love makes man God and God man. Love strengthens the weak and weakens the strong, abases the high and raises the lowly, idealizes matter and materializes spirit. Love is the true unity of God and man, of spirit and nature. In love common nature is spirit, and the preeminent spirit is nature. Love is to deny spirit from the point of view of spirit, to deny matter from the point of view of matter. Love is materialism, immaterial love is a chimera. In the longing of love after the distant object, the abstract idealist involuntarily confirms the truth of sensuousness. But love is also the idealism of nature, love is also spirit, esprit. Love alone makes the nightingale a songstress, love alone gives the plant its corolla. And what wonders does not love work in our social life? What faith, creed, opinion separates, love unites. Love even, humorously enough, identifies the high noblesse with the people. What the old mystics said of God, that He is the highest and yet the commonest being, applies in truth to love, and that not a visionary, imaginary love, no. A real love, a love which has flesh and blood, which vibrates as an almighty force through all living. Yes, it applies only to the love which has flesh and blood, for only this can absolve from the sins which flesh and blood commit. A merely moral being cannot forgive what is contrary to the law of morality. That which denies the law is denied by the law. The moral judge, who does not infuse human blood into his judgment, judges the sinner relentlessly, inexorably. Since, then, God is regarded as a sin-pardoning being, He is posited, not indeed as an unmoral, but as more than a moral being, in a word, as a human being. The negation or annulling of sin is the negation of abstract moral rectitude, the positing of love, mercy, sensuous life. Not abstract beings, no. Only sensuous, living beings are merciful. Mercy is the justice of sensuous life. 7 Hence God does not forgive the sins of men as the abstract God of the understanding, but as man, as the God made flesh, the visible God. God as man sins not, it is true, but He knows, He takes on Himself the sufferings, the wants, the needs of sensuous beings. The blood of Christ cleanses us from our sins in the eyes of God. It is only his human blood that makes God merciful, allays his anger, that is, our sins are forgiven us because we are no abstract beings, but creatures of flesh and blood. 8.1 In religion, the representation or expression of the nothingness of man before God is the anger of God, for as the love of God is the affirmation, his anger is the negation of man. But even this anger is not taken in earnest. God is not really angry. He is not thoroughly in earnest even when we think that he is angry, and punishes. Luther, th. 8p. 208. 2 Luther, Concordienbuch, Art. 8, Erkler. 3 Luther, Samtliche Schriften und Werk, Leipzig, 1729, Vol. th. 3. p. 589. It is according to this edition that references are given throughout the present work. For Predigten et Slike Lehre Vorum zu Tolerizieten, Hamburg, 1621, p. 81. 5 That which, in our own judgment, derogates from our self-conceit, humiliates us. Thus the moral law inevitably humiliates every man when he compares with it the sensual tendency of his nature. Kant, Kritik der Pracht. Vernunft, 4th edition, p. 132. 6 Omnes peccavimus. Parasite cum liga si peruntit illis facinus ponamen stravit. Seneca. The law destroys us. Luther, th. 16s. 320. 7 Das Rechtsgefühl der Sinnlichkeit. 8 This, my God and Lord, has taken upon him my nature, flesh and blood such as I have, and has been tempted and has suffered in all things like me, but without sin, therefore he can have pity on my weakness. Hebrews v. Luther, th. 16s. 533. The deeper we can bring Christ into the flesh the better. Ibid. s. 565. God himself, when he is dealt with out of Christ, is a terrible God, for no consolation is found in him, but pure anger and disfavor. Th. 15s. 298. Chapter 4. The mystery of the Incarnation, or God as love, as a being of the heart. It is the consciousness of love by which man reconciles himself with God, or rather with his own nature as represented in the moral law. The consciousness of the divine love, or what is the same thing, the contemplation of God as human, is the mystery of the Incarnation. The Incarnation is nothing else than the practical, material manifestation of the human nature of God. God did not become man for his own sake, the need, the want of man, a want which still exists in the religious sentiment, was the cause of the Incarnation. God became man out of mercy, thus he was in himself already a human God before he became an actual man. For human want, human misery, went to his heart. The Incarnation was a terror of the divine compassion, and hence it was only the visible advent of a being having human feelings, and therefore essentially human. If in the Incarnation we stop short at the fact of God becoming man, it certainly appears a surprising, inexplicable, marvelous event. But the incarnate God is only the apparent manifestation of deified man, for the descent of God to man is necessarily preceded by the exaltation of man to God. Man was already in God, was already God himself, before God became man, i.e., showed himself as man. 1 How otherwise could God have become man? The old maxim, ex nihilo nihil fit, is applicable here also. A king who has not the welfare of his subjects at heart, who, while seated on his throne, does not mentally live with them in their dwellings, who, in feeling, is not, as the people say, a common man, such a king will not descend bodily from his throne to make his people happy by his personal presence. Thus, has not the subject risen to be a king before the king descends to be a subject? And if the subject feels himself honored and made happy by the personal presence of his king, does this feeling refer merely to the bodily presence, and not rather to the manifestation of the disposition, of the philanthropic nature which is the cause of the appearance? But that which in the truth of religion is the cause, takes in the consciousness of religion the form of a consequence. And so here the raising of man to God is made a consequence of the humiliation or descent of God to man. God, says religion, made himself human that he might make man divine. 2 That which is mysterious and incomprehensible, i.e., contradictory, in the proposition, God is or becomes a man, arises only from the mingling or confusion of the idea or definitions of the universal, unlimited, metaphysical being with the idea of the religious God, i.e., the conditions of the understanding with the conditions of the heart, the emotive nature, a confusion which is the greatest hindrance to the correct knowledge of religion. But, in fact, the idea of the incarnation is nothing more than the human form of a God, who already in his nature, in the profoundest depths of his soul, is a merciful and therefore a human God. The form given to this truth in the doctrine of the Church is, that it was not the first person of the Godhead who was incarnate, but the second, who is the representative of man in and before God, the second person being however in reality, as will be shown, the sole, true, first person in religion. And it is only apart from this distinction of persons that the God-man appears mysterious, incomprehensible, speculative, for, considered in connection with it, the incarnation is a necessary, nay, a self-evident consequence. The allegation, therefore, that the incarnation is a purely empirical fact, which could be made known only by means of a revelation in the theological sense, betrays the most crass religious materialism, for the incarnation is a conclusion which rests on a very comprehensible premise. But it is equally perverse to attempt to deduce the incarnation from purely speculative, i.e., metaphysical, abstract grounds, for metaphysics apply only to the first person of the Godhead, who does not become incarnate, who is not a dramatic person. Such a deduction would at the utmost be justifiable if it were meant consciously to deduce from metaphysics the negation of metaphysics. This example clearly exhibits the distinction between the method of our philosophy and that of the old speculative philosophy. The former does not philosophize concerning the incarnation, as a peculiar, stupendous mystery, after the manner of speculation dazzled by mystical splendor. On the contrary, It destroys the elusive supposition of a peculiar supernatural mystery. It criticizes the dogma and reduces it to its natural elements, immanent in man, to its originating principle and central point, love. The dogma presents to us two things, God and love. God is love, but what does that mean? Is God something besides love? A being distinct from love? Is it as if I said of an affectionate human being, he is love itself? Certainly, otherwise I must give up the name God, which expresses a special personal being, a subject in distinction from the predicate. Thus love is made something apart. God out of love sent his only begotten Son. Here love recedes and sinks into insignificance in the dark background, God. It becomes merely a personal, though an essential, attribute, hence it receives both in theory and in feeling, both objectively and subjectively, the rank simply of a predicate, not that of a subject, of the substance. It shrinks out of observation as a collateral, an accident. At one moment it presents itself to me as something essential, at another, it vanishes again. God appears to me in another form besides that of love, in the form of omnipotence, of a severe power not bound by love, a power in which, though in a smaller degree, the devils participate. So long as love is not exalted into a substance, into an essence, so long there lurks in the background of love a subject who even without love is something by himself, an unloving monster, a diabolical being, whose personality, separable and actually separated from love, delights in the blood of heretics and unbelievers, the phantom of religious fanaticism. Nevertheless, the essential idea of the Incarnation, though enveloped in the night of the religious consciousness, is love. Love determined God to the renunciation of his divinity. 3 Not because of his Godhead as such, according to which he is the subject in the proposition, God is love, but because of his love, of the predicate, is it that he renounced his Godhead. Thus love is a higher power and truth than deity. Love conquers God. It was love to which God sacrificed his divine majesty. And what sort of love was that? Another than ours. Than that to which we sacrifice life and fortune. Was it the love of himself? Of himself as God? No. It was love to man. But is not love to man human love? Can I love man without loving him humanly, without loving him as he himself loves, if he truly loves? Would not love be otherwise a devilish love? The devil too loves man, but not for man's sake, for his own. Thus he loves man out of egotism, to aggrandize himself, to extend his power. But God loves man for man's sake, i.e., that he may make him good, happy, blessed. Does he not then love man as the true man loves his fellow? Has love a plural? Is it not everywhere like itself? What then is the true unfalsified import of the Incarnation but absolute, pure love, without adjunct, without a distinction between divine and human love? For though there is also a self-interested love among men, still the true human love, which is alone worthy of this name, is that which impels the sacrifice of self to another. Who then is our Savior and Redeemer? God or love? Love, for God as God has not saved us, but love, which transcends the difference between the divine and human personality. As God has renounced himself out of love, so we, out of love, should renounce God, for if we do not sacrifice God to love, we sacrifice love to God, and, in spite of the predicate of love, we have the God, the evil being, of religious fanaticism. While, however, we have laid open this nucleus of truth in the Incarnation, we have at the same time exhibited the dogma in its falsity. We have reduced the apparently supernatural and superrational mystery to a simple truth inherent in human nature, a truth which does not belong to the Christian religion alone, but which, implicitly at least, belongs more or less to every religion as such. For every religion which has any claim to the name presupposes that God is not indifferent to the beings who worship him, that therefore what is human is not alien to him, that, as an object of human veneration, he is a human God. Every prayer discloses the secret of the Incarnation. Every prayer is in fact an incarnation of God. In prayer I involve God in human distress, I make him a participator in my sorrows and wants. God is not deaf to my complaints, he has compassion on me, hence he renounces his divine majesty, his exaltation above all that is finite and human, he becomes a man with man, for if he listens to me, and pities me, he is affected by my sufferings. God loves man, i.e., God suffers from man. Love does not exist without sympathy, sympathy does not exist without suffering in common. Have I any sympathy for a being without feeling? No. I feel only for that which has feeling, only for that which partakes of my nature, for that in which I feel myself, whose sufferings I myself suffer. Sympathy presupposes a like nature. The Incarnation, Providence, prayer, are the expression of this identity of nature in God and man. For it is true that theology, which is preoccupied with the metaphysical attributes of eternity, unconditionedness, unchangeableness, and the like abstractions, which express the nature of the understanding, theology denies the possibility that God should suffer, but in so doing it denies the truth of religion. 5 For religion, the religious man in the act of devotion believes in a real sympathy of the divine being in his sufferings and wants, believes that the will of God can be determined by the fervor of prayer, i.e., by the force of feeling, believes in a real, present fulfillment of his desire, wrought by prayer. The truly religious man unhesitatingly assigns his own feelings to God. God is to him a heart susceptible to all that is human. The heart can betake itself only to the heart, feeling can appeal only to feeling, it finds consolation in itself, in its own nature alone. The notion that the fulfillment of prayer has been determined from eternity, that it was originally included in the plan of creation, is the empty, absurd fiction of a mechanical mode of thought, which is in absolute contradiction with the nature of religion. We need, says Lavater somewhere, and quite correctly according to the religious sentiment, an arbitrary God. Besides, even according to this fiction, God is just as much a being determined by man, as in the real, present fulfillment consequent on the power of prayer. The only difference is that the contradiction with the unchangeableness and unconditionedness of God, that which constitutes the difficulty, is thrown back into the deceptive distance of the past or of eternity. Whether God decides on the fulfillment of my prayer now, on the immediate occasion of my offering it, or whether He did decide on it long ago, is fundamentally the same thing. It is the greatest inconsequence to reject the idea of a God who can be determined by prayer, that is, by the force of feeling, as an unworthy anthropomorphic idea. If we once believe in a being who is an object of veneration, an object of prayer, an object of affection, who is providential, who takes care of man, in a providence which is not conceivable without love, in a being, therefore, who is loving, whose motive of action is love, we also believe in a being who has, if not an anatomical, yet a psychical human heart. The religious mind, as has been said, places everything in God, excepting that alone which it despises. The Christians certainly gave their God no attributes which contradicted their own moral ideas, but they gave Him without hesitation, and of necessity, the emotions of love, of compassion. And the love which the religious mind places in God is not an illusory, imaginary love, but a real, true love. God is loved and loves again. The divine love is only human love made objective, affirming itself. In God love is absorbed in itself as its own ultimate truth. It may be objected to the import here assigned to the incarnation, that the Christian incarnation is altogether peculiar, that at least it is different, which is quite true in certain respects, as will hereafter be apparent, from the incarnations of the heathen deities, whether Greek or Indian. These latter are mere products of men or deified men, but in Christianity is given the idea of the true God. Here the union of the divine nature with the human is first significant and speculative. Jupiter transforms himself into a bull. The heathen incarnations are mere fancies. In paganism there is no more in the nature of God than in His incarnate manifestation. In Christianity, on the contrary, it is God, a separate, superhuman being, who appears as man. But this objection is refuted by the remark already made, that even the premise of the Christian incarnation contains the human nature. God loves man, moreover God has a son, God is a father. The relations of humanity are not excluded from God. The human is not remote from God, not unknown to Him. Thus here also there is nothing more in the nature of God than in the incarnate manifestation of God. In the incarnation religion only confesses, what in reflection on itself, as theology, it will not admit, namely, that God is an altogether human being. The incarnation, the mystery of the God-man is therefore no mysterious composition of contraries, no synthetic fact, as it is regarded by the speculative religious philosophy, which has a particular delight in contradiction. It is an analytic fact, a human word with a human meaning. If there be a contradiction here, it lies before the incarnation and out of it, in the union of providence, of love, with deity, for if this love is a real love, it is not essentially different from our love, there are only our limitations to be abstracted from it, and thus the incarnation is only the strongest, deepest, most palpable, open-hearted expression of this providence, this love. Love knows not how to make its object happier than by rejoicing it with its personal presence, by letting itself be seen. To see the invisible benefactor face to face is the most ardent desire of love. To see is a divine act. Happiness lies in the mere sight of the beloved one. The glance is the certainty of love. And the incarnation has no other significance, no other effect, than the indubitable certitude of the love of God to man. Love remains, but the incarnation upon the earth passes away. The appearance was limited by time and place, accessible to few, but the essence, the nature which was manifested, is eternal and universal. We can no longer believe in the manifestation for its own sake, but only for the sake of the thing manifested, for to us there remains no immediate presence but that of love. The clearest, most irrefragable proof that man in religion contemplates himself as the object of the divine being, as the end of the divine activity, that thus in religion he has relation only to his own nature, only to himself. The clearest, most irrefragable proof of this is the love of God to man, the basis and central point of religion. God, for the sake of man, empties himself of his Godhead, lays aside his Godhead. Herein lies the elevating influence of the incarnation. The highest, the perfect being humiliates, lowers himself for the sake of man. Hence in God I learn to estimate my own nature, I have value in the sight of God, the divine significance of my nature is become evident to me. How can the worth of man be more strongly expressed than when God, for man's sake, becomes a man, when man is the end, the object of the divine love? The love of God to man is an essential condition of the divine being. God is a God who loves me, who loves man in general. Here lies the emphasis, the fundamental feeling of religion. The love of God makes me loving. The love of God to man is the cause of man's love to God. The divine love causes, awakens human love. We love God because He first loved us. What, then, is it that I love in God? Love, love to man. But when I love and worship the love with which God loves man, do I not love man? Is not my love of God, though indirectly, love of man? If God loves man, is not man, then, the very substance of God? That which I love, is it not my inmost being? Have I a heart when I do not love? No. Love only is the heart of man. But what is love without the thing loved? Thus what I love is my heart, the substance of my being, my nature. Why does man grieve? Why does he lose pleasure in life when he has lost the beloved object? Why? Because with the beloved object he has lost his heart, the activity of his affections, the principle of life. Thus if God loves man, man is the heart of God, the welfare of man his deepest anxiety. If man, then, is the object of God, is not man, in God, an object to himself? Is not the content of the divine nature the human nature? If God is love, is not the essential content of this love man? Is not the love of God to man, the basis and central point of religion, the love of man to himself made an object, contemplated as the highest objective truth, as the highest being to man. Is not then the proposition, God loves man, an Orientalism? Religion is essentially Oriental, which in plain speech means, the highest is the love of man. The truth to which, by means of analysis, we have here reduced the mystery of the Incarnation, has also been recognized even in the religious consciousness. Thus Luther, for example, says, he who can truly conceive such a thing, namely, the incarnation of God, in his heart, should, for the Sarche of the flesh and blood which sits at the right hand of God, bear love to all flesh and blood here upon the earth, and never more be able to be angry with any man. The gentle manhood of Christ our God should at a glance fill all hearts with joy, so that never more could an angry, unfriendly thought come therein. Yet, every man ought, out of great joy, to be tender to his fellow man for the Sarche of that our flesh and blood. This is a fact which should move us to great joy and blissful hope that we are thus honored above all creatures, even above the angels, so that we can with truth boast, my own flesh and blood sits at the right hand of God and reigns over all. Such honor has no creature, not even an angel. This ought to be a furnace that should melt us all into one heart, and should create such a fervor in us men that we should heartily love each other. But that which in the truth of religion is the essence of the fable, the chief thing, is to the religious consciousness only the moral of the fable, a collateral thing. One such descriptions as those in which the Scriptures speak of God as of a man, and ascribe to him all that is human, are very sweet and comforting, namely, that he talks with us as a friend, and of such things as men are wont to talk of with each other, that he rejoices, sorrows, and suffers, like a man, for the Sarche of the mystery of the future humanity of Christ. Luther, th. 2 p. 334. Tu Deus homo factus ist, ut homo Deus fet. Augustinus, Serm ad Pop p. 371, c1. In Luther, however, Thip 334, there is a passage which indicates the true relation. When Moses called man the image of God, the likeness of God he meant, says Luther, obscurely to intimate that God was to become man. Thus here the incarnation of God is clearly enough represented as a consequence of the deification of man. 3. It was in this sense that the old uncompromising enthusiastic faith celebrated the incarnation. Amor triumphat de Deo, says Saint Bernard. And only in the sense of a real self-renunciation, self-negation of the Godhead, lies the reality, the viz of the incarnation, although this self-negation is in itself merely a conception of the imagination, for, looked at in broad daylight, God does not negative himself in the incarnation, but he shows himself as that which he is, as a human being. The fabrications which modern rationalistic orthodoxy and pietistic rationalism have advanced concerning the incarnation, in opposition to the rapturous conceptions and expressions of ancient faith, do not deserve to be mentioned, still less controverted. 4. Numbers Simus officidium misericordia nostri et non solum respiceria lacrimas nostras, sed etiam numeria stilulas, sicut scriptum in Psalmo LVI. Filius Dea vera ficita sensu miseriarum nostrarum. Melanthonis Italiarum, Declum. Th. 3. p. 286, p. 450. 5. Saint Bernard resorts to a charmingly sophistical play of words. Impossibilis ist Deus, sed non incompossibilis, qui propriam est miseri semper et passor. Sup. Cant. Sermo 26. As if compassion were not suffering, the suffering of love, it is true, the suffering of the heart. But what does suffer if not thy sympathizing heart? No love, no suffering. The material, the source of suffering, is the universal heart, the common bond of all beings. Chapter V. The mystery of the suffering God. An essential condition of the incarnate, or, what is the same thing, the human God, namely, Christ, is the passion. Love attests itself by suffering. All thoughts and feelings which are immediately associated with Christ concentrate themselves in the idea of the passion. God as God is the sum of all human perfection, God as Christ is the sum of all human misery. The heathen philosophers celebrated activity, especially the spontaneous activity of the intelligence, as the highest, the divine. The Christians consecrated passivity, even placing it in God. If God as actus purus, as pure activity, is the God of abstract philosophy, so, on the other hand, Christ, the God of the Christians, is the passio pura, pure suffering, the highest metaphysical thought, the iter supreme of the heart. For what makes more impression on the heart than suffering? Especially the suffering of one who considered in himself is free from suffering, exalted above it, the suffering of the innocent, endured purely for the good of others, the suffering of love, self-sacrifice. But for the very reason that the history of the Passion is the history which most deeply affects the human heart, or let us rather say the heart in general, for it would be a ludicrous mistake in man to attempt to conceive any other heart than the human, it follows undeniably that nothing else is expressed in that history, nothing else is made an object in it, but the nature of the heart, that it is not an invention of the understanding or the poetic faculty, but of the heart. The heart, however, does not invent in the same way as the free imagination or intelligence, it has a passive, receptive relation to what it produces, all that proceeds from it seems to it given from without, takes it by violence, works with the force of irresistible necessity. The heart overcomes, masters man. He who is once in its power is possessed as it were by his demon, by his God. The heart knows no other God, no more excellent being than itself, than a God whose name may indeed be another, but whose nature, whose substance is the nature of the heart. And out of the heart, out of the inward impulse to do good, to live and die for man, out of the divine instinct of benevolence which desires to make all happy, and excludes none, not even the most abandoned and abject, out of the moral duty of benevolence in the highest sense, as having become an inward necessity, i.e., a movement of the heart, out of the human nature, therefore, as it reveals itself through the heart, has sprung what is best, what is true in Christianity, its essence purified from theological dogmas and contradictions. 4. According to the principles which we have already developed, that which in religion is the predicate we must make the subject, and that which in religion is a subject we must make a predicate, thus inverting the oracles of religion, and by this means we arrive at the truth. God suffers, suffering is the predicate, but for men, for others, not for himself. What does that mean in plain speech? Nothing else than this: to suffer for others is divine. He who suffers for others, who lays down his life for them, acts divinely, is a God to men. 1. The Passion of Christ, however, represents not only moral, voluntary suffering, the suffering of love, the power of sacrificing self for the good of others. It represents also suffering as such, suffering in so far as it is an expression of possibility in general. The Christian religion is so little superhuman that it even sanctions human weakness. The heathen philosopher, on hearing tidings of the death of his child, exclaims, "I knew that he was mortal." Christ, on the contrary, at least in the Bible, sheds tears over the death of Lazarus, a death which he nevertheless knew to be only an apparent one. While Socrates empties the cup of poison with unshaken soul, Christ exclaims, "If it be possible, let this cup pass from me too." Christ is in this respect the self-confession of human sensibility. In opposition to the heathen, and in particular the Stoical principle, with its rigorous energy of will and self-sustainedness, the Christian involves the consciousness of his own sensitiveness and susceptibility in the consciousness of God. He finds it, if only it be no sinful weakness, not denied, not condemned in God. To suffer is the highest command of Christianity. The history of Christianity is the history of the passion of humanity. While amongst the heathens the shout of sensual pleasure mingled itself in the worship of the gods, amongst the Christians, we mean of course the ancient Christians, God is served with sighs and tears. 3. But as where sounds of sensual pleasure make a part of the cultus, it is a sensual God, a God of life, who is worshipped, as indeed these shouts of joy are only a symbolical definition of the nature of the gods to whom this jubilation is acceptable, so also the sighs of Christians are tones which proceed from the inmost soul, the inmost nature of their God. The God expressed by the cultus, whether this be an external, or, as with the Christians, an inward spiritual worship, not the God of sophistical theology, is the true God of man. But the Christians, we mean of course the ancient Christians, believed that they rendered the highest honor to their God by tears, the tears of repentance and yearning. Thus tears are the light-reflecting drops which mirror the nature of the Christian's God. But a God who has pleasure in tears, expresses nothing else than the nature of the heart. It is true that the theory of the Christian religion says, Christ has done all for us, has redeemed us, has reconciled us with God, and from hence the inference may be drawn, let us be of a joyful mind and disposition. What need have we to trouble ourselves as to how we shall reconcile ourselves with God? We are reconciled already. But the imperfect tense in which the fact of suffering is expressed makes a deeper, a more enduring impression. than the perfect tense which expresses the fact of redemption. The redemption is only the result of the suffering is the cause of the redemption. Hence the suffering takes deeper root in the feelings. The suffering makes itself an object of imitation, not so the redemption. If God himself suffered for my sake, how can I be joyful, how can I allow myself any gladness, at least on this corrupt earth, which was the theatre of his suffering, for ought I to fare better than God? Ought I not, then, to make his sufferings my own? Is not what God my Lord does my model? Or shall I share only the gain and not the cost also? Do I know merely that he has redeemed me? Do I not also know the history of his suffering? Should it be an object of cold remembrance to me, or even an object of rejoicing, because it has purchased my salvation? Who can think so, who can wish to be exempt from the sufferings of his God? The Christian religion is the religion of suffering. 5 The images of the crucified one which we still meet with in all churches, represent not the Saviour, but only the crucified, the suffering Christ. Even the self-crucifixions among the Christians are, psychologically, a deep-rooted consequence of their religious views. How should not he who has always the image of the crucified one in his mind, at length contract the desire to crucify either himself or another? At least we have as good a warrant for this conclusion as Augustine and other fathers of the Church for their reproach against the heathen religion, that the licentious religious images of the heathens provoked and authorized licentiousness. God suffers, means in truth nothing else than, God is a heart. The heart is the source, the center of all suffering. A being without suffering is a being without a heart. The mystery of the suffering God is therefore the mystery of feeling, sensibility. A suffering God is a feeling, sensitive God. 6 But the proposition, God is a feeling being, is only the religious paraphrase of the proposition, feeling is absolute, divine in its nature. Man has the consciousness not only of a spring of activity, but also of a spring of suffering in himself. I feel, and I feel feeling, not merely will and thought, which are only too often in opposition to me and my feelings, as belonging to my essential being, and, though the source of all sufferings and sorrows, as a glorious, divine power and perfection. What would man be without feeling? It is the musical power in man. But what would man be without music? Just as man has a musical faculty and feels an inward necessity to breathe out his feelings in song, so, by a like necessity, he in religious sighs and tears streams forth the nature of feeling as an objective, divine nature. Religion is human nature reflected, mirrored in itself. That which exists has necessarily a pleasure, a joy in itself, loves itself, and loves itself justly. To blame it because it loves itself is to reproach it because it exists. To exist is to assert oneself, to affirm oneself, to love oneself. He to whom life is a burthen rids himself of it. Where, therefore, feeling is not depreciated and repressed, as with the Stoics, where existence is awarded to it, there also is religious power and significance already conceded to it. there also is it already exalted to that stage in which it can mirror and reflect itself, in which it can project its own image as God. God is the mirror of man. That which has essential value for man, which he esteems the perfect, the excellent, in which he has true delight, that alone is God to him. If feeling seems to thee a glorious attribute, it is then, per se, a divine attribute to thee. Therefore, the feeling, sensitive man believes only in a feeling, sensitive God, i.e., he believes only in the truth of his own existence and nature, for he can believe in nothing else than that which is involved in his own nature. His faith is the consciousness of that which is holy to him, but that alone is holy to man which lies deepest within him, which is most peculiarly his own, the basis, the essence of his individuality. To the feeling man, a God without feeling is an empty, abstract, negative God, i.e., nothing, because that is wanting to him which is precious and sacred to man. God is for man the commonplace book where he registers his highest feelings and thoughts, the genealogical tree on which are entered the names that are dearest and most sacred to him. It is a sign of an undiscriminating good nature, a womanish instinct, to gather together and then to preserve tenaciously all that we have gathered, not to trust anything to the waves of forgetfulness, to the chance of memory, in short not to trust ourselves and learn to know what really has value for us. The Friedhinker is liable to the danger of an unregulated, dissolute life. The religious man who binds together all things in one, does not lose himself in sensuality, but for that reason he is exposed to the danger of illiberality, of spiritual selfishness and greed. Therefore, to the religious man at least, the irreligious or unreligious man appears lawless, arbitrary, haughty, frivolous, not because that which is sacred to the former is not also in itself sacred to the latter, but only because that which the unreligious man holds in his head merely, the religious man places out of and above himself as an object, and hence recognizes in himself the relation of a formal subordination. The religious man, having a commonplace book, a nucleus of aggregation, has a name, and having a name he has firm standing ground. Not mere will as such, not vague knowledge, only activity with a purpose, which is the union of theoretic and practical activity, gives man a moral basis and support, i.e., character. Every man, therefore, must place before himself a God, i.e., a name, a purpose. The aim is the conscious, voluntary, essential impulse of life, the glance of genius, the focus of self-knowledge, the unity of the material and spiritual in the individual man. He who has a name has a law over him. He does not merely guide himself, he is guided. He who has no aim, has no home, no sanctuary. Aimlessness is the greatest unhappiness. Even he who has only common aims gets on better, though he may not be better, than he who has no aim. An aim sets limits, but limits are the mentors of virtue. He who has a name which is in itself true and essential, has, eo ipso, a religion, if not in the narrow sense of common pietism, yet, and this is the only point to be considered, in the sense of reason, in the sense of the universal, the only true love. One religion speaks by example. Example is the law of religion. What Christ did is law. Christ suffered for others, therefore, we should do likewise. Qua necessitas fuit ut sic ex inanirete esse, sic humiliae esse, sic abbreviae esse dominus majestatis, nisi ut vos similita faciatis. Bernardus, Indinat. Domini. We ought studiously to consider the example of Christ. That would move us and incite us, so that we from our hearts should willingly help and serve other people, even though it might be hard, and we must suffer on account of it. Luther, th. 15 p. 40. Tu herent pluric hoc loco. Ego autem non solum excusandum non puto, sed etiam nasquam magis pietatem igus majestatem cdemira. Minus enim contulerat mei, nisi meum suscepicit affectum. Ergo pro me doluit, qui pro esse nihil habet, quod doleret. Ambrosius, exposit in Luci ev lxc 22. 3 Quando enim illi, Deo, appropinquer auderemus in sua impossibilitate maenenti. Bernardus, Tract de 12. Grad. Humil. It superb. For Deus mus pendit in patibulo it ego voluptati operam dabo. Form. Honorable Vitae. Among the spurious writings of Saint Bernard. Memoria crucifixi crucifigat in te carnem tuum. J. Gerhard, Medit. Sacre, M. 37. 5 It is better to suffer evil than to do good. Luther, th. 4s 15. 6 Pati voluit, ut compati diseret, miser fri, ut misery diseret. Bernhard, de Grad. Miserere nostri, quinium carnis imbecilla itatem, tu ipsem passus, expertus es. Clemens Alex. Pedagog. Lic 8. Chapter 6. The Mystery of the Trinity and the Mother of God. If a God without feeling, without a capability of suffering, will not suffice to man as a feeling, suffering being, neither will a God with feeling only, a God without intelligence and will. Only a being who comprises in himself the whole man can satisfy the whole man. Man's consciousness of himself in his totality is the consciousness of the Trinity. The Trinity knits together the qualities or powers which were before regarded separately into unity, and thereby reduces the universal being of the understanding, i.e., God as God, to a special being, a special faculty. That which theology designates as the image, the similitude of the Trinity, we must take as the thing itself, the essence, the archetype, the original. By this means we shall solve the enigma. The so-called images by which it has been sought to illustrate the Trinity, and make it comprehensible, are principally mind, understanding, memory, will, love, mens, intellectus, memoria, voluntas, amor or caritas. God thinks, God loves, and, moreover, he thinks, he loves himself. The object thought, known, loved, is God himself. The objectivity of self-consciousness is the first thing we meet with in the Trinity. Self-consciousness necessarily urges itself upon man as something absolute. Existence is for him one with self-consciousness. Existence with self-consciousness is for him existence simply. If I do not know that I exist, it is all one whether I exist or not. Self-consciousness is for man, is, in fact, in itself, absolute. A God who knows not his own existence, a God without consciousness, is no God. Man cannot conceive himself as without consciousness, hence he cannot conceive God as without it. The divine self-consciousness is nothing else than the consciousness of consciousness as an absolute or divine essence. But this explanation is by no means exhaustive. On the contrary, we should be proceeding very arbitrarily if we sought to reduce and limit the mystery of the Trinity to the proposition just laid down. Consciousness, understanding, will, love, in the sense of abstract essences or qualities, belong only to abstract philosophy. But religion is man's consciousness of himself in his concrete or living totality, in which the identity of self-consciousness exists only as the pregnant, complete unity of I and thou. Religion, at least the Christian, is abstraction from the world, it is essentially inward. The religious man leads a life withdrawn from the world, hidden in God, still, void of worldly joy. He separates himself from the world, not only in the ordinary sense, according to which the renunciation of the world belongs to every true, earnest man, but also in that wider sense which science gives to the word, when it calls itself world wisdom, Weltweisheit. But he thus separates himself only because God is a being separate from the world, an extra and supramundane being, i.e., abstractly and philosophically expressed, the non-existence of the world. God, as an extra-mundane being, is however nothing else than the nature of man withdrawn from the world and concentrated in itself, freed from all worldly ties and entanglements, transporting itself above the world, and positing itself in this condition as a real objective being, or nothing else than the consciousness of the power to abstract oneself from all that is external, and to live for and with oneself alone, under the form which this power takes in religion, namely, that of a being distinct, apart from man. One God, as a simple being, is the being absolutely alone, solitary, absolute solitude and self-sufficingness, for that only can be solitary which is self-sufficing. To be able to be solitary is a sign of character and thinking power. Solitude is the want of the thinker, society the want of the heart. We can think alone, but we can love only with another. In love we are dependent, for it is the need of another being. We are independent only in the solitary act of thought. Solitude is self-sufficingness. But from a solitary God the essential need of duality, of love, of community, of the real, completed self-consciousness, of the alter ego, is excluded. This want is therefore satisfied by religion. Thus, in the still solitude of the divine being is placed another, a second, different from God as to personality, but identical with him in essence, God the Son, in distinction from God the Father. God the Father is I, God the Son thou. The I is understanding, the thou love. but love with understanding, and understanding with love is mind, and mind is the totality of man as such, the total man. Participated life is alone true, self-satisfying, divine life. This simple thought, this truth, natural, immanent in man, is the secret, the supernatural mystery of the Trinity. But religion expresses this truth, as it does every other, in an indirect manner, i.e., inversely, for it here makes a general truth into a particular one, the true subject into a predicate, when it says, God is a participated life, a life of love and friendship. The third person in the Trinity expresses nothing further than the love of the two divine persons towards each other. It is the unity of the Son and the Father, the idea of community, strangely enough regarded in its turn as a special personal being. The Holy Spirit owes its personal existence only to a name, a word. The earliest fathers of the Church are well known to have identified the Spirit with the Son. Even later, its dogmatic personality wants consistency. He is the love with which God loves himself and man, and, on the other hand, he is the love with which man loves God and men. Thus he is the identity of God and man, made objective according to the usual mode of thought in religion, namely, as in itself a distinct being. But for us this unity or identity is already involved in the idea of the Father, and yet more in that of the Son. Hence we need not make the Holy Spirit a separate object of our analysis. Only this one remark further. Insofar as the Holy Spirit represents the subjective phase, he is properly the representation of the religious sentiment to itself, the representation of religious emotion, of religious enthusiasm, or the personification, the rendering objective of religion in religion. The Holy Spirit is therefore the sighing creature, the yearning of the creature after God. But that there are in fact only two persons in the Trinity, the third representing, as has been said, only love, is involved in this, that to the strict idea of love two suffice. With two we have the principle of multiplicity and all its essential results. Two is the principle of multiplicity, and can therefore stand as its complete substitute. If several persons were posited, the force of love would only be weakened, it would be dispersed. But love and the heart are identical. The heart is no special power, it is the man who loves, and insofar as he loves. The second person is therefore the self-assertion of the human heart as the principle of duality, of participated life. It is warmth. The Father is light, although light was chiefly a predicate of the Son, because in him the Godhead first became clear, comprehensible. But notwithstanding this, light as a superterrestrial element may be ascribed to the Father, the representative of the Godhead as such, the cold being of the intelligence, and warmth, as a terrestrial element, to the Son. God as the Son first gives warmth to man, here God, from an object of the intellectual eye, of the indifferent sense of light, becomes an object of feeling, of affection, of enthusiasm, of rapture, but only because the Son is himself nothing else than the glow of love, enthusiasm. To God as the Son is the primitive incarnation, the primitive self-renunciation of God, the negation of God in God, For as the Son he is a finite being, because he exists ab olio, he has a source, whereas the Father has no source, he exists ase. Thus in the second person the essential attribute of the Godhead, the attribute of self-existence, is given up. But God the Father himself begets the Son, thus he renounces his rigorous, exclusive divinity, he humiliates, lowers himself, evolves within himself the principle of finiteness, of dependent existence. In the Son he becomes man, not indeed, in the first instance, as to the outward form, but as to the inward nature. And for this reason it is as the Son that God first becomes the object of man, the object of feeling, of the heart. The heart comprehends only what springs from the heart. From the character of the subjective disposition and impressions the conclusion is infallible as to the character of the object. The pure, free understanding denies the Son, not so the understanding determined by feeling, overshadowed by the heart. On the contrary, it finds in the Son the depths of the Godhead, because in him it finds feeling, which in and by itself is something dark, obscure, and therefore appears to man a mystery. The Son lays hold on the heart, because the true Father of the Divine Son is the human heart 3 and the Son himself nothing else than the Divine heart, i.e., the human heart become objective to itself as a divine being. A God who has not in himself the quality of finiteness, the principle of concrete existence, the essence of the feeling of dependence, is no God for a finite, concrete being. The religious man cannot love a God who has not the essence of love in himself, neither can man, or, in general, any finite being, be an object to a God who has not in himself the ground, the principle of finiteness. To such a God there is wanting the sense, the understanding, the sympathy for finiteness. How can God be the Father of men, how can he love other beings subordinate to himself, if he has not in himself a subordinate being, a Son? If he does not know what love is, so to speak, from his own experience, in relation to himself? The single man takes far less interest in the family sorrows of another than he who himself has family ties. Thus God the Father loves men only in the Son and for the sake of the Son. The love to man is derived from the love to the Son. The Father and Son in the Trinity are therefore Father and Son not in a figurative sense, but in a strictly literal sense. The Father is a real Father in relation to the Son, the Son is a real Son in relation to the Father, or to God as the Father. The essential personal distinction between them consists only in this, that the one begets, the other is begotten. If this natural empirical condition is taken away, their personal existence and reality are annihilated. The Christians, we mean of course the Christians of former days, who would with difficulty recognize the worldly, frivolous, pagan Christians of the modern world as their brethren in Christ, substituted for the natural love and unity immanent in man a purely religious love and unity. They rejected the real life of the family, the intimate bond of love which is naturally moral, as an undivine, unheavenly, i.e., in truth, a worthless thing. But in compensation they had a Father and Son in God, who embraced each other with heartfelt love, with that intense love which natural relationship alone inspires. On this account the mystery of the Trinity was to the ancient Christians an object of unbounded wonder, enthusiasm, and rapture, because here the satisfaction of those profoundest human wants which in reality, in life, they denied, became to them an object of contemplation in God. For it was therefore quite in order that, to complete the divine family, the bond of love between Father and Son, a third, and that a feminine person, was received into heaven, for the personality of the Holy Spirit is a too vague and precarious, a too obviously poetic personification of the mutual love of the Father and Son, to serve as the third complementary being. It is true that the Virgin Mary was not so placed between the Father and Son as to imply that the Father had begotten the Son through her, because the sexual relation was regarded by the Christians as something unholy and sinful, but it is enough that the maternal principle was associated with the Father and Son. It is, in fact, difficult to perceive why the mother should be something unholy, i.e., unworthy of God, when once God is Father and Son. Though it is held that the Father is not a father in the natural sense, that, on the contrary, the divine generation is quite different from the natural and human, still he remains a father, and a real, not a nominal or symbolical father in relation to the Son. And the idea of the Mother of God, which now appears so strange to us, is therefore not really more strange or paradoxical than the idea of the Son of God, is not more in contradiction with the general, abstract definition of God than the sonship. On the contrary, the Virgin Mary fits in perfectly with the relations of the Trinity, since she conceives without man the Son whom the Father begets without woman. 5. So that thus the Holy Virgin is a necessary, inherently requisite antithesis to the Father in the bosom of the Trinity. Moreover we have, if not in concreto and explicitly, yet in abstracto and implicitly, the feminine principle already in the Son. The Son is the mild, gentle, forgiving, conciliating being, the womanly sentiment of God. God, as the Father, is the generator, the active, the principle of masculine spontaneity, but the Son is begotten without himself begetting, Deus genitus, the passive, suffering, receptive being, he receives his existence from the Father. The Son, as a Son, of course not as God, is dependent on the Father, subject to his authority. The Son is thus the feminine feeling of dependence in the Godhead. The Son implicitly urges upon us the need of a real feminine being. 6. The Son, I mean the natural, human Son, considered as such, is an intermediate being between the masculine nature of the Father and the feminine nature of the Mother. He is, as it were, still half a man, half a woman, inasmuch as he has not the full, rigorous consciousness of independence which characterizes the man, and feels himself drawn rather to the Mother than to the Father. The love of the Son to the Mother is the first love of the masculine being for the feminine. The love of man to woman, the love of the youth for the maiden, receives its religious, its sole truly religious consecration in the love of the Son to the Mother. The Son's love for his mother is the first yearning of man towards woman, his first humbling of himself before her. Necessarily, therefore, the idea of the Mother of God is associated with the idea of the Son of God. The same heart that needed the one needed the other also. Where the Son is, the Mother cannot be absent. The Son is the only begotten of the Father, but the Mother is the concomitant of the Son. The Son is a substitute for the Mother to the Father, but not so the Father to the Son. To the Son the Mother is indispensable. The heart of the Son is the heart of the Mother. Why did God become man only through woman? Could not the Almighty have appeared as a man amongst men in another manner, immediately? Why did the Son betake himself to the bosom of the Mother? 7. For what other reason than because the Son is the yearning after the Mother, because his womanly, tender heart found a corresponding expression only in a feminine body. It is true that the Son, as a natural man, dwells only temporarily in the shrine of this body, but the impressions which he here receives are inextinguishable. The Mother is never out of the mind and heart of the Son. If then the worship of the Son of God is no idolatry, the worship of the Mother of God is no idolatry. If herein we perceive the love of God to us, that He gave us His only begotten Son, i.e., that which was dearest to Him, for our salvation, we can perceive this love still better when we find in God the beating of a mother's heart. The highest and deepest love is the mother's love. The father consoles himself for the loss of his son. He has a stoical principle within him. The mother, on the contrary, is inconsolable. She is the sorrowing element, that which cannot be indemnified, the true in love. Where faith in the Mother of God sinks, there also sinks faith in the Son of God, and in God as the Father. The Father is a truth only where the Mother is a truth. Love is in and by itself essentially feminine in its nature. The belief in the love of God is the belief in the feminine principle as divine. 7 Love apart from living nature is an anomaly, a phantom. Behold in love the holy necessity and depth of nature. Protestantism has set aside the Mother of God, but this deposition of woman has been severely avenged. 8 The arms which it has used against the Mother of God have turned against itself, against the Son of God, against the whole Trinity. He who has once offered up the Mother of God to the understanding, is not far from sacrificing the mystery of the Son of God as an anthropomorphism. The anthropomorphism is certainly veiled when the feminine being is excluded, but only veiled, not removed. It is true that Protestantism had no need of the heavenly bride, because it received with open arms the earthly bride. But for that very reason it ought to have been consequent and courageous enough to give up not only the Mother, but the Son and the Father. Only he who has no earthly parents needs heavenly ones. The Triune God is the God of Catholicism. He has a profound, heartfelt, necessary, truly religious significance, only in antithesis to the negation of all substantial bonds, in antithesis to the life of the anchorite, the monk, and the nun. 9 The Triune God has a substantial meaning only where there is an abstraction from the substance of real life. The more empty life is, the fuller, the more concrete is God. The impoverishing of the real world and the enriching of God is one act. Only the poor man has a rich God. God springs out of the feeling of a want, what man is in need of, whether this be a definite and therefore conscious, or an unconscious need, that is God. Thus the disconsolate feeling of a void, of loneliness, needed a God in whom there is society, a union of beings fervently loving each other. Here we have the true explanation of the fact that the Trinity has in modern times lost first its practical, and ultimately its theoretical significance. 1 Dea essentiaris extra omnes creaturas, sicut ab eta no fuit Deus in esse ipso, ab omnibus ergo creaturis amor tuum abstrahus. John Gerhard, Medit. Sacre, M31. If thou wouldst have the Creator, thou must do without the creature. The less of the creature, the more of God. Therefore, abjure all creatures, with all their consolations. J. Toller, Postilla. Hamburg, 1621, p. 312. If a man cannot say in his heart with truth, God and I are alone in the world, there is nothing else, he has no peace in himself. G. Arnold, von Verschmachung der Welt. Warbild der ersten Christen, L4, C2, 7. Tu exigit ergo Deus timeri ut Dominus, honorari ut pater, ut sponsus amori. Quid in his prestat, quid eminet, amor. Bernardus, Sup. Kant. Serm. 83, 3. Just as the feminine spirit of Catholicism, in distinction from Protestantism, whose principle is the masculine God, the masculine spirit, is the mother of God. For dum patris et filii proprietates communionem delectabilum intia, nihil delectabilius in illis invenio, quam mutuum amoris affectum. Anselmus, in Rixner's Geste Fil 2. B. Ann. p. 18. 5. Natus ist de patra semper et matra simul, de patra sine secu, de matra sine usu. Apud patrem quip defuit concipientis uterus, apud matrem defuit seminantis amplecus. Augustinus, Serm ad Pop p. 372, c1, ed. Bend. Ant. 1701, 6. In Jewish mysticism, God, according to one school, is a masculine, the Holy Spirit a feminine principle, out of whose intermixture arose the Son, and with him the world. Gfrora, Jarab. Dhibth. pp. 332-334. The Herrnhuters also called the Holy Spirit the Mother of the Saviour. 7. For it could not have been difficult or impossible to God to bring his Son into the world without a mother, but it was his will to use the woman for that end. Luther, Th. 2 p. 348. 8. In the Concordienbuch, Erkler. Art. 8, and in the Apol. Of the Augsburg Confession, Mary is nevertheless still called the Blessed Virgin, who was truly the Mother of God, and yet remained a virgin, worthy of all honor. 9. Sit monarchus quasi Melchisedec sine patra, sine matra, sine genealogia, nec patrem sibi voset super terram. Imo sic existimit, quasi ipsit solus it Deus. Speckle. Monarch. Pseudo Bernard. Melchizedek, refer to ad exemplum, ut tanquam sine patra et sine matra sacerdos estabiat. Ambrosius. Chapter 7. The mystery of the Logos and divine image. The essential significance of the Trinity is, however, concentrated in the idea of the second person. The warm interest of Christians in the Trinity has been, in the main, only an interest in the Son of God. 1. The fierce contention concerning the homouios and homoiousios was not an empty one, although it turned upon a letter. The point in question was the co-equality and divine dignity of the second person, and therefore the honor of the Christian religion itself, for its essential, characteristic object is the second person, and that which is essentially the object of a religion is truly, essentially its God. The real God of any religion is the so-called mediator, because he alone is the immediate object of religion. He who, instead of applying to God, applies to a saint, does so only on the assumption that the saint has all power with God, that what he prays for, i.e., wishes and wills, God readily performs, that thus God is entirely in the hands of the saint. Supplication is the means, under the guise of humility and submission, of exercising one's power and superiority over another being. That to which my mind first turns is also, in truth, the first being to me. I turn to the saint, not because the saint is dependent on God, but because God is dependent on the saint, because God is determined and ruled by the prayers, i.e., by the wish or heart of the saint. The distinctions which the Catholic theologians made between literia, dulia, and hyperdulia, are absurd, groundless sophisms. The God in the background of the mediator is only an abstract, inert conception, the conception or idea of the Godhead in general, and it is not to reconcile us with this idea, but to remove it to a distance, to negative it, because it is no object for religion, that the mediator interposes. 2. God above the mediator is nothing else than the cold understanding above the heart, like fate above the Olympic gods. Man, as an emotional and sensuous being, is governed and made happy only by images, by sensible representations. Mind presenting itself as at once type-creating, emotional, and sensuous, is the imagination. The second person in God, who is in truth the first person in religion, is the nature of the imagination made objective. The definitions of the second person are principally images or symbols, and these images do not proceed from man's incapability of conceiving the object otherwise than symbolically, which is an altogether false interpretation, but the thing cannot be conceived otherwise than symbolically because the thing itself is a symbol or image. The Son is, therefore, expressly called the image of God. His essence is that he is an image, the representation of God, the visible glory of the invisible God. The Son is the satisfaction of the need for mental images, the nature of the imaginative activity in man made objective as an absolute, divine activity. Man makes to himself an image of God, i.e., he converts the abstract being of the reason, the being of the thinking power, into an object of sense or imagination. 3. But he places this image in God himself, because his want would not be satisfied if he did not regard this image as an objective reality, if it were nothing more for him than a subjective image, separate from God, a mere figment devised by man. And it is in fact no devised, no arbitrary image, for it expresses the necessity of the imagination, the necessity of affirming the imagination as a divine power. The sun is the reflected splendor of the imagination, the image dearest to the heart, but for the very reason that he is only an object of the imagination, he is only the nature of the imagination made objective. For it is clear from this how blinded by prejudice dogmatic speculation is, when, entirely overlooking the inward genesis of the Son of God as the image of God, it demonstrates the Son as a metaphysical ens, as an object of thought, whereas the Son is a declension, a falling off from the metaphysical idea of the Godhead, a falling off, however, which religion naturally places in God himself, in order to justify it, and not to feel it as a falling off. The Son is the chief and ultimate principle of image worship, for he is the image of God, and the image necessarily takes the place of the thing. The adoration of the saint in his image is the adoration of the image as the saint. Wherever the image is the essential expression, the organ of religion, there also it is the essence of religion. The Council of Nice adduced, amongst other grounds for the religious use of images, the authority of Gregory of Nyssa, who said that he could never look at an image which represented the sacrifice of Isaac without being moved to tears, because it so vividly brought before him that event in sacred history. But the effect of the represented object is not the effect of the object as such, but the effect of the representation. The holy object is simply the haze of holiness in which the image veils its mysterious power. The religious object is only a pretext, by means of which art or imagination can exercise its dominion over men unhindered. For the religious consciousness, it is true, the sacredness of the image is associated, and necessarily so, only with the sacredness of the object, but the religious consciousness is not the measure of truth. Indeed, the Church itself, while insisting on the distinction between the image and the object of the image, and denying that the worship is paid to the image, has at the same time made at least an indirect admission of the truth, by itself declaring the sacredness of the image. 5 But the ultimate, highest principle of image worship is the worship of the image of God in God. The Son, who is the brightness of his glory, the express image of his person, is the entrancing splendor of the imagination, which only manifests itself in visible images. Both to inward and outward contemplation, the representation of Christ, the image of God, was the image of images. The images of the saints are only optical multiplications of one and the same image. The speculative deduction of the image of God is therefore nothing more than an unconscious deduction and establishing of image worship, for the sanction of the principle is also the sanction of its necessary consequences. The sanction of the archetype is the sanction of its semblance. If God has an image of himself, why should not I have an image of God? If God loves his image as himself, why should not I also love the image of God as I love God himself? If the image of God is God himself, why should not the image of the saint be the saint himself? If it is no superstition to believe that the image which God makes of himself is no image, no mere conception, but a substance, a person, why should it be a superstition to believe that the image of the saint is the sensitive substance of the saint? The image of God weeps and bleeds, why then should not the image of a saint also weep and bleed? Does the distinction lie in the fact that the image of the saint is a product of the hands? Why, the hands did not make this image, but the mind which animated the hands, the imagination, and if God makes an image of himself, that also is only a product of the imagination. Or does the distinction proceed from this, that the image of God is produced by God himself, whereas the image of the saint is made by another? Why, the image of the saint is also a product of the saint himself, for he appears to the artist only represents him as he appears. Connected with the nature of the image is another definition of the second person, namely, that he is the Word of God. A word is an abstract image, the imaginary thing, or, insofar as everything is ultimately an object of the thinking power, it is the imagined thought. Hence men, when they know the word, the name for a thing, fancy that they know the thing also. Words are a result of the imagination. Sleepers who dream vividly and invalids who are delirious speak. The power of speech is a poetic talent. Brutes do not speak because they have no poetic faculty. Thought expresses itself only by images. The power by which thought expresses itself is the imagination. The imagination expressing itself is speech. He who speaks, lays under a spell, fascinates those to whom he speaks, but the power of words is the power of the imagination. Therefore to the ancients, as children of the imagination, the word was a being, a mysterious, magically powerful being. Even the Christians, and not only the vulgar among them, but also the learned, the fathers of the Church, attached to the mere name Christ, mysterious powers of healing. 6 And in the present day the common people still believe that it is possible to bewitch men by mere words. Whence comes this ascription of imaginary influences to words? Simply from this, that words themselves are only a result of the imagination, and hence have the effect of a narcotic on man, imprison him under the power of the imagination. Words possess a revolutionizing force, words govern mankind. Words are held sacred, while the things of reason and truth are decried. The affirming or making objective of the nature of the imagination is therefore directly connected with the affirming or making objective of the nature of speech, of the word. Man has not only an instinct, an internal necessity, which impels him to think, to perceive, to imagine, he has also the impulse to speak, to utter, impart his thoughts. A divine impulse this, a divine power, the power of words. The word is the imaged, revealed, radiating, lustrous, enlightening thought. The word is the light of the world. The word guides to all truth, unfolds all mysteries, reveals the unseen, makes present the past and the future, defines the infinite, perpetuates the transient. Men pass away, the word remains, the word is life and truth. All power is given to the word, The word makes the blind see and the lame walk, heals the sick, and brings the dead to life. The word works miracles, and the only rational miracles. The word is the gospel, the paraclete of mankind. To convince thyself of the divine nature of speech, imagine thyself alone and forsaken, yet acquainted with language, and imagine thyself further hearing for the first time the word of a human being. Would not this word seem to thee angelic? Would it not sound like the voice of God Himself, like heavenly music? Words are not really less rich, less pregnant than music, though music seems to say more, and appears deeper and richer than words, for this reason simply, that it is invested with that prepossession, that illusion. The word has power to redeem, to reconcile, to bless, to make free. The sins which we confess are forgiven us by virtue of the divine power of the word. The dying man who gives forth in speech his long-concealed sins departs reconciled. The forgiveness of sins lies in the confession of sins. The sorrows which we confide to our friend are already half healed. Whenever we speak of a subject, the passions which it has excited in us are allayed, we see more clearly. The object of anger, of vexation, of sorrow, appears to us in a light in which we perceive the unworthiness of those passions. If we are in darkness and doubt on any matter, we need only speak of it, often in the very moment in which we open our lips to consult a friend, the doubts and difficulties disappear. The word makes man free. He who cannot express himself is a slave. Hence, excessive passion, excessive joy, excessive grief, are speechless. To speak is an act of freedom, the word is freedom. Justly therefore is language held to be the root of culture. Where language is cultivated, man is cultivated. The barbarism of the Middle Ages disappeared before the revival of language. As we can conceive nothing else as a divine being than the rational which we think, the good which we love, the beautiful which we perceive, so we know no higher spiritually operative power and expression of power than the power of the Word. 7 God is the sum of all reality. All that man feels or knows as a reality he must place in God or regard as God. Religion must therefore be conscious of the power of the Word as a divine power. The Word of God is the divinity of the Word, as it becomes an object to man within the sphere of religion, the true nature of the human word. The Word of God is supposed to be distinguished from the human word in that it is no transient breath, but an imparted being. But does not the word of man also contain the being of man, his imparted self, at least when it is a true word? Thus religion takes the appearance of the human word for its essence, hence it necessarily conceives the true nature of the word to be a special being, distinct from the human word. One negas ergo diem, si non omnia filio, quadia sunt, deferenter. Ambrosius de Fide ad Gratianum, L3. C7. On the same ground the Latin Church adhered so tenaciously to the dogma that the Holy Spirit proceeded not from the Father alone, as the Greek Church maintained, but from the Son also. See on this subject J. G. Walchii, Hist. Conter. Gr. it lat. De proc. Sp. S. Jenny, 1751. 2. This is expressed very significantly in the Incarnation. God renounces, denies His majesty, power, and affinity, in order to become a man, i.e., man denies the God who is not himself a man, and only affirms the God who affirms man. Ex inanivit, says Saint Bernard, majestatit potentia, non bonitatit misericordia. That which cannot be renounced, cannot be denied, is thus the divine goodness and mercy, i.e., the self-affirmation of the human heart. 3. It is obvious that the image of God has also another signification, namely, that the personal, visible man is God himself. But here the image is considered simply as an image. For let the reader only consider, for example, the transfiguration, the resurrection, and the ascension of Christ. 5. Sacrum imaginem Domini nostri Jesu Christi et omnium salvatrice quo honor cum libro sanctorum evangeliorum adorari discernimus. Dignum estinem uti, propter honor qui ad principia referta, etiam derivative imagens honoranta et adoranta. Gina. Const. Conc. 8. Art. 10. Can. 3. Sextanta cert vis nomini Jesu inist contra demons, ut non unquam etiam amalis nominatum sit efficax. Origens adv. Celsum, Li, see also L3. 7. God reveals himself to us, as the speaker, who has, in himself, an eternal uncreated word, whereby he created the world and all things, with slight labor, namely, with speech, so that to God it is not more difficult to create than it is to us to name. Luther, Typ 302. Chapter 8. The mystery of the cosmogonical principle in God. The second person, as God revealing, manifesting, declaring himself, Deus esse dicit, is the world-creating principle in God. But this means nothing else than that the second person is intermediate between the noumenal nature of God and the phenomenal nature of the world, that he is the divine principle of the finite, of that which is distinguished from God. The second person as begotten, as not esse, not existing of himself, has the fundamental condition of the finite in himself. 1. But at the same time, he is not yet a real finite being, posited out of God. On the contrary, he is still identical with God, as identical as the Son is with the Father, the Son being indeed another person, but still of like nature with the Father. The second person, therefore, does not represent to us the pure idea of the Godhead, but neither does he represent the pure idea of humanity, or of reality in general. He is an intermediate being between the two opposites. The opposition of the noumenal or invisible divine nature and the phenomenal or visible nature of the world, is, however, nothing else than the opposition between the nature of abstraction and the nature of perception, but that which connects abstraction with perception is the imagination. Consequently, the transition from God to the world by means of the second person is only the form in which religion makes objective the transition from abstraction to perception by means of the imagination. It is the imagination alone by which man neutralizes the opposition between God and the world. All religious cosmogonies are products of the imagination. Every being, intermediate between God and the world, let it be defined how it may, is a being of the imagination. The psychological truth and necessity which lies at the foundation of all these theogonies and cosmogonies is the truth and necessity of the imagination as a middle term between the abstract and concrete. And the task of philosophy in investigating this subject is to comprehend the relation of the imagination to the reason, the genesis of the image by means of which an object of thought becomes an object of sense, of feeling. But the nature of the imagination is the complete, exhaustive truth of the cosmogonic principle, only where the antithesis of God and the world expresses nothing but the indefinite antithesis of the noumenal, invisible, incomprehensible being, God, and the visible, tangible existence of the world. If, on the other hand, the cosmogonic being is conceived and expressed abstractly, as is the case in religious speculation, we have also to recognize a more abstract psychological truth as its foundation. The world is not God, it is other than God, the opposite of God, or at least that which is different from God. But that which is different from God cannot have come immediately from God, but only from a distinction of God in God. The second person is God distinguishing himself from himself in himself, setting himself opposite to himself, hence being an object to himself. The self-distinguishing of God from himself is the ground of that which is different from himself, and thus self-consciousness is the origin of the world. God first thinks the world in thinking himself. To think oneself is to beget oneself, to think the world is to create the world. Begetting precedes creating. The idea of the production of the world, of another being who is not God, is attained through the idea of the production of another being who is like God. This cosmogonical process is nothing else than the mystic paraphrase of a psychological process, nothing else than the unity of consciousness and self-consciousness made objective. God thinks himself, thus he is self-conscious. God is self-consciousness posited as an object, as a being, but inasmuch as he knows himself, thinks himself, he also thinks another than himself, for to know oneself is to distinguish oneself from another, whether this be a possible, merely conceptional, or a real being. Thus the world, at least the possibility, the idea of the world, is posited with consciousness, or rather conveyed in it. The Son, i.e., God thought by himself, objective to himself, the original reflection of God, the other God, is the principle of creation. The truth which lies at the foundation of this is the nature of man, the identity of his self-consciousness with his consciousness of another who is identical with himself, and of another who is not identical with himself. And the second, the other who is of like nature, is necessarily the middle term between the first and third. The idea of another in general, of one who is essentially different from me, arises to me first through the idea of one who is essentially like me. Consciousness of the world is the consciousness of my limitation. If I knew nothing of a world, I should know nothing of limits, but the consciousness of my limitation stands in contradiction with the impulse of my egoism towards unlimitedness. Thus, from egoism conceived as absolute, God is the absolute self. I cannot pass immediately to its opposite. I must introduce, prelude, moderate this contradiction by the consciousness of a being who is indeed another, and in so far gives me the perception of my limitation, but in such a way as at the same time to affirm my own nature, make my nature objective to me. The consciousness of the world is a humiliating consciousness. The creation was an act of humility, but the first stone against which the pride of egoism stumbles is the thou, the alter ego. The ego first steals its glance in the eye of a thou before it endures the contemplation of a being which does not reflect its own image. My fellow man is the bond between me and the world. I am, and I feel myself, dependent on the world, because I first feel myself dependent on other men. If I did not need man, I should not need the world. I reconcile myself with the world only through my fellow man. Without other men, the world would be for me not only dead and empty, but meaningless. Only through his fellow does man become clear to himself and self-conscious, but only when I am clear to myself does the world become clear to me. A man existing absolutely alone would lose himself without any sense of his individuality in the ocean of nature. He would neither comprehend himself as man nor nature as nature. The first object of man is man. The sense of nature, which opens to us the consciousness of the world as a world, is a later product, for it first arises through the distinction of man from himself. The natural philosophers of Greece were preceded by the so-called seven sages, whose wisdom had immediate reference to human life only. The ego, then, attains to consciousness of the world through consciousness of the thou. Thus man is the God of man. That he has to thank nature; that he is man, he has to thank man. Spiritually as well as physically he can achieve nothing without his fellow man. 4 hands can do more than 2, but also 4 eyes can see more than 2. And this combined power is distinguished not only in quantity but also in quality from that which is solitary. In isolation human power is limited, in combination it is infinite. The knowledge of a single man is limited, but reason, science, is unlimited, for it is a common act of mankind, and it is so, not only because innumerable men cooperate in the construction of science, but also in the more profound sense, that the scientific genius of a particular age comprehends in itself the thinking powers of the preceding age, though it modifies them in accordance with its own special character. Wit, acumen, imagination, feeling as distinguished from sensation, reason as a subjective faculty, all these so-called powers of the soul are powers of humanity, not of man as an individual. They are products of culture, products of human society. Only where man has contact and friction with his fellow man are wit and sagacity kindled, hence there is more wit in the town than in the country, more in great towns than in small ones. Only where man suns and warms himself in the proximity of man arise feeling and imagination. Love, which requires mutuality, is the spring of poetry, and only where man communicates with man, only in speech, a social act, awakes reason. To ask a question and to answer are the first acts of thought. Thought originally demands two. It is not until man has reached an advanced stage of culture that he can double himself, so as to play the part of another within himself. To think and to speak are therefore, with all ancient and sensuous nations, identical. They think only in speaking, their thought is only conversation. The common people, i.e., people in whom the power of abstraction has not been developed, are still incapable of understanding what is written if they do not read it audibly, if they do not pronounce what they read. In this point of view Hobbes correctly enough derives the understanding of man from his ears. Reduced to abstract logical categories, the creative principle in God expresses nothing further than the tautological proposition: the different can only proceed from a principle of difference, not from a simple being. However, the Christian philosophers and theologians insisted on the creation of the world out of nothing. They were unable altogether to evade the old axiom, nothing comes from nothing, because it expresses a law of thought. It is true that they supposed no real matter as the principle of the diversity of material things, but they made the divine understanding, and the Son is the wisdom, the science, the understanding of the Father, as that which comprehends within itself all things as spiritual matter, the principle of real matter. The distinction between the heathen eternity of matter and the Christian creation in this respect is only that the heathens ascribed to the world a real, objective eternity, whereas the Christians gave it an invisible, immaterial eternity. Things were before they existed positively, not, indeed, as an object of sense, but of the subjective understanding. The Christians, whose principle is that of absolute subjectivity, conceive all things as effected only through this principle. The matter posited by their subjective thought, conceptional, subjective matter, is therefore to them the first matter, far more excellent than real, objective matter. Nevertheless, this distinction is only a distinction in the mode of existence. The world is eternal in God. Or did it spring up in him as a sudden idea, a caprice? Certainly man can conceive this too, but, in doing so, he deifies nothing but his own irrationality. If, on the contrary, I abide by reason, I can only derive the world from its essence, its idea, i.e., one mode of its existence from another mode. In other words, I can derive the world only from itself. The world has its basis in itself, as has everything in the world which has a claim to the name of species. The differentia specifica, the peculiar character, that by which a given being is what it is always in the ordinary sense inexplicable, undeducible, is through itself, has its cause in itself. The distinction between the world and God as the creator of the world is therefore only a formal one. The nature of God, for the divine understanding, that which comprehends within itself all things, is the divine nature itself. Hence God, inasmuch as he thinks and knows himself, thinks and knows at the same time the world and all things. The nature of God is nothing else than the abstract, thought nature of the world, the nature of the world nothing else than the real, concrete, perceptible nature of God. Hence creation is nothing more than a formal act, for that which, before the creation, was an object of thought, of the understanding, is by creation simply made an object of sense, its ideal contents continuing the same, although it remains absolutely inexplicable how a real material thing can spring out of a pure thought. 2 So it is with plurality and difference, if we reduce the world to these abstract categories, in opposition to the unity and identity of the divine nature. Real difference can be derived only from a being which has a principle of difference in itself. But I posit difference in the original being, because I have originally found difference as a positive reality. Wherever difference is in itself nothing, there also no difference is conceived in the principle of things. I posit difference as an essential category, as a truth, where I derive it from the original being, and vice versa. The two propositions are identical. The rational expression is this: difference lies as necessarily in the reason as identity. But as difference is a positive condition of the reason, I cannot deduce it without presupposing it, I cannot explain it except by itself, because it is an original, self-luminous, self-attesting reality. Through what means arises the world, that which is distinguished from God? Through the distinguishing of God from himself in himself. God thinks himself, he is an object to himself, he distinguishes himself from himself. Hence this distinction, the world, arises only from a distinction of another kind, the external distinction from an internal one, the static distinction from a dynamic one, from an active distinction. Thus I establish difference only through itself, i.e., it is an original concept, a ne plus ultra of my thought, a law, a necessity, a truth. The last distinction that I can think is the distinction of a being from and in itself. The distinction of one being from another is self-evident, is already implied in their existence, is a palpable truth, they are two. But I first establish difference for thought when I discern it in one and the same being, when I unite it with the law of identity. Herein lies the ultimate truth of difference. The cosmogonic principle in God, reduced to its last elements, is nothing else than the act of thought in its simplest forms made objective. If I remove difference from God, he gives me no material for thought, he ceases to be an object of thought, for difference is an essential principle of thought. And if I consequently place difference in God, what else do I establish, what else do I make an object, than the truth and necessity of this principle of thought? 1 Hylaris. Psyches inacibilem et sine initio decat filium, quasi duo sine principio et duo inacibilia, et duo innata dicens, duos faciat dios, anathema sit. Caput autem quod ist principium Christi, Deus. Filium inacibilem confiteri impusimum estimated. Petrus Lom. Cent. Elidist. 31, c4. 2 It is therefore mere self-delusion to suppose that the hypothesis of a creation explains the existence of the world. Chapter 9. the mystery of mysticism, or of nature in God. Interesting material for the criticism of cosmogonic and theogonic fancies is furnished in the doctrine, revived by Schelling and drawn from Jacob Bohm, of eternal nature in God. God is pure spirit, clear self-consciousness, moral personality. Nature, on the contrary, is, at least partially, confused, dark, desolate, immoral, or to say no more, unmoral. But it is self-contradictory that the impure should proceed from the pure, darkness from light. How then can we remove these obvious difficulties in the way of assigning a divine origin to nature? Only by positing this impurity, this darkness in God, by distinguishing in God Himself a principle of light and a principle of darkness. In other words, we can only explain the origin of darkness by renouncing the idea of origin, and presupposing darkness as existing from the beginning. 1 But that which is dark in nature is the irrational, the material, nature strictly, as distinguished from intelligence. Hence the simple meaning of this doctrine is, that nature, matter, cannot be explained as a result of intelligence. On the contrary, it is the basis of intelligence, the basis of personality, without itself having any basis. Spirit without nature is an unreal abstraction. Consciousness develops itself only out of nature. But this materialistic doctrine is veiled in a mystical yet attractive obscurity, inasmuch as it is not expressed in the clear, simple language of reason, but emphatically enunciated in that consecrated word of the emotions, God. If the light in God springs out of the darkness in God, this is only because it is involved in the idea of light in general, that it illuminates darkness, thus presupposing darkness, not making it. If then God is once subjected to a general law, as He must necessarily be unless He be made the arena of conflict for the most senseless notions, if self-consciousness in God as well as in itself, as in general, is evolved from a principle in nature, why is not this natural principle abstracted from God? That which is a law of consciousness in itself is a law for the consciousness of every personal being, whether man, angel, demon, God, or whatever else thou mayest conceive to thyself as a being. To what then, seen in their true light, do the two principles in God reduce themselves? The one to nature, at least to nature as it exists in the conception, abstracted from its reality, the other to mind, consciousness, personality. The one half, the reverse side, thou dost not name God, but only the obverse side, on which He presents to thee mind, consciousness, thus His specific essence, that whereby He is God, is mind, intelligence, consciousness. Why then dost thou make that which is properly the subject in God as God, i.e., as mind, into a mere predicate, as if God existed as God apart from mind, from consciousness? Why, but because thou art enslaved by mystical religious speculation, because the primary principle in thee is the imagination, thought being only secondary and serving but to throw into formulae the products of the imagination, because thou feelest at ease and at home only in the deceptive twilight of mysticism. Mysticism is deuteroscopy, a fabrication of phrases having a double meaning. The mystic speculates concerning the essence of nature or of man, but under, and by means of, the supposition that he is speculating concerning another, a personal being, distinct from both. The mystic has the same objects as the plain, self-conscious thinker, but the real object is regarded by the mystic, not as itself, but as an imaginary being, and hence the imaginary object is to him the real object. Thus here, in the mystical doctrine of the two principles in God, the real object is pathology, the imaginary one, theology, i.e., pathology is converted into theology. There would be nothing to urge against this, if consciously real pathology were recognized and expressed as theology. Indeed, it is precisely our task to show that theology is nothing else than an unconscious, esoteric pathology, anthropology, and psychology, and that therefore real anthropology, real pathology, and real psychology have far more claim to the name of theology than has theology itself, because this is nothing more than an imaginary psychology and anthropology. But this doctrine or theory is supposed, and for this reason it is mystical and fantastic, to be not pathology, but theology, in the old or ordinary sense of the word. It is supposed that we have here unfolded to us the life of a being distinct from us, while nevertheless it is only our own nature which is unfolded, though at the same time again shut up from us by the fact that this nature is represented as inhering in another being. The mystic philosopher supposes that in God, not in us human individuals, that would be far too trivial a truth. Reason first appears after the passion of nature, that not man, but God, has wrestled himself out of the obscurity of confused feelings and impulses into the clearness of knowledge, that not in our subjective, limited mode of conception, but in God himself, the nervous tremors of darkness precede the joyful consciousness of light. In short, he supposes that his theory presents not a history of human throes, but a history of the development, i.e., the throes of God, for developments, or transitions, are birth struggles. But, alas! This supposition itself belongs only to the pathological element. If, therefore, the cosmogonic process presents to us the light of the power of distinction as belonging to the divine essence, so, on the other hand, the night or nature in God represents to us the pensies confuses of Leibniz as divine powers. But the pensies confuses, confused, obscure conceptions and thoughts, or more correctly images, represent the flesh, matter, a pure intelligence, separate from matter, has only clear, free thoughts, no obscure, i.e., fleshly ideas, no material images, exciting the imagination and setting the blood in commotion. The night in God, therefore, implies nothing else than this: God is not only a spiritual, but also a material, corporeal, fleshly being, but as man is man, and receives his designation, in virtue not of his fleshly nature, but of his mind, so is it with God. But the mystic philosopher expresses this only in obscure, mystical, indefinite, dissembling images. Instead of the rude, but hence all the more precise and striking expression, flesh, it substitutes the equivocal, abstract words nature and ground. As nothing is before or out of God, he must have the ground of his existence in himself. This all philosophers say, but they speak of this ground as a mere idea, without making it something real. This ground of his existence which God has in himself, is not God considered absolutely, i.e., in so far as he exists, it is only the ground of his existence. It is nature, in God, an existence inseparable from him, it is true, but still distinct. Analogically, this relation may be illustrated by gravitation and light in nature. But this ground is the non-intelligent in God. That which is the commencement of an intelligence, in itself, cannot also be intelligent. In the strict sense, intelligence is born of this unintelligent principle. Without this antecedent darkness there is no reality of the Creator. With abstract ideas of God as actus purissimus, such as were laid down by the older philosophy, or such as the modern, out of anxiety to remove God far from nature, is always reproducing, we can effect nothing. God is something more real than a mere moral order of the world, and has quite another and a more living motive power in himself than is ascribed to him by the jejune subtlety of abstract idealists. Idealism, if it has not a living realism as its basis, is as empty and abstract a system as that of Leibniz or Spinoza, or as any other dogmatic system. So long as the God of modern theism remains the simple, supposed purely essential, but in fact non-essential being that all modern systems make him, so long as a real duality is not recognized in God, and a limiting, negativing force, opposed to the expansive affirming force, so long will the denial of a personal God be scientific honesty. All consciousness is concentration, is a gathering together, a collecting of oneself. This negativing force, by which a being turns back upon itself, is the true force of personality, the force of egoism. How should there be a fear of God if there were no strength in him? But that there should be something in God which is mere force and strength cannot be held astonishing if only it be not maintained that he is this alone and nothing besides. 2. But what then is force and strength which is merely such, if not corporeal force and strength? Dost thou know any power which stands at thy command, in distinction from the power of kindness and reason, besides muscular power? If thou canst effect nothing through kindness and the arguments of reason, force is what thou must take refuge in. But canst thou effect anything without strong arms and fists? Is there known to thee, in distinction from the power of the moral order of the world, another and more living motive power than the lever of the criminal court? Is not nature without body also an empty, abstract idea, a jejune subtlety? Is not the mystery of nature the mystery of corporeality? Is not the system of a living realism the system of the organized body? Is there, in general, any other force, the opposite of intelligence, than the force of flesh and blood, any other strength of nature than the strength of the fleshly impulses? And the strongest of the impulses of nature, is it not the sexual feeling? Who does not remember the old proverb, amerit saperia vix deo compiti? So that if we would posit in God a nature, an existence opposed to the light of intelligence, can we think of a more living, a more real antithesis than that of amer and saporia, of spirit and flesh, of freedom and the sexual impulse. Personality, individuality, consciousness, without nature, is nothing, or, which is the same thing, an empty, unsubstantial abstraction. But nature, as has been shown and is obvious, is nothing without corporeality. The body alone is that negativing, limiting, concentrating, circumscribing force, without which no personality is conceivable. Take away from thy personality its body, and thou takest away that which holds it together. The body is the basis, the subject of personality. Only by the body is a real personality distinguished from the imaginary one of a spectre. What sort of abstract, vague, empty personalities should we be, if we had not the property of impenetrability, if in the same place, in the same form in which we are, others might stand at the same time? Only by the exclusion of others from the space it occupies does personality prove itself to be real. But a body does not exist without flesh and blood. Flesh and blood is life, and life alone is corporeal reality. But flesh and blood is nothing without the oxygen of sexual distinction. The distinction of sex is not superficial, or limited to certain parts of the body, it is an essential one, it penetrates bones and marrow. The substance of man is manhood, that of woman, womanhood. However spiritual and supersensual the man may be, he remains always a man, and it is the same with the woman. Hence personality is nothing without distinction of sex. Personality is essentially distinguished into masculine and feminine. Where there is no thou, there is no I, but the distinction between I and thou, the fundamental condition of all personality, of all consciousness, is only real, living, ardent, when felt as the distinction between man and woman. The thou between man and woman has quite another sound than the monotonous thou between friends. Nature in distinction from personality can signify nothing else than difference of sex. A personal being apart from nature is nothing else than a being without sex, and conversely. Nature is said to be predicated of God, in the sense in which it is said of a man that he is of a strong, healthy nature. But what is more feeble, what more insupportable, what more contrary to nature, than a person without sex, or a person who in character, manners, or feelings denies sex? What is virtue? The excellence of man as man. Manhood. Of man as woman. Womanhood. But man exists only as man and woman. The strength, the healthiness of man consists therefore in this, that as a woman, he be truly woman, as man, truly man. Thou repudiatest the horror of all that is real, which supposes the spiritual to be polluted by contact with the real. Repudiate then, before all, thy own horror for the distinction of sex. If God is not polluted by nature, neither is he polluted by being associated with the idea of sex. In renouncing sex, thou renouncest thy whole principle. A moral God apart from nature is without basis, but the basis of morality is the distinction of sex. Even the brute is capable of self-sacrificing love in virtue of the sexual distinction. All the glory of nature, all its power, all its wisdom and profundity, concentrates and individualizes itself in distinction of sex. Why then dost thou shrink from naming the nature of God by its true name? Evidently, only because thou hast a general horror of things in their truth and reality, because thou lookest at all things through the deceptive vapors of mysticism. For this very reason then, because nature in God is only a delusive, unsubstantial appearance, a fantastic ghost of nature, for it is based, as we have said, not on flesh and blood, not on a real ground. This attempt to establish a personal God is once more a failure, and I, too, conclude with the words, "The denial of a personal God will be scientific honesty, and, I add, scientific truth, so long as it is not declared and shown in unequivocal terms, first a priori, on speculative grounds. That form, place, corporeality, and sex do not contradict the idea of the Godhead, and secondly, a posteriori, for the reality of a personal being is sustained only on empirical grounds, what sort of form God has, where he exists, in heaven, and lastly, of what sex he is. Let the profound, speculative religious philosophers of Germany courageously shake off the embarrassing remnant of rationalism which yet clings to them, in flagrant contradiction with their true character, and let them complete their system, by converting the mystical potence of nature in God into a really powerful, generating God. The doctrine of nature in God is borrowed from Jacob Bohm. But in the original it has a far deeper and more interesting significance than in its second modernized and emasculated edition. Jacob Bohm has a profoundly religious mind. Religion is the center of his life and thought. But at the same time, the significance which has been given to nature in modern times, by the study of natural science, by Spinozism, materialism, empiricism, has taken possession of his religious sentiment. He has opened his senses to nature, thrown a glance into her mysterious being, but it alarms him, and he cannot harmonize this terror at nature with his religious conceptions. When I looked into the great depths of this world, and at the sun and stars, also at the clouds, also at the rain and snow, and considered in my mind the whole creation of this world, then I found in all things evil and good, love and anger, in unreasoning things, such as wood, stone, earth, and the elements, as well as in men and beasts. But because I found that in all things there was good and evil, in the elements as well as in the creatures, and that it goes as well in the world with the godless as with the pious, also that the barbarous nations possess the best lands, and have more prosperity than the godly, I was therefore altogether melancholy and extremely troubled, and the scriptures could not console me, though almost all well known to me, and therewith assuredly the devil was not idle, for he often thrust upon me heathenish thoughts, of which I will here be silent. 3. But while his mind seized with fearful earnestness the dark side of nature, which did not harmonize with the religious idea of a heavenly creator, he was on the other hand rapturously affected by her resplendent aspects. Jacob Bohm has a sense for nature. He preconceives, nay, he feels the joys of the mineralogist, of the botanist, of the chemist, the joys of godless natural science. He is enraptured by the splendor of jewels, the tones of metals, the hues and odors of plants, the beauty and gentleness of many animals. In another place, speaking of the revelation of God in the phenomena of light, the process by which there arises in the Godhead the wondrous and beautiful structure of the heavens in various colors and kinds, and every spirit shows itself in its form specially, he says, I can compare it with nothing but with the noblest precious stones, such as the ruby, emerald, epidote, onyx, sapphire, diamond, jasper, hyacinth, amethyst, beryl, sardine, carbuncle, and the like. Elsewhere, but regarding the precious stones, such as the carbuncle, ruby, emerald, epidote, onyx, and the like, which are the very best, these have the very same origin, the flash of light in love. For that flash is born in tenderness, and is the heart in the center of the fountain spirit, wherefore those stones also are mild, powerful, and lovely. It is evident that Jacob Boehme had no bad taste in mineralogy, that he had delight in flowers also, and consequently a faculty for botany, is proved by the following passages among others. The heavenly powers gave birth to heavenly joy-giving fruits and colors, to all sorts of trees and shrubs, whereupon grows the beauteous and lovely fruit of life. Also there spring up in these powers all sorts of flowers with beauteous heavenly colors and scents. Their taste is various, in each according to its quality and kind, altogether holy, divine, and joy-giving. If thou desirest to contemplate the heavenly, divine pomp and glory, as they are, and to know what sort of products, pleasure, or joys there are above, look diligently at this world, at the varieties of fruits and plants that grow upon the earth, trees, shrubs, vegetables, roots, flowers, oils, wines, corn, and everything that is there, and that thy heart can search out. All this is an image of the heavenly pomp. For despotic fiat could not suffice as an explanation of the origin of nature to Jacob Boehme. Nature appealed too strongly to his senses, and lay too near his heart, hence he sought for a natural explanation of nature, but he necessarily found no other ground of explanation than those qualities of nature which made the strongest impression on him. Jacob Boehme, this is his essential character, is a mystical natural philosopher, a theosophic Vulcanist and Neptunist 5, for according to him all things had their origin in fire and water. Nature had fascinated Jacob's religious sentiments, not in vain did he receive his mystical light from the shining of tin utensils, but the religious sentiment works only within itself, it has not the force, not the courage, to press forward to the examination of things in their reality. It looks at all things through the medium of religion, it sees all in God, i.e., in the entrancing, soul-possessing splendor of the imagination, it sees all in images and as an image. But nature affected his mind in an opposite manner, hence he must place this opposition in God himself, for the supposition of two independently existing, opposite, original principles would have afflicted his religious sentiment. He must distinguish in God himself a gentle, beneficent element, and a fierce consuming one. Everything fiery, bitter, harsh, contracting, dark, cold, comes from a divine harshness and bitterness. Everything mild, lustrous, warming, tender, soft, yielding, from a mild, soft, luminous quality in God. Thus are the creatures on the earth, in the water, and in the air, each creature out of its own science, out of good and evil. As one sees before one's eyes that there are good and evil creatures, as venomous beasts and serpents from the center of the nature of darkness, from the power of the fierce quality, which only want to dwell in darkness, abiding in caves and hiding themselves from the sun. By each animal's food and dwelling we see whence they have sprang, for every creature needs to dwell with its mother, and yearns after her, as is plain to the sight. Gold, silver, precious stones, and all bright metal, has its origin in the light, which appeared before the times of anger, and see everything which in the substance of this world is yielding, soft, and thin, is flowing, and gives itself forth, and the ground and origin of it is in the eternal unity, for unity ever flows forth from itself, for in the nature of things not dense, as water and air, we can understand no susceptibility or pain, they being one in themselves. 6 In short, heaven is as rich as the earth. Everything that is on this earth is in heaven. 7 All that is in nature is in God. But in the latter it is divine, heavenly, in the former, earthly, visible, external, material, but yet the same. When I write of trees, shrubs and fruits, thou must not understand me of earthly things, such as are in this world, for it is not my meaning that in heaven there grows a dead, hard, wooden tree, or a stone of earthly qualities. No, my meaning is heavenly and spiritual, but yet truthful and literal. Thus, I mean no other things than what I write in the letters of the alphabet, i.e., in heaven there are the same trees and flowers, but the trees in heaven are the trees which bloom and exhale in my imagination, without making coarse material impressions upon me. The trees on earth are the trees which I perceive through my senses. The distinction is the distinction between imagination and perception. It is not my undertaking, says Jacob Bohm himself, to describe the course of all stars, their place and name, or how they have yearly their conjunction or opposition, or quadrate, or the like, what they do yearly and hourly, which through long years has been discovered by wise, skillful, ingenious men, by diligent contemplation and observation, and deep thought and calculation. I have not learned and studied these things, and leave scholars to treat of them, but my undertaking is to write according to the spirit and thought, not according to sight. 8. The doctrine of nature in God aims, by naturalism, to establish theism, especially the theism which regards the Supreme Being as a personal being. But personal theism conceives God as a personal being, separate from all material things. It excludes from him all development, because that is nothing else than the self-separation of a being from circumstances and conditions which do not correspond to its true idea. And this does not take place in God, because in him beginning, end, middle, are not to be distinguished, because he is at once what he is from the beginning what he is to be, what he can be. He is the pure unity of existence and essence, reality and idea, act and will. Deus suum est estimated herein the ism accords with the essence of religion. All religions, however positive they may be, rest on abstraction. They are distinguished only in that from which the abstraction is made. Even the Homeric gods, with all their living strength and likeness to man, are abstract forms. They have bodies, like men, but bodies from which the limitations and difficulties of the human body are eliminated. The idea of a divine being is essentially an abstracted, distilled idea. It is obvious that this abstraction is no arbitrary one, but is determined by the essential standpoint of man. As he is, as he thinks, so does he make his abstraction. The abstraction expresses a judgment, an affirmative and a negative one at the same time, praise and blame. What man praises and approves, that is God to him. 9. What he blames, condemns, is the non-divine. Religion is a judgment. The most essential condition in religion, in the idea of the divine being, is accordingly the discrimination of the praiseworthy from the blameworthy, of the perfect from the imperfect, in a word, of the positive from the negative. The cultus itself consists in nothing else than in the continual renewal of the origin of religion, a solemnizing of the critical discrimination between the divine and the non-divine. The divine being is the human being glorified by the death of abstraction, it is the departed spirit of man. In religion man frees himself from the limits of life, he here lets fall what oppresses him, obstructs him, affects him repulsively. God is the self-consciousness of man freed from all discordant elements. Man feels himself free, happy, blessed in his religion, because he only here lives the life of genius, and keeps holiday. The basis of the divine idea lies for him outside of that idea itself. Its truth lies in the prior judgment, in the fact that all which he excludes from God is previously judged by him to be non-divine, and what is non-divine to be worthless, nothing. If he were to include the attaining of this idea in the idea itself, it would lose its most essential significance, its true value, its beatifying charm. The divine being is the pure subjectivity of man, freed from all else, from everything objective, having relation only to itself, enjoying only itself, reverencing only itself, his most subjective, his inmost self. The process of discrimination, the separating of the intelligent from the non-intelligent, of personality from nature, of the perfect from the imperfect, necessarily therefore takes place in the subject, not in the object, and the idea of God lies not at the beginning but at the end of sensible existence, of the world, of nature. Where nature ceases, God begins, because God is the ne plus ultra, the last limit of abstraction. That from which I can no longer abstract is God, the last thought which I am capable of grasping, the last, i.e., the highest. Id quo nihil majus cogitari potest, Deus estimated. That this omega of sensible existence becomes an alpha also, is easily comprehensible, but the essential point is, that he is the omega. The alpha is primarily a consequence, because God is the last or highest, he is also the first. And this predicate, the first being, has by no means immediately a cosmogonic significance, but only implies the highest rank. The creation in the Mosaic religion has for its end to secure to Jehovah the predicate of the highest and first, the true and exclusive God in opposition to idols. The effort to establish the personality of God through nature has therefore at its foundation an illegitimate, profane mingling of philosophy and religion, a complete absence of criticism and knowledge concerning the genesis of the personal God. Where personality is held the essential attribute of God, where it is said, an impersonal God is no God, their personality is held to be in and by itself the highest and most real thing. There it is presupposed that everything which is not a person is dead, is nothing, that only personal existence is real, absolute existence, is life and truth, but nature is impersonal, and is therefore a trivial thing. The truth of personality rests only on the untruth of nature. To predicate personality of God is nothing else than to declare personality as the absolute essence, but personality is only conceived in distinction, in abstraction from nature. Certainly a merely personal God is an abstract God, but so he ought to be. That is involved in the idea of him, for he is nothing else than the personal nature of man positing itself out of all connection with the world, making itself free from all dependence on nature. In the personality of God man consecrates the supernaturalness, immortality, independence, unlimitedness of his own personality. In general, the need of a personal God has its foundation in this, that only in the attribute of personality does the personal man meet with himself, find himself. Substance, pure spirit, mere reason, does not satisfy him, is too abstract for him, i.e., does not express himself, does not lead him back to himself. And man is content, happy, only when he is with himself, with his own nature. Hence, the more personal a man is, the stronger is his need of a personal God. The free, abstract thinker knows nothing higher than freedom. He does not need to attach it to a personal being. For him freedom in itself, as such, is a real positive thing. A mathematical, astronomical mind, a man of pure understanding, an objective man, who is not shut up in himself, who feels free and happy only in the contemplation of objective rational relations, in the reason which lies in things in themselves. Such a man will regard the substance of Spinoza, or some similar idea, as his highest being, and be full of antipathy towards a personal, i.e., subjective God. Jacobi therefore was a classic philosopher, because, in this respect, at least, he was consistent, he was at unity with himself, as was his God. So was his philosophy, personal, subjective. The personal God cannot be established otherwise than as he is established by Jacobi and his disciples. Personality is proved only in a personal manner. Personality may be, nay, must be, founded on a natural basis. But this natural basis is attained only when I cease to grope in the darkness of mysticism, when I step forth into the clear daylight of real nature, and exchange the idea of the personal God for the idea of personality in general. But into the idea of the personal God, the positive idea of whom is liberated, disembodied personality, released from the limiting force of nature. To smuggle again this very nature, is as perverse as if I were to mix Brunswick malm with the nectar of the gods, in order to give the ethereal beverage a solid foundation. Certainly the ingredients of animal blood are not to be derived from the celestial juice which nourishes the gods. But the flower of sublimation arises only through the evaporation of matter. Why, then, wilt thou mix with the sublimate that very matter from which thou hast disengaged it? Certainly, the impersonal existence of nature is not to be explained by the idea of personality, but where personality is a truth, or, rather, the absolute truth, nature has no positive significance, and consequently no positive basis. The literal creation out of nothing is here the only sufficient ground of explanation, for it simply says this: nature is nothing, and this precisely expresses the significance which nature has for absolute personality. It is beside our purpose to criticize this crass mystical theory. We merely remark here that darkness can be explained only when it is derived from light, that the derivation of the darkness in nature from light appears an impossibility only when it is not perceived that even in darkness there is a residue of light, that the darkness in nature is not an absolute, but a modified darkness, tempered by light. 2 Schelling, über das Wesen der menschlichen Freiheit, 429, 432, 427. Denkmal Jacobis, S82, 97-99. 3 Kernhöfte Aussage. J. Bohm, Amsterdam, 1718, p. 58. 4 LCPP. 480, 338, 340, 323. 5 The Philosophus Teutonicus walked physically as well as mentally on volcanic ground. The town of Görlitz is paved throughout with pure basalt. Charpentier, mineral. Geographie der Chirsixischen Lande, p. 19. 6 LCPP. 468, 617, 618. 7 According to Swedenborg, the angels in heaven have clothes and dwellings. Their dwellings are altogether such as the dwellings or houses on earth, but far more beautiful. There are apartments, rooms, and sleeping chambers therein in great number, and entrance courts, and roundabout gardens, flowers, meadows, and fields. EVS Schriften, 1 Th Frank M 1776, p. 190 and 96. Thus to the mystic this world is the other world, but for that reason the other world is this world. 8 LCP 339, p. 69. 9 Quid enim unus quisque super se tricolit, hoc illi Deus estimated. Origins explan. In Epist. Pauli ad Rom. Cl. Chapter X The Mystery of Providence, and Creation out of Nothing. Creation is the spoken word of God, the creative. Cosmogonic fiat is the tacit word, identical with the thought. To speak is an act of the will, thus, creation is a product of the will, as in the Word of God man affirms the divinity of the human word, so in creation he affirms the divinity of the will, not, however, the will of the reason, but the will of the imagination, the absolutely subjective, unlimited will. The culminating point of the principle of subjectivity is creation out of nothing. One as the eternity of the world or of matter imports nothing further than the essentiality of matter, so the creation of the world out of nothing imports simply the non-essentiality, the nothingness of the world. The commencement of a thing is immediately connected, in idea if not in time, with its end. Lightly come, lightly go. The will has called it into existence, the will calls it back again into nothing. When the time is indifferent, its existence or non-existence depends only on the will. But this will is not its own will, not only because a thing cannot will its non-existence, but for the prior reason that the world is itself destitute of will. Thus the nothingness of the world expresses the power of the will. The will that it should exist is, at the same time, the will, at least the possible will, that it should not exist. The existence of the world is therefore a momentary, arbitrary, unreliable, i.e., unreal existence. Creation out of nothing is the highest expression of omnipotence, but omnipotence is nothing else than subjectivity exempting itself from all objective conditions and limitations, and consecrating this exemption as the highest power and reality, nothing else than the ability to posit everything real as unreal, everything conceivable as possible, nothing else than the power of the imagination, or of the will as identical with the imagination, the power of self-will. To the strongest and most characteristic expression of subjective arbitrariness is, it has pleased, the phrase, it has pleased God to call the world of bodies and spirits into existence is the most undeniable proof that individual subjectivity, individual arbitrariness, is regarded as the highest essence, the omnipotent world principle. On this ground, creation out of nothing as a work of the Almighty will falls into the same category with miracle, or rather it is the first miracle, not only in time but in rank also, the principle of which all further miracles are the spontaneous result. The proof of this is history itself. All miracles have been vindicated, explained, and illustrated by appeal to the omnipotence which created the world out of nothing. Why should not he who made the world out of nothing, make wine out of water, bring human speech from the mouth of an ass, and charm water out of a rock? But miracle is, as we shall see further on, only a product and object of the imagination, and hence creation out of nothing, as the primitive miracle, is of the same character. For this reason the doctrine of creation out of nothing has been pronounced a supernatural one, to which reason of itself could not have attained, and in proof of this, appeal has been made to the fact that the pagan philosophers represented the world to have been formed by the divine reason out of already existing matter. But this supernatural principle is no other than the principle of subjectivity, which in Christianity exalted itself to an unlimited, universal monarchy, whereas the ancient philosophers were not subjective enough to regard the absolutely subjective being as the exclusively absolute being, because they limited subjectivity by the contemplation of the world or reality, because to them the world was a truth. Creation out of nothing, as identical with miracle, is one with providence, for the idea of providence, originally, in its true religious significance, in which it is not yet infringed upon and limited by the unbelieving understanding, is one with the idea of miracle. The proof of providence is miracle. 3 Belief in providence is belief in a power to which all things stand at command to be used according to its pleasure, in opposition to which all the power of reality is nothing. Providence cancels the laws of nature, it interrupts the course of necessity, the iron bond which inevitably binds effects to causes. In short, it is the same unlimited, all-powerful will, that called the world into existence out of nothing. Miracle is a creatio ex nihilo. He who turns water into wine, makes wine out of nothing, for the constituents of wine are not found in water, otherwise, the production of wine would not be a miraculous, but a natural act. The only attestation, the only proof of providence is miracle. Thus providence is an expression of the same idea as creation out of nothing. Creation out of nothing can only be understood and explained in connection with providence, for miracle properly implies nothing more than that the miracle worker is the same as he who brought forth all things by his mere will, God the Creator. But providence has relation essentially to man. It is for man's sake that providence makes of things whatever it pleases. It is for man's sake that it supersedes the authority and reality of a law otherwise omnipotent. The admiration of providence in nature, especially in the animal kingdom, is nothing else than an admiration of nature, and therefore belongs merely to naturalism, though to a religious naturalism, for in nature is revealed only natural, not divine providence, not providence as it is an object to religion. Religious providence reveals itself only in miracles, especially in the miracle of the Incarnation, the central point of religion. But we nowhere read that God, for the sake of brutes, became a brute. The very idea of this is, in the eyes of religion, impious and ungodly, or that God ever performed a miracle for the sake of animals or plants. On the contrary, we read that a poor fig tree, because it bore no fruit at a time when it could not bear it, was cursed, purely in order to give men an example of the power of faith over nature, and again, that when the tormenting devils were driven out of men, they were driven into brutes. It is true we also read, "No sparrow falls to the ground without your Father," but these sparrows have no more worth and importance than the hairs on the head of a man, which are all numbered. Apart from instinct, the brute has no other guardian spirit, no other providence, than its senses or its organs in general. A bird which loses its eyes has lost its guardian angel, it necessarily goes to destruction if no miracle happens. We read indeed that a raven brought food to the prophet Elijah, but not, at least to my knowledge, that an animal was supported by other than natural means. But if a man believes that he also has no other providence than the powers of his race, his senses and understanding, he is in the eyes of religion, and of all those who speak the language of religion, an irreligious man, because he believes only in a natural providence, and a natural providence is in the eyes of religion as good as none. Hence providence has relation essentially to men, and even among men only to the religious. God is the Saviour of all men, but especially of them that believe. It belongs, like religion, only to man. It is intended to express the essential distinction of man from the brute, to rescue man from the tyranny of the forces of nature. Jonah in the whale, Daniel in the den of lions, are examples of the manner in which providence distinguishes religious men from brutes. If therefore the providence which manifests itself in the organs with which animals catch and devour their prey, and which is so greatly admired by Christian naturalists, is a truth, the providence of the Bible, the providence of religion, is a falsehood, and vice versa. What pitiable and at the same time ludicrous hypocrisy is the attempt to do homage to both, to nature, and the Bible at once. How does nature contradict the Bible? How does the Bible contradict nature? The God of nature reveals himself by giving to the lion strength and appropriate organs in order that, for the preservation of his life, he may in case of necessity kill and devour even a human being. The God of the Bible reveals himself by interposing his own aid to rescue the human being from the jaws of the lion. 5. Providence is a privilege of man. It expresses the value of man, in distinction from other natural beings and things. It exempts him from the connection of the universe. Providence is the conviction of man of the infinite value of his existence, a conviction in which he renounces faith in the reality of external things. It is the idealism of religion. Faith in providence is therefore identical with faith in personal immortality, save only that in the latter the infinite value of existence is expressed in relation to time, as infinite duration. He who prefers no special claims, who is indifferent about himself, who identifies himself with the world, who sees himself as a part merged in the whole, such a one believes in no providence, i.e., in no special providence, but only special providence is providence in the sense of religion. Faith in providence is faith in one's own worth, the faith of man in himself, hence the beneficent consequences of this faith, but hence also false humility, religious arrogance, which, it is true, does not rely on itself, but only because it commits the care of itself to the blessed God. God concerns himself about me. He has in view my happiness, my salvation. He wills that I shall be blessed, but that is my will also. Thus, my interest is God's interest, my own will is God's will, my own aim is God's aim, God's love for me nothing else than my self-love deified. Thus when I believe in providence, in what do I believe but in the divine reality and significance of my own being? But where providence is believed in, belief in God is made dependent on belief in providence. He who denies that there is a providence, denies that there is a God, or, what is the same thing, that God is God, for a God who is not the providence of man, is a contemptible God, a God who is wanting in the divinest, most adorable attribute. Consequently, the belief in God is nothing but the belief in human dignity. 6. The belief in the absolute reality and significance of the human nature. But belief in a religious providence is belief in creation out of nothing, and vice versa. The latter, therefore, can have no other significance than that of providence as just developed, and it has actually no other. Religion sufficiently expresses this by making man the end of creation. All things exist, not for their own sake, but for the sake of man. He who, like the pious Christian naturalists, pronounces this to be pride, declares Christianity itself to be pride, for to say that the material world exists for the sake of man, implies infinitely less than to say that God, or at least, if we follow Paul, a being who is almost God, scarcely to be distinguished from God, becomes man for the sake of men. But if man is the end of creation, he is also the true cause of creation, for the end is the principle of action. The distinction between man as the end of creation, and man as its cause, is only that the cause is the latent, inner man, the essential man, whereas the end is the self-evident, empirical, individual man, that man recognizes himself as the end of creation, but not as the cause, because he distinguishes the cause, the essence, from himself as another personal being. 7 But this other being, this creative principle, is in fact nothing else than his subjective nature separated from the limits of individuality and materiality, i.e., of objectivity, unlimited will, personality posited out of all connection with the world, which by creation, i.e., the positing of the world, of objectivity, of another, as a dependent, finite, non-essential existence, gives itself the certainty of its exclusive reality. The point in question in the creation is not the truth and reality of the world, but the truth and reality of personality, of subjectivity in distinction from the world. The point in question is the personality of God, but the personality of God is the personality of man freed from all the conditions and limitations of nature. Hence the fervent interest in the creation, the horror of all pantheistic cosmogonies. The creation, like the idea of a personal God in general, is not a scientific, but a personal matter, not an object of the free intelligence, but of the feelings, for the point on which it hinges is only the guarantee, the last conceivable proof and demonstration of personality or subjectivity as an essence quite apart, having nothing in common with nature, a supra and extra-mundane entity. 8 Man distinguishes himself from nature. This distinction of his is his God. The distinguishing of God from nature is nothing else than the distinguishing of man from nature. The antithesis of pantheism and personalism resolves itself into the question, is the nature of man transcendental or immanent, supranaturalistic or naturalistic? The speculations and controversies concerning the personality or impersonality of God are therefore fruitless, idle, uncritical, and odious, for the speculatists, especially those who maintain the personality, do not call the thing by the right name, they put the light under a bushel. While they in truth speculate only concerning themselves, only in the interest of their own instinct of self-preservation, they yet will not allow that they are splitting their brains only about themselves. They speculate under the delusion that they are searching out the mysteries of another being. Pantheism identifies man with nature, whether with its visible appearance, or its abstract essence. Personalism isolates, separates him from nature, converts him from a part into the whole, into an absolute essence by himself. This is the distinction. If, therefore, you would be clear on these subjects, exchange your mystical, perverted anthropology, which you call theology, for real anthropology, and speculate in the light of consciousness and nature concerning the difference or identity of the human essence with the essence of nature. You yourselves admit that the essence of the pantheistical God is nothing but the essence of nature. Why, then, will you only see the mote in the eyes of your opponents, and not observe the very obvious beam in your own eyes? Why make yourselves an exception to a universally valid law? Admit that your personal God is nothing else than your own personal nature, that while you believe in and construct your supra- and extranatural God, you believe in and construct nothing else than the supra- and extranaturalism of your own self. In the creation, as everywhere else, the true principle is concealed by the intermingling of universal, metaphysical, and even pantheistic definitions. But one need only be attentive to the closer definitions to convince oneself that the true principle of creation is the self-affirmation of subjectivity in distinction from nature. God produces the world outside himself. At first it is only an idea, a plan, a resolve, now it becomes an act, and therewith it steps forth out of God as a distinct and, relatively at least, a self-subsistent object. But just so subjectivity in general, which distinguishes itself from the world, which takes itself for an essence distinct from the world, posits the world out of itself as a separate existence. Indeed, this positing out of self, and the distinguishing of self, is one act. When therefore the world is posited outside of God, God is posited by himself, is distinguished from the world. What else then is God but your subjective nature, when the world is separated from it? 9. It is true that when astute reflection intervenes, the distinction between extra and intra is disavowed as a finite and human distinction. But to the disavowal by the understanding, which in relation to religion is pure misunderstanding, no credit is due. If it is meant seriously, it destroys the foundation of the religious consciousness, it does away with the possibility, the very principle of the creation, for this rests solely on the reality of the above-mentioned distinction. Moreover, the effect of the creation, all its majesty for the feelings and the imagination, is quite lost, if the production of the world out of God is not taken in the real sense. What is it to make, to create, to produce, but to make that which in the first instance is only subjective, and so far invisible, non-existent, into something objective, perceptible, so that other beings besides me may know and enjoy it, and thus to put something out of myself, to make it distinct from myself. Where there is no reality or possibility of an existence external to me, there can be no question of making or creating. God is eternal, but the world had a commencement. God was, when as yet the world was not. God is invisible, not cognizable by the senses, but the world is visible, palpable, material, and therefore outside of God, for how can the material as such, body, matter, be in God? The world exists outside of God, in the same sense in which a tree, an animal, the world in general, exists outside of my conception, outside of myself, is an existence distinct from subjectivity. Hence, only when such an external existence is admitted, as it was by the older philosophers and theologians, have we the genuine, unmixed doctrine of the religious consciousness. The speculative theologians and philosophers of modern times, on the contrary, foist in all sorts of pantheistic definitions, although they deny the principle of pantheism, and the result of this process is simply an absolutely self-contradictory, insupportable fabrication of their own. Thus the creation of the world expresses nothing else than subjectivity, assuring itself of its own reality and infinity through the consciousness that the world is created, is a product of will, i.e., a dependent, powerless, unsubstantial existence. The nothing out of which the world was produced, is a still inherent nothingness. When thou sayest the world was made out of nothing, thou conceivest the world itself as nothing, thou clearest away from thy head all the limits to thy imagination, to thy feelings, to thy will, for the world is the limitation of thy will, of thy desire. The world alone obstructs thy soul, it alone is the wall of separation between thee and God, thy beatified, perfected nature. Thus, subjectively, thou annihilatest the world, thou thinkest God by himself, i.e., absolutely unlimited subjectivity, the subjectivity or soul which enjoys itself alone, which needs not the world, which knows nothing of the painful bonds of matter. In the inmost depths of thy soul thou wouldest rather there were no world, for where the world is, there is matter, and where there is matter there is weight and resistance, space and time, limitation and necessity. Nevertheless, there is a world, there is matter. How dost thou escape from the dilemma of this contradiction? How dost thou expel the world from thy consciousness, that it may not disturb thee in the beatitude of the unlimited soul? Only by making the world itself a product of will, by giving it an arbitrary existence always hovering between existence and non-existence, always awaiting its annihilation. Certainly the act of creation does not suffice to explain the existence of the world or matter, the two are not separable, but it is a total misconception to demand this of it, for the fundamental idea of the creation is this: there is to be no world, no matter, and hence its end is daily looked forward to with longing. The world in its truth does not here exist at all, it is regarded only as the obstruction, the limitation of subjectivity. How could the world in its truth and reality be deduced from a principle which denies the world? In order to recognize the above developed significance of the creation as the true one, it is only necessary seriously to consider the fact that the chief point in the creation is not the production of earth and water, plants and animals, for which indeed there is no God, but the production of personal beings, of spirits, according to the ordinary phrase. God is the idea of personality as itself a person, subjectivity existing in itself apart from the world, existing for self alone, without wants, posited as absolute existence, the me without a thee. but as absolute existence for self alone contradicts the idea of true life, the idea of love, as self-consciousness is essentially united with the consciousness of a thee, as solitude cannot, at least in perpetuity, preserve itself from tedium and uniformity. Thought immediately proceeds from the divine being to other conscious beings, and expands the idea of personality which was at first condensed in one being to a plurality of persons. 10 If the person is conceived physically, as a real man, in which form he is a being with wants, he appears first at the end of the physical world, when the conditions of his existence are present, as the goal of creation. If, on the other hand, man is conceived abstractly as a person, as is the case in religious speculation, this circuit is dispensed with, and the task is the direct deduction of the person, i.e., the self-demonstration, the ultimate self-verification of the human personality. It is true that the divine personality is distinguished in every possible way from the human in order to veil their identity, but these distinctions are either purely fantastic, or they are mere assertions, devices which exhibit the invalidity of the attempted deduction. All positive grounds of the creation reduce themselves only to the conditions, to the grounds, which urge upon them the consciousness of the necessity of another personal being. Speculate as much as you will never derive your personality from God, if you have not beforehand introduced it, if God himself be not already the idea of your personality, your own subjective nature. 1 Quae fecit Deus coelum et terram, quia voluit. Voluntas enim Dea causa est coeli et terra et ideo major est voluntas Dea quam coelum et terra. Qui autem dicit, quae voluit faceria coelum et terram. Majus a liquid quaerit, quam est voluntas Dea, nihil enim majus in venia potest. Augustinus, de Genici adv. Manic. Lic 2. 2am More profound origin of the creation out of nothing lies in the emotional nature, as is both directly and indirectly declared in this work. But arbitrariness is, in fact, the will of the emotions, their external manifestation of force. 3 Certissimum Divina Providentiae, Testimonium Prebent Miracula. H. Grotius, de Verit. Ril. Christ. Li 13. For it is true that religious naturalism, or the acknowledgement of the divine in nature, is also an element of the Christian religion, and yet more of the Mosaic, which was so friendly to animals. But it is by no means the characteristic, the Christian tendency of the Christian religion. The Christian, the religious providence, is quite another than that which clothes the lilies and feeds the ravens. The natural providence lets a man sink in the water, if he has not learned to swim, but the Christian, the religious providence, leads him with the hand of omnipotence over the water unharmed. 5 In this contrast of the religious, or biblical, and the natural providence, the author had especially in view the vapid, narrow theology of the English natural philosophers. 6 Qui Deos negant, nobilitatem generis humani destruunt. Bacon, Serm. Fidel. 16, 7 In Clemens Alex. Coadjents. There is an interesting passage. It runs in the Latin translation, the Bad Augsburg edition, 1778, thus, at numbers ante mundi constitutionem fuimus, ration futuri nostra productionis, in ipso Deo quodmodo tum praeexistentes. Divini agita verbisive rationis, numbers creaturi rationales sumus, id pium primi est decima, quinium in principio erat verbum. Yet more decidedly, however, has Christian mysticism declared the human nature to be the creative principle, the ground of the world. Man, who, before time was, existed in eternity, works with God all the works that God wrought 1,000 years ago, and now, after 1,000 years, still works. All creatures have sprung forth through man. Predicten, vor usu tolerizeten, edcp 5, p 119. 8 Hence is explained why all attempts of speculative theology and of its kindred philosophy to make the transition from God to the world, or to derive the world from God, have failed and must fail. Namely, because they are fundamentally false, from being made in ignorance of the idea on which the creation really turns. 9 It is not admissible to urge against this the omnipresence of God, the existence of God in all things, or the existence of things in God. For, apart from the consideration that the future destruction of the world expresses clearly enough its existence outside of God, i.e., its non-divineness, God is in a special manner only in man, but I am at home only where I am specially at home. Nowhere is God properly God, but in the soul. In all creatures there is something of God, but in the soul God exists completely, for it is his resting place. Predicten et slicolera, and c. p. 19. And the existence of things in God, especially where it has no pantheistic significance, and any such is here excluded, is equally an idea without reality, and does not express the special sentiments of religion. 10 Here is also the point where the creation represents to us not only the divine power, but also the divine love. Quia bonus ist, Deus, sumus, Augustine. In the beginning, before the world, God was alone. Ante omnia Deus erat solus, ipsi sibi it mundus it locus it omnia. Solus autem, quia nihil extrinsecus praeter ipsum, Tertullian. But there is no higher happiness than to make another happy, bliss lies in the act of imparting. And only joy, only love imparts. Hence man conceives imparting love as the principle of existence. Ecstasis bono non sinit ipsum mania in esse ipso, Dionysius. Everything positive establishes, attests itself, only by itself. The divine love is the joy of life, establishing itself, affirming itself. But the highest self-consciousness of life, the supreme joy of life is the love which confers happiness. God is the bliss of existence. Chapter 11. The significance of the creation in Judaism. The doctrine of the creation sprang out of Judaism, indeed, it is the characteristic, the fundamental doctrine of the Jewish religion. The principle which lies at its foundation is, however, not so much the principle of subjectivity as of egoism. The doctrine of the creation in its characteristic significance arises only on that standpoint where man in practice makes nature merely the servant of his will and needs, and hence in thought also degrades it to a mere machine, a product of the will. Now its existence is intelligible to him, since he explains and interprets it out of himself, in accordance with his own feelings and notions. The question, whence is nature or the world, presupposes wonder that it exists, or the question, why does it exist? But this wonder, this question, arises only where man has separated himself from nature and made it a mere object of will. The author of the Book of Wisdom says truly of the heathens, that, for admiration of the beauty of the world they did not raise themselves to the idea of the Creator. To him who feels that nature is lovely, it appears an end in itself, it has the ground of its existence in itself. In him the question, why does it exist, does not arise. Nature and God are identified in his consciousness, his perception, of the world. Nature, as it impresses his senses, has indeed had an origin, has been produced, but not created in the religious sense, is not an arbitrary product. And by this origin he implies nothing evil, originating involves for him nothing impure, undivine. He conceives his gods themselves as having had an origin. The generative force is to him the primal force, he posits, therefore, as the ground of nature, a force of nature, a real, present, visibly active force, as the ground of reality. Thus does man think where his relation to the world is aesthetic or theoretic, for the theoretic view was originally the aesthetic view, the prima philosophia, where the idea of the world is to him the idea of the cosmos, of majesty, of deity itself. Only where such a theory was the fundamental principle could there be conceived and expressed such a thought as that of Anaxagoras, man is born to behold the world. 1 The standpoint of theory is the standpoint of harmony with the world. The subjective activity, that in which man contents himself, allows himself free play, is here the sensuous imagination alone. Satisfied with this, he lets nature subsist in peace, and constructs his castles in the air, his poetical cosmogonies, only out of natural materials. When, on the contrary, man places himself only on the practical standpoint and looks at the world from thence, making the practical standpoint the theoretical one also, he is in disunion with nature, he makes nature the abject vassal of his selfish interest, of his practical egoism. The theoretic expression of this egoistical, practical view, according to which nature is in itself nothing, is this: nature or the world is made, created, the product of a command. God said, "Let the world be," and straightway the world presented itself at his bidding. 2 Utilism is the essential theory of Judaism. The belief in a special divine providence is the characteristic belief of Judaism. Belief in providence is belief in miracle. But belief in miracle exists where nature is regarded only as an object of arbitrariness, of egoism, which uses nature only as an instrument of its own will and pleasure. Water divides or rolls itself together like a firm mass. dust is changed into lice, a staff into a serpent, rivers into blood, a rock into a fountain. In the same place it is both light and dark at once. The sun now stands still, now goes backward. And all these contradictions of nature happen for the welfare of Israel, purely at the command of Jehovah, who troubles himself about nothing but Israel, who is nothing but the personified selfishness of the Israelitish people, to the exclusion of all other nations, absolute intolerance, the secret essence of monotheism. The Greeks looked at nature with the theoretic sense. They heard heavenly music in the harmonious course of the stars. They saw nature rise from the foam of the all-producing ocean as Venus Anadyomene. The Israelites, on the contrary, opened to nature only the gastric sense. Their taste for nature lay only in the palate, their consciousness of God in eating manna. The Greek addicted himself to polite studies, to the fine arts, to philosophy. The Israelite did not rise above the elementary view of theology. At even ye shall eat flesh, and in the morning ye shall be filled with bread, and ye shall know that I am the Lord your God. 3 And Jacob vowed a vow, saying, If God will be with me, and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and raiment to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then shall the Lord be my God. For eating is the most solemn act or the initiation of the Jewish religion. In eating, the Israelite celebrates and renews the act of creation. In eating, man declares nature to be an insignificant object. When the 70 elders ascended the mountain with Moses, they saw God, and when they had seen God, they ate and drank 5. Thus with them what the sight of the Supreme Being heightened was the appetite for food. The Jews have maintained their peculiarity to this day. Their principle, their God, is the most practical principle in the world, namely, egoism, and moreover egoism in the form of religion. Egoism is the God who will not let his servants come to shame. Egoism is essentially monotheistic, for it has only one, only self, as its end. Egoism strengthens cohesion, concentrates man on himself, gives him a consistent principle of life, but it makes him theoretically narrow, because indifferent to all which does not relate to the well-being of self. Hence science, like art, arises only out of polytheism, for polytheism is the frank, open, unenvying sense of all that is beautiful and good without distinction, the sense of the world, of the universe. The Greeks looked abroad into the wide world that they might extend their sphere of vision. The Jews to this day pray with their faces turned towards Jerusalem. In the Israelites, monotheistic egoism excluded the free theoretic tendency. Solomon, it is true, surpassed all the children of the East in understanding and wisdom, and spoke, treated, age-bat, moreover of trees, from the cedar that is in Lebanon, even unto the hyssop that springeth out of the wall, and also of beasts and of fowl, and of creeping things and of fishes. 1 Kings 4:30, 34. But it must be added that Solomon did not serve Jehovah with his whole heart. He did homage to strange gods and strange women, and thus he had the polytheistic sentiment and taste. The polytheistic sentiment, I repeat, is the foundation of science and art. The significance which nature in general had for the Hebrews is one with their idea of its origin. The mode in which the genesis of a thing is explained is the candid expression of opinion, of sentiment respecting it. If it be thought meanly of, so also is its origin. Men used to suppose that insects, vermin, sprang from carrion and other rubbish. It was not because they derived vermin from so uninviting a source that they thought contemptuously of them, but, on the contrary, because they thought thus, because the nature of vermin appeared to them so vile, they imagined an origin corresponding to this nature, a vile origin. To the Jews nature was a mere means towards achieving the end of egoism, a mere object of will. But the idol of the egoistic will is that will which has unlimited command, which requires no means in order to attain its end, to realize its object, which immediately by itself, i.e., by pure will, calls into existence whatever it pleases. It pains the egoist that the satisfaction of his wishes and need is only to be attained immediately, that for him there is a chasm between the wish and its realization, between the object in the imagination and the object in reality. Hence, in order to relieve this pain, to make himself free from the limits of reality, he supposes as the true, the highest being, one who brings forth an object by the mere I will. For this reason, nature, the world, was to the Hebrews the product of a dictatorial word, of a categorical imperative, of a magic fiat. To that which has no essential existence for me in theory I assign no theoretic, no positive ground. By referring it to will I only enforce its theoretic nullity. What we despise we do not honor with a glance, that which is observed has importance, contemplation is respect. Whatever is looked at fetters by secret forces of attraction, overpowers by the spell which it exercises upon the eye, the criminal arrogance of that will which seeks only to subject all things to itself. Whatever makes an impression on the theoretic sense, on the reason, withdraws itself from the dominion of the egoistic will, it reacts. It presents resistance. That which devastating egoism devotes to death, benignant theory restores to life. The much belied doctrine of the heathen philosophers concerning the eternity of matter, or the world, thus implies nothing more than that nature was to them a theoretic reality. 6 The heathens were idolaters, that is, they contemplated nature, they did nothing else than what the profoundly Christian nations do at this day when they make nature an object of their admiration, of their indefatigable investigation. But the heathens actually worshipped natural objects. Certainly, for worship is only the childish, the religious form of contemplation. Contemplation and worship are not essentially distinguished. That which I contemplate I humble myself before, I consecrate to it my noblest possession, my heart, my intelligence, as an offering. The natural philosopher also falls on his knees before nature when, at the risk of his life, he snatches from some precipice a lichen, an insect, or a stone, to glorify it in the light of contemplation, and give it an eternal existence in the memory of scientific humanity. The study of nature is the worship of nature, idolatry in the sense of the Israelitish and Christian God, and idolatry is simply man's primitive contemplation of nature, for religion is nothing else than man's primitive, and therefore childish, popular, but prejudiced, unemancipated consciousness of himself and of nature. The Hebrews, on the other hand, raised themselves from the worship of idols to the worship of God, from the creature to the creator, i.e., they raised themselves from the theoretic view of nature, which fascinated the idolaters, to the purely practical view which subjects nature only to the ends of egoism. And lest thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun, the moon, and the stars, even all the host of heaven, shouldst be driven to worship them and serve them, which the Lord thy God hath divided unto, i.e., bestowed upon, larger to assist, all nations under the whole heaven. 7 Thus the creation out of nothing, i.e., the creation as a purely imperious act, had its origin only in the unfathomable depth of Hebrew egoism. On this ground, also, the creation out of nothing is no object of philosophy, at least in any other way than it is so here, for it cuts away the root of all true speculation, presents no grappling point to thought, to theory. Theoretically considered, it is a baseless air-built doctrine, which originated solely in the need to give a warrant to utilism, to egoism, which contains and expresses nothing but the command to make nature, not an object of thought, of contemplation, but an object of utilization. The more empty it is, however, for natural philosophy, the more profound is its speculative significance, for just because it has no theoretic fulcrum, it allows to the speculatist infinite room for the play of arbitrary, groundless interpretation. It is in the history of dogma and speculation as in the history of states. World-old usages, laws, and institutions continue to drag out their existence long after they have lost their true meaning. What has once existed will not be denied the right to exist forever. What was once good, claims to be good for all times. At this period of superannuation come the interpreters, the speculatists, and talk of the profound sense, because they no longer know the true 1.8. Thus religious speculation deals with the dogmas torn from the connection in which alone they have any true meaning. Instead of tracing them back critically to their true origin, it makes the secondary primitive, and the primitive secondary. To it God is the first, man the second. Thus it inverts the natural order of things. In reality, the first is man, the second the nature of man made objective, namely, God. Only in later times, in which religion is already become flesh and blood, can it be said, as God is, so is man, although, indeed, this proposition never amounts to anything more than tautology. But in the origin of religion it is otherwise, and it is only in the origin of a thing that we can discern its true nature. Man first unconsciously and involuntarily creates God in his own image, and after this God consciously and voluntarily creates man in his own image. This is especially confirmed by the development of the Israelitish religion. Hence the position of theological one-sidedness, that the revelation of God holds an even pace with the development of the human race. Naturally, for the revelation of God is nothing else than the revelation, the self-unfolding of human nature. The supranaturalistic egoism of the Jews did not proceed from the Creator, but conversely, the latter from the former. In the creation the Israelite justified his egoism at the bar of his reason. It is true, and it may be readily understood on simply practical grounds, that even the Israelite could not, as a man, withdraw himself from the theoretic contemplation and admiration of nature. But in celebrating the power and greatness of nature, he celebrates only the power and greatness of Jehovah. And the power of Jehovah has exhibited itself with the most glory in the miracles which it has wrought in favor of Israel. Hence, in the celebration of this power, the Israelite has always reference ultimately to himself. He extols the greatness of nature only for the same reason that the conqueror magnifies the strength of his opponent, in order thereby to heighten his own self-complacency, to make his own fame more illustrious. Great and mighty is nature, which Jehovah has created, but yet mightier, yet greater, is Israel's self-estimation. For his sake the sun stands still, for his sake, according to Philo, the earth quaked at the delivery of the law. In short, for his sake all nature alters its course. For the whole creature in his proper kind was fashioned again anew, serving the peculiar commandments that were given unto them, that thy children might be kept without hurt. 9 According to Philo, God gave Moses power over the whole of nature. All the elements obeyed him as the Lord of nature. 10 Israel's requirement is the omnipotent law of the world, Israel's need the fate of the universe. Jehovah is Israel's consciousness of the sacredness and necessity of his own existence, a necessity before which the existence of nature, the existence of other nations, vanishes into nothing. Jehovah is the solus populi, the salvation of Israel, to which everything that stands in its way must be sacrificed. Jehovah is exclusive, monarchical arrogance, the annihilating flash of anger in the vindictive glance of destroying Israel. In a word, Jehovah is the ego of Israel, which regards itself as the end and aim, the Lord of nature. Thus, in the power of nature the Israelite celebrates the power of Jehovah, and in the power of Jehovah the power of his own self-consciousness. Blessed be God. God is our help, God is our salvation. Jehovah is my strength. God himself hearkened to the word of Joshua, for Jehovah himself fought for Israel. Jehovah is a God of war. If, in the course of time, the idea of Jehovah expanded itself in individual minds, and his love was extended, as by the writer of the book of Jonah, to man in general, this does not belong to the essential character of the Israelitish religion. The God of the fathers, to whom the most precious recollections are attached, the ancient historical God, remains always the foundation of a religion. 11:1 In Diogenes, L12c36, it is literally, for the contemplation of the sun, the moon and the heavens. Similar ideas were held by other philosophers. Thus the Stoics also said, Ips autem homo ortus ist ad mundum contemplandum et imitandum. Sic. Donat. 2 Hebraean numen verbo quid vita officians describent it quasi imperio omnia creta tragent, ut facilitate eminio quod vult officiado, sum mamcagus in omnia potentiam ostendant. PSXXXIII. 6 Verbo Jovi Celi Facti Sunt. PS Slate. 5 Iljusit ec Creta Sunt. J. Clericus, comment, in Mosem. Genes, I3. 3 Exod. 1612. 4 General Xxate. 25 Exod. Xiv 10, 11. Tantum abist ut mortuae sint, ut contra convivium hiles celebrarint. Clericus. 6 It is well known, however, that their opinions on this point were various. See for example Aristotle's De Silo, 1 IC 10. But their difference is a subordinate one, since the creative agency itself is with them a more or less cosmical being. 7 Deut. 4:19. Lysae inimiae, qua sunt in silo, non sint hominum artificia, at hominum tamen gratia candida fuorunt. Eni quis agita solum adorit, sed solis effectorem desideret. Clemens Alex. Coadjents. 8 But of course they only do this in the case of the absolute religion, for with regard to other religions they hold up the ideas and customs which are foreign to us, and of which we do not know the original meaning and purpose, as senseless and ludicrous. And yet, in fact, to worship the urine of cows, which the Parsis and Hindus drink that they may obtain forgiveness of sins, is not more ludicrous than to worship the comb or a shred of the garment of the Mother of God. 9 Wisd. 19:6. 10 Sieg for Horas Fellow. 11 We may here observe, that certainly the admiration of the power and glory of God in general, and so of Jehovah, as manifested in nature, is in fact, though not in the consciousness of the Israelite, only admiration of the power and glory of nature. See, on this subject, P. Bale, Ein Betrag, and C. pp 25-29. But to prove this formally lies out of our plan, since we here confine ourselves to Christianity, i.e., the adoration of God in man, diem colimus per Christiam. Tertullian, Apolog. C. 21. Nevertheless, the principle of this proof is stated in the present work. Chapter 12. The omnipotence of feeling, or the mystery of prayer. Israel is the historical definition of the specific nature of the religious consciousness, save only that here this consciousness was circumscribed by the limits of a particular, a national interest. Hence, we need only let these limits fall, and we have the Christian religion. Judaism is worldly Christianity, Christianity, spiritual Judaism. The Christian religion is the Jewish religion purified from national egoism, and yet at the same time it is certainly another, a new religion, for every reformation, every purification, produces, especially in religious matters, where even the trivial becomes important, an essential change. To the Jew, the Israelite was the mediator, the bond between God and man. In his relation to Jehovah he relied on his character of Israelite. Jehovah himself was nothing else than the self-consciousness of Israel made objective as the absolute being, the national conscience, the universal law, the central point of the political system. 1. If we let fall the limits of nationality, we obtain, instead of the Israelite, man. As in Jehovah the Israelite personified his national existence, so in God the Christian personified his subjective human nature, freed from the limits of nationality. As Israel made the wants of his national existence the law of the world, as, under the dominance of these wants, he deified even his political vindictiveness, so the Christian made the requirements of human feeling the absolute powers and laws of the world. The miracles of Christianity, which belong just as essentially to its characterization as the miracles of the Old Testament to that of Judaism, have not the welfare of a nation for their object, but the welfare of man, that is, indeed, only of man considered as Christian, for Christianity, in contradiction with the genuine universal human heart, recognized man only under the condition, the limitation, of belief in Christ. But this fatal limitation will be discussed further on. Christianity has spiritualized the egoism of Judaism into subjectivity, though even within Christianity this subjectivity is again expressed as pure egoism, has changed the desire for earthly happiness, the goal of the Israelitish religion, into the longing for heavenly bliss, which is the goal of Christianity. The highest idea, the God of a political community, of a people whose political system expresses itself in the form of religion, is law, the consciousness of the law as an absolute divine power. The highest idea, the God of unpolitical, unworldly feeling is love, the love which brings all the treasures and glories in heaven and upon earth as an offering to the beloved, the love whose law is the wish of the beloved one, and whose power is the unlimited power of the imagination, of intellectual miracle working. God is the love that satisfies our wishes, our emotional wants. He is himself the realized wish of the heart, the wish exalted to the certainty of its fulfillment, of its reality, to that undoubting certainty before which no contradiction of the understanding, no difficulty of experience or of the external world, maintains its ground. Certainty is the highest power for man. That which is certain to him is the essential, the divine. God is love. This, the supreme dictum of Christianity, only expresses the certainty which human feeling has of itself, as the alone essential, i.e., absolute divine power, the certainty that the inmost wishes of the heart have objective validity and reality, that there are no limits, no positive obstacles to human feeling, that the whole world, with all its pomp and glory, is nothing weighed against human feeling. God is love, that is, feeling is the God of man, nay, God absolutely, the absolute being. God is the nature of human feeling, unlimited, pure feeling, made objective. God is the optative of the human heart transformed into the tempus finitum, the certain, blissful is, the unrestricted omnipotence of feeling, prayer hearing itself, feeling perceiving itself, the echo of our cry of anguish. Pain must give itself utterance. Involuntarily the artist seizes the lute that he may breathe out his sufferings in its tones. He soothes his sorrow by making it audible to himself, by making it objective. He lightens the burden which weighs upon his heart by communicating it to the air, by making his sorrow a general existence. But nature listens not to the plaints of man, it is callous to his sorrows. Hence man turns away from nature, from all visible objects. He turns within, that here, sheltered and hidden from the inexorable powers, he may find audience for his griefs. Here he utters his oppressive secrets, here he gives vent to his stifled sighs. This open air of the heart, this outspoken secret, this uttered sorrow of the soul, is God. God is a tear of love, shed in the deepest concealment over human misery. God is an unutterable sigh, lying in the depths of the heart. To this saying is the most remarkable, the profoundest, truest expression of Christian mysticism. The ultimate essence of religion is revealed by the simplest act of religion, prayer, an act which implies at least as much as the dogma of the Incarnation, although religious speculation stands amazed at this, as the greatest of mysteries. Not, certainly, the prayer before and after meals, the ritual of animal egoism, but the prayer pregnant with sorrow, the prayer of disconsolate love, the prayer which expresses the power of the heart that crushes man to the ground, the prayer which begins in despair and ends in rapture. In prayer, man addresses God with the word of intimate affection, Thou. He thus declares articulately that God is his alter ego. He confesses to God, as the being nearest to him, his most secret thoughts, his deepest wishes, which otherwise he shrinks from uttering. But he expresses these wishes in the confidence, in the certainty that they will be fulfilled. How could he apply to a being that had no ear for his complaints? Thus what is prayer but the wish of the heart expressed with confidence in its fulfillment? 3. What else is the being that fulfills these wishes but human affection, the human soul, giving ear to itself, approving itself, unhesitatingly affirming itself? The man who does not exclude from his mind the idea of the world, the idea that everything here must be sought intermediately, that every effect has its natural cause, that a wish is only to be attained when it is made an end and the corresponding means are put into operation, such a man does not pray, he only works. He transforms his attainable wishes into objects of real activity. Other wishes which he recognizes as purely subjective he denies, or regards as simply subjective, pious aspirations. In other words, he limits, he conditionates his being by the world, as a member of which he conceives himself. He bounds his wishes by the idea of necessity. In prayer, on the contrary, man excludes from his mind the world, and with it all thoughts of intermediateness and dependence. He makes his wishes, the concerns of his heart, objects of the independent, omnipotent, absolute being, i.e., he affirms them without limitation. God is the affirmation of human feeling. Prayer is the unconditional confidence of human feeling in the absolute identity of the subjective and objective. The certainty that the power of the heart is greater than the power of nature, that the heart's need is absolute necessity, the fate of the world. Prayer alters the course of nature. It determines God to bring forth an effect in contradiction with the laws of nature. Prayer is the absolute relation of the human heart to itself, to its own nature. In prayer, man forgets that there exists a limit to his wishes, and is happy in this forgetfulness. Prayer is the self-division of man into two beings, a dialogue of man with himself, with his heart. It is essential to the effectiveness of prayer that it be audibly, intelligibly, energetically expressed. Involuntarily prayer wells forth in sound, the struggling heart bursts the barrier of the closed lips. But audible prayer is only prayer revealing its nature. Prayer is virtually, if not actually, speech. The Latin word oratio signifies both. In prayer, man speaks undisguisedly of that which weighs upon him, which affects him closely. He makes his heart objective, hence the moral power of prayer. Concentration, it is said, is the condition of prayer, but it is more than a condition. Prayer is itself concentration, the dismissal of all distracting ideas, of all disturbing influences from without, retirement within oneself, in order to have relation only with one's own being. Only a trusting, open, hearty, fervent prayer is said to help, but this help lies in the prayer itself. As everywhere in religion, the subjective, the secondary, the conditionating, is the prima causa, the objective fact, so here, these subjective qualities are the objective nature of prayer itself. 5. It is an extremely superficial view of prayer to regard it as an expression of the sense of dependence. It certainly expresses such a sense, but the dependence is that of man on his own heart, on his own feeling. He who feels himself only dependent, does not open his mouth in prayer. The sense of dependence robs him of the desire, the courage for it, for the sense of dependence is the sense of need. Prayer has its root rather in the unconditional trust of the heart, untroubled by all thought of compulsive need, that its concerns are objects of the absolute being, that the almighty, infinite nature of the Father of men is a sympathetic, tender, loving nature, and that thus the dearest, most sacred emotions of man are divine realities. But the child does not feel itself dependent on the Father as a father, rather, he has in the Father the feeling of his own strength, the consciousness of his own worth, the guarantee of his existence, the certainty of the fulfillment of his wishes. On the Father rests the burden of care. The child, on the contrary, lives careless and happy in reliance on the Father, his visible guardian spirit, who desires nothing but the child's welfare and happiness. The Father makes the child an end, and himself the means of its existence. The child, in asking something of its Father, does not apply to him as a being distinct from itself, a master, a person in general, but it applies to him in so far as he is dependent on, and determined by his paternal feeling, his love for his child. 6. The entreaty is only an expression of the force which the child exercises over the Father, if, indeed, the word force is appropriate here, since the force of the child is nothing more than the force of the Father's own heart. Speech has the same form both for entreaty and command, namely, the imperative. And the imperative of love has infinitely more power than that of despotism. Love does not command, love needs but gently to intimate its wishes to be certain of their fulfillment. The despot must throw compulsion even into the tones of his voice in order to make other beings, in themselves uncaring for him, the executors of his wishes. The imperative of love works with electromagnetic power, that of despotism with the mechanical power of a wooden telegraph. The most intimate epithet of God in prayer is the word Father, the most intimate, because in it man is in relation to the absolute nature as to his own. The word Father is the expression of the closest, the most intense identity, the expression in which lies the pledge that my wishes will be fulfilled, the guarantee of my salvation. The omnipotence to which man turns in prayer is nothing but the omnipotence of goodness, which, for the sake of the salvation of man, makes the impossible possible, is, in truth, nothing else than the omnipotence of the heart, of feeling, which breaks through all the limits of the understanding, which soars above all the boundaries of nature, which wills that there be nothing else than feeling, nothing that contradicts the heart. Faith in omnipotence is faith in the unreality of the external world, of objectivity, faith in the absolute reality of man's emotional nature. The essence of omnipotence is simply the essence of feeling. Omnipotence is the power before which no law, no external condition, avails or subsists, but this power is the emotional nature, which feels every determination, every law, to be a limit, a restraint, and for that reason dismisses it. Omnipotence does nothing more than accomplish the will of the feelings. In prayer man turns to the omnipotence of goodness, which simply means that in prayer man adores his own heart, regards his own feelings as absolute. The greater part of Hebrew poetry, which is often held to be only spiritual, is political. Herder. 2 Sebastian Frank von Werdenzinggriffsabhafthemate Deutscher Nation. 3 It would be an imbecile objection to say that God fulfills only those wishes, those prayers, which are uttered in His name, or in the interest of the Church of Christ, in short, only the wishes which are accordant with His will, for the will of God is the will of man. Or rather God has the power, man the will. God makes men happy, but man wills that he may be happy. A particular wish may not be granted, but that is of no consequence, if only the species, the essential tendency is accepted. The pious soul whose prayer has failed consoles himself, therefore, by thinking that its fulfillment would not have been salutary for him. Nullo agita modo vota aut preces suntirati aut infragiferi rect dicita, in petition rerum corporalium aliquando diem exordia numbers, non ad voluntatem nostram, sed ad salutum. Oratio de precation, in declamat. Melanchthonus, th. 3. 4 J. A. Wirt. 5 Also, on subjective grounds, social prayer is more effectual than isolated prayer. Community enhances the force of emotion, heightens confidence. What we are unable to do alone we are able to do with others. The sense of solitude is the sense of limitation, the sense of community is the sense of freedom. Hence it is that men, when threatened by the destructive powers of nature, crowd together. Multorum preces impossibilist, ut non impetrent, inquit Ambrosius. Sanctae orationis fervor quanto inter plors collectia tanto ardit diutius ac intensius cor divinum penetrat. Negatur singularitate, quod conceditur charitate. Sacra hist. De gentis heb. Orchu. P. Paul. Mesja. August Vind. 1700, pp. 668, 669. 6. In the excellent work, Theanthropo, Heinrich von Aphorismen, Zurich, 1838, the idea of the sense of dependence, of omnipotence, of prayer, and of love, is admirably developed. Chapter 13. The mystery of faith, the mystery of miracle. Faith in the power of prayer, and only where a power, an objective power, is ascribed to it, is prayer still a religious truth, is identical with faith in miraculous power, and faith in miracles is identical with the essence of faith in general. Faith alone prays, the prayer of faith is alone effectual. But faith is nothing else than confidence in the reality of the subjective in opposition to the limitations or laws of nature and reason, that is, of natural reason. The specific object of faith, therefore, is miracle. Faith is the belief in miracle. Faith and miracle are absolutely inseparable. That which is objectively miracle or miraculous power is subjectively faith. Miracle is the outward aspect of faith. Faith the inward soul of miracle. Faith is the miracle of mind, the miracle of feeling, which merely becomes objective in external miracles. To faith nothing is impossible, and miracle only gives actuality to this omnipotence of faith. Miracles are but a visible example of what faith can effect. Unlimitedness, supernaturalness, exaltation of feeling, transcendence is therefore the essence of faith. Faith has reference only to things which, in contradiction with the limits or laws of nature and reason, give objective reality to human feelings and human desires. Faith unfetters the wishes of subjectivity from the bonds of natural reason, it confers what nature and reason deny, hence it makes man happy, for it satisfies his most personal wishes. And true faith is discomposed by no doubt. Doubt arises only where I go out of myself, overstep the bounds of my personality, concede reality and a right of suffrage to that which is distinct from myself, where I know myself to be a subjective, i.e., a limited being, and seek to widen my limits by admitting things external to myself. But in faith the very principle of doubt is annulled, for to faith the subjective is in and by itself the objective, nay, the absolute. Faith is nothing else than belief in the absolute reality of subjectivity. Faith is that courage in the heart which trusts for all good to God. Such a faith, in which the heart places its reliance on God alone, is enjoined by God in the first commandment, where he says, I am the Lord thy God. That is, I alone will be thy God. Thou shalt seek no other God, I will help thee out of all trouble. Thou shalt not think that I am an enemy to thee, and will not help thee. When thou thinkest so, thou makest me in thine heart into another God than I am. Wherefore hold it for certain that I am willing to be merciful to thee. As thou behavest thyself, so does God behave. If thou thinkest that he is angry with thee, he is angry. If thou thinkest that he is unmerciful and will cast thee into hell, he is so. As thou believest of God, so is he to thee. If thou believest it, thou hast it, but if thou believest not, thou hast none of it. Therefore, as we believe, so does it happen to us. If we regard him as our God, he will not be our devil. But if we regard him not as our God, then truly he is not our God, but must be a consuming fire. By unbelief we make God a devil. 1. Thus, if I believe in a God, I have a God, i.e., faith in God is the God of man. If God is such, whatever it may be, as I believe him, what else is the nature of God than the nature of faith? Is it possible for thee to believe in a God who regards thee favorably, if thou dost not regard thyself favorably, if thou despairest of man, if he is nothing to thee? What else then is the being of God but the being of man, the absolute self-love of man? If thou believest that God is for thee, thou believest that nothing is or can be against thee, that nothing contradicts thee. But if thou believest that nothing is or can be against thee, thou believest, what? Nothing less than that thou art God. 2. That God is another being is only illusion, only imagination. In declaring that God is for thee, thou declarest that he is thy own being. What then is faith but the infinite self-certainty of man, the undoubting certainty that his own subjective being is the objective, absolute being, the being of beings? Faith does not limit itself by the idea of a world, a universe, a necessity. For faith there is nothing but God, i.e., limitless subjectivity. Where faith rises the world sinks, nay, has already sunk into nothing. Faith in the real annihilation of the world, in an immediately approaching, a mentally present annihilation of this world, a world antagonistic to the wishes of the Christian, is therefore a phenomenon belonging to the inmost essence of Christianity, a faith which is not properly separable from the other elements of Christian belief, and with the renunciation of which, true, positive Christianity is renounced and denied. 3. The essence of faith, as may be confirmed by an examination of its objects, down to the minutest speciality, is the idea that that which man wishes actually is. He wishes to be immortal, therefore he is immortal. He wishes for the existence of a being who can do everything which is impossible to nature and reason, therefore such a being exists. He wishes for a world which corresponds to the desires of the heart, a world of unlimited subjectivity, i.e., of unperturbed feeling, of uninterrupted bliss, while nevertheless there exists a world the opposite of that. Subjective one, and hence this world must pass away, as necessarily pass away as God, or absolute subjectivity, must remain. Faith, love, hope, are the Christian Trinity. Hope has relation to the fulfillment of the promises, the wishes which are not yet fulfilled, but which are to be fulfilled. Love has relation to the being who gives and fulfills these promises, faith to the promises, the wishes, which are already fulfilled, which are historical facts. Miracle is an essential object of Christianity, an essential article of faith. But what is miracle? A supranaturalistic wish realized, nothing more. The Apostle Paul illustrates the nature of Christian faith by the example of Abraham. Abraham could not, in a natural way, ever hope for posterity, Jehovah nevertheless promised it to him out of special favor, and Abraham believed in spite of nature. Hence this faith was reckoned to him as righteousness, as merit, for it implies great force of subjectivity to accept as certain something in contradiction with experience, at least with rational, normal experience. But what was the object of this divine promise? Posterity, the object of a human wish. And in what did Abraham believe when he believed in Jehovah? In a being who can do everything, and can fulfill all wishes. Is anything too hard for the Lord? But why do we go so far back as to Abraham? We have the most striking examples much nearer to us. Miracle feeds the hungry, cures men born blind, deaf, and lame, rescues from fatal diseases, and even raises the dead at the prayer of relatives. Thus it satisfies human wishes, and wishes which, though not always intrinsically like the wish for the restoration of the dead, yet in so far as they appeal to miraculous power, to miraculous aid, are transcendental, supranaturalistic. But miracle is distinguished from that mode of satisfying human wishes and needs which is in accordance with nature and reason, in this respect, that it satisfies the wishes of men in a way corresponding to the nature of wishes, in the most desirable way. Wishes own no restraint, no law, no time, they would be fulfilled without delay on the instant. And behold, miracle is as rapid as a wish is impatient. Miraculous power realizes human wishes in a moment, at one stroke, without any hindrance. That the sick should become well is no miracle, but that they should become so immediately, at a mere word of command, that is the mystery of miracle. Thus it is not in its product or object that miraculous agency is distinguished from the agency of nature and reason, but only in its mode and process, for if miraculous power were to effect something absolutely new, never before beheld, never conceived, or not even conceivable, it would be practically proved to be an essentially different, and at the same time objective, agency. But the agency which in essence, in substance, is natural and accordant with the forms of the senses, and which is supernatural, supersensual, only in the mode or process, is the agency of the imagination. The power of miracle is therefore nothing else than the power of the imagination. Miraculous agency is agency directed to an end. The yearning after the departed Lazarus, the desire of his relatives to possess him again, was the motive of the miraculous resuscitation, the satisfaction of this wish, the end. It is true that the miracle happened for the glory of God, that the Son of God might be glorified thereby. But the message sent to the Master by the sisters of Lazarus, "Behold, he whom thou lovest is sick," and the tears which Jesus shed, vindicate for the miracle a human origin and end. The meaning is, to that power which can awaken the dead no human wish is impossible to accomplish. 5 And the glory of the Son consists in this, that he is acknowledged and reverenced as the being who is able to do what man is unable but wishes to do. Activity towards an end is well known to describe a circle, in the end it returns upon its beginning. But miraculous agency is distinguished from the ordinary realization of an object in that it realizes the end without means. that it effects an immediate identity of the wish and its fulfillment, that consequently it describes a circle, not in a curved, but in a straight line, that is, the shortest line. A circle in a straight line is the mathematical symbol of miracle. The attempt to construct a circle with a straight line would not be more ridiculous than the attempt to deduce miracle philosophically. To reason, miracle is absurd, inconceivable as wood and iron or a circle without a periphery. Before it is discussed whether a miracle can happen, let it be shown that miracle, i.e., the inconceivable, is conceivable. What suggests to man the notion that miracle is conceivable is that miracle is represented as an event perceptible by the senses, and hence man cheats his reason by material images which screen the contradiction. The miracle of the turning of water into wine, for example, implies in fact nothing else than that water is wine, nothing else than that two absolutely contradictory predicates or subjects are identical, for in the hand of the miracle worker there is no distinction between the two substances. The transformation is only the visible appearance of this identity of two contradictories. But the transformation conceals the contradiction, because the natural conception of change is interposed. Here, however, is no gradual, no natural, or, so to speak, organic change, but an absolute, immaterial one, a pure creatio ex nihilo. In the mysterious and momentous act of miraculous power, in the act which constitutes the miracle, water is suddenly and imperceptibly wine, which is equivalent to saying that iron is wood, or wood and iron. The miraculous act, and miracle is only a transient act, is therefore not an object of thought, for it nullifies the very principle of thought, but it is just as little an object of sense, an object of real or even possible experience. Water is indeed an object of sense, and wine also. I first see water and then wine, but the miracle itself, that which makes this water suddenly wine, this, not being a natural process, but a pure perfect without any antecedent imperfect, without any modus, without way or means, is no object of real, or even of possible experience. Miracle is a thing of the imagination, and on that very account is it so agreeable, for the imagination is the faculty which alone corresponds to personal feeling, because it sets aside all limits, all laws which are painful to the feelings, and thus makes objective to man the immediate, absolutely unlimited satisfaction of his subjective wishes. 6 Accordance with subjective inclination is the essential characteristic of miracle. It is true that miracle produces also an awful, agitating impression, so far as it expresses a power which nothing can resist, the power of the imagination. But this impression lies only in the transient miraculous act. The abiding, essential impression is the agreeable one. At the moment in which the beloved Lazarus is raised up, the surrounding relatives and friends are awestruck at the extraordinary, almighty power which transforms the dead into the living, but soon the relatives fall into the arms of the risen one, and lead him with tears of joy to his home, there to celebrate a festival of rejoicing. Miracle springs out of feeling, and has its end in feeling. Even in the traditional representation it does not deny its origin. the representation which gratifies the feelings is alone the adequate one. Who can fail to recognize in the narrative of the resurrection of Lazarus the tender, pleasing, legendary tone? 7 Miracle is agreeable, because, as has been said, it satisfies the wishes of man without labor, without effort. Labor is unimpassioned, unbelieving, rationalistic, for man here makes his existence dependent on activity directed to an end, which activity again is itself determined solely by the idea of the objective world. But feeling does not at all trouble itself about the objective world, it does not go out of or beyond itself, it is happy in itself. The element of culture, the northern principle of self-renunciation, is wanting to the emotional nature. The apostles and evangelists were no scientifically cultivated men. Culture, in general, is nothing else than the exaltation of the individual above his subjectivity to objective universal ideas, to the contemplation of the world. The apostles were men of the people live only in themselves, in their feelings, therefore Christianity took possession of the people. Vox populi vox Dei. Did Christianity conquer a single philosopher, historian, or poet of the classical period? The philosophers who went over to Christianity were feeble, contemptible philosophers. All who had yet the classic spirit in them were hostile, or at least indifferent to Christianity. The decline of culture was identical with the victory of Christianity. The classic spirit, the spirit of culture, limits itself by laws, not indeed by arbitrary, finite laws, but by inherently true and valid ones. It is determined by the necessity, the truth of the nature of things. In a word, it is the objective spirit. In place of this, there entered with Christianity the principle of unlimited, extravagant, fanatical, supranaturalistic subjectivity, a principle intrinsically opposed to that of science, of culture. 8 With Christianity man lost the capability of conceiving himself as a part of nature, of the universe. As long as true, unfeigned, unfalsified, uncompromising Christianity existed, as long as Christianity was a living, practical truth, so long did real miracles happen, and they necessarily happened, for faith in dead, historical, past miracles is itself a dead faith, the first step towards unbelief, or rather the first and therefore the timid, uncandid, servile mode in which unbelief in miracle finds vent. But where miracles happen, all definite forms melt in the golden haze of imagination and feeling. There the world, reality, is no truth. There the miracle working, emotional, i.e., subjective being, is held to be alone the objective, real being. To the merely emotional man the imagination is immediately, without his willing or knowing it, the highest, the dominant activity, and being the highest, it is the activity of God, the creative activity. To him feeling is an immediate truth and reality, he cannot abstract himself from his feelings, he cannot get beyond them, and equally real is his imagination. The imagination is not to him what it is to us men of active understanding, who distinguish it as subjective from objective cognition. It is immediately identical with himself, with his feelings, and since it is identical with his being, it is his essential, objective, necessary view of things. For us, indeed, imagination is an arbitrary activity, but where man has not imbibed the principle of culture, of theory, where he lives and moves only in his feelings, the imagination is an immediate, involuntary activity. The explanation of miracles by feeling and imagination is regarded by many in the present day as superficial. But let anyone transport himself to the time when living, present miracles were believed in, when the reality of things without us was as yet no sacred article of faith, when men were so void of any theoretic interest in the world, that they from day to day looked forward to its destruction, when they lived only in the rapturous prospect and hope of heaven, that is, in the imagination of it, for whatever heaven may be, for them, so long as they were on earth, it existed only in the imagination. When this imagination was not a fiction but a truth, nay, the eternal, alone abiding truth, not an inert, idle source of consolation, but a practical moral principle determining actions, a principle to which men joyfully sacrificed real life, the real world with all its glories, let him transport himself to those times, and he must himself be very superficial to pronounce the psychological genesis of miracles superficial. It is no valid objection that miracles have happened, or are supposed to have happened, in the presence of whole assemblies. No man was independent, all were filled with exalted supranaturalistic ideas and feelings, all were animated by the same faith, the same hope, the same hallucinations. And who does not know that there are common or similar dreams, common or similar visions, especially among impassioned individuals who are closely united and restricted to their own circle? But be that as it may, if the explanation of miracles by feeling and imagination is superficial, the charge of superficiality falls not on the explainer, but on that which he explains, namely, on miracle, for, seen in clear daylight, miracle presents absolutely nothing else than the sorcery of the imagination, which satisfies without contradiction all the wishes of the heart. 91 Luther, th 15 p 282, th 16 pp 491493. 2 God is almighty, but he who believes is a God. Luther, in Chr caps Christus die Welt geschicht, s11. In another place Luther calls faith the creator of the Godhead. It is true that he immediately adds, as he must necessarily do on his standpoint, the following limitation, not that it creates anything in the divine eternal being, but that it creates that being in us. Th 11 p 161. 3. This belief is so essential to the Bible, that without it the biblical writers can scarcely be understood. The passage 2 Pet. 3:8, as is evident from the tenor of the whole chapter, says nothing in opposition to an immediate destruction of the world, for though with the Lord 1,000 years are as one day, yet at the same time one day is as 1,000 years, and therefore the world may, even by tomorrow, no longer exist. That in the Bible a very near end of the world is expected and prophesied, although the day and hour are not determined, only falsehood or blindness can deny. See on this subject Lutzelberger. Hence religious Christians, in almost all times, have believed that the destruction of the world is near at hand. Luther, for example, often says that the last day is not far off, for example, th 16p26, or at least their souls have longed for the end of the world, though they have prudently left it undecided whether it be near or distant. See Augustine, De Fine Seculi ad Hesicium, c. 13. 4 General 18. 14:5 To the whole world it is impossible to raise the dead, but to the Lord Christ, not only is it not impossible, but it is no trouble or labor to him. This Christ did as a witness and a sign that he can and will raise from death. He does it not at all times and to every one. It is enough that he has done it a few times, the rest he leaves to the last day. Luther, th 16p 518. The positive, essential significance of miracle is therefore that the divine nature is the human nature. Miracles confirm, authenticate doctrine. What doctrine? Simply this, that God is a Savior of men, their Redeemer out of all trouble, i.e., a being corresponding to the wants and wishes of man, and therefore a human being. What the God-man declares in words, miracle demonstrates ad oculos by deeds. 6. This satisfaction is certainly so far limited, that it is united to religion, to faith in God, a remark which however is so obvious as to be superfluous. This limitation is in fact no limitation, for God himself is unlimited, absolutely satisfied, self-contented human feeling. 7. The legends of Catholicism, of course only the best, the really pleasing ones, are, as it were, only the echo of the keynote which predominates in this New Testament narrative. Miracle might be fitly defined as religious humor. Catholicism especially has developed miracle on this its humorous side. 8. Culture in the sense in which it is here taken. It is highly characteristic of Christianity, and a popular proof of our positions, that the only language in which the Divine Spirit was and is held to reveal himself in Christianity is not the language of a Sophocles or a Plato, of art and philosophy, but the vague, unformed, crudely emotional language of the Bible. 9. Many miracles may realty have had originally a physical or physiological phenomenon as their foundation. But we are here considering only the religious significance and genesis of miracle. Chapter 14. The mystery of the resurrection and of the miraculous conception. The quality of being agreeable to subjective inclination belongs not only to practical miracles, in which it is conspicuous, as they have immediate reference to the interest or wish of the human individual, it belongs also to theoretical, or more properly dogmatic miracles, and hence to the resurrection and the miraculous conception. Man, at least in a state of ordinary well-being, has the wish not to die. This wish is originally identical with the instinct of self-preservation. Whatever lives seeks to maintain itself, to continue alive, and consequently not to die. Subsequently, when reflection and feeling are developed under the urgency of life, especially of social and political life, this primary negative wish becomes the positive wish for a life, and that a better life, after death. but this wish involves the further wish for the certainty of its fulfillment. Reason can afford no such certainty. It has therefore been said that all proofs of immortality are insufficient, and even that unassisted reason is not capable of apprehending it, still less of proving it. And with justice, for reason furnishes only general proofs, it cannot give the certainty of any personal immortality, and it is precisely this certainty which is desired. Such a certainty requires an immediate personal assurance, a practical demonstration. This can only be given to me by the fact of a dead person, whose death has been previously certified, rising again from the grave, and he must be no indifferent person, but, on the contrary, the type and representative of all others, so that his resurrection also may be the type, the guarantee of theirs. The resurrection of Christ is therefore the satisfied desire of man for an immediate certainty of his personal existence after death, personal immortality as a sensible, indubitable fact. Immortality was with the heathen philosophers a question in which the personal interest was only a collateral point. They concerned themselves chiefly with the nature of the soul, of mind, of the vital principle. The immortality of the vital principle by no means involves the idea, not to mention the certainty, of personal immortality. Hence the vagueness, discrepancy, and dubiousness with which the ancients express themselves on this subject. The Christians, on the contrary, in the undoubting certainty that their personal, self-flattering wishes will be fulfilled, i.e., in the certainty of the divine nature of their emotions, the truth and unassailableness of their subjective feelings, converted that which to the ancients was a theoretic problem into an immediate fact, converted a theoretic, and in itself open question, into a matter of conscience, the denial of which was equivalent to the high treason of atheism. He who denies the resurrection of Christ, but he who denies the resurrection of Christ denies Christ himself, and he who denies Christ denies God. Thus did spiritual Christianity unspiritualize what was spiritual. To the Christians the immortality of the reason, of the soul, was far too abstract and negative. They had at heart only a personal immortality, such as would gratify their feelings, and the guarantee of this lies in a bodily resurrection alone. The resurrection of the body is the highest triumph of Christianity over the sublime but certainly abstract spirituality and objectivity of the ancients. For this reason the idea of the resurrection could never be assimilated by the pagan mind. As the resurrection, which terminates the sacred history, to the Christian not a mere history, but the truth itself, is a realized wish, so also is that which commences it, namely, the miraculous conception, though this has relation not so much to an immediately personal interest as to a particular subjective feeling. The more man alienates himself from nature, the more subjective, i.e., supranatural or antinatural, is his view of things, the greater the horror he has of nature, or at least of those natural objects and processes which displease his imagination, which affect him disagreeably. 1 The free, objective man doubtless finds things repugnant and distasteful in nature, but he regards them as natural, inevitable results, and under this conviction he subdues his feeling as a merely subjective and untrue 1. On the contrary, the subjective man, who lives only in the feelings and imagination, regards these things with a quite peculiar aversion. He has the eye of that unhappy foundling, who even in looking at the loveliest flower could pay attention only to the little black beetle which crawled over it, and who by this perversity of perception had his enjoyment in the sight of flowers always embittered. Moreover, the subjective man makes his feelings the measure, the standard of what ought to be. That which does not please him, which offends his transcendental, supranatural, or antinatural feelings, ought not to be. Even if that which pleases him cannot exist without being associated with that which displeases him, the subjective man is not guided by the wearisome laws of logic and physics, but by the self-will of the imagination. Hence he drops what is disagreeable in a fact, and holds fast alone what is agreeable. Thus the idea of the pure, holy Virgin pleases him, still he is also pleased with the idea of the mother, but only of the mother who already carries the infant on her arms. Virginity in itself is to him the highest moral idea, the cornucopia of his supranaturalistic feelings and ideas, his personified sense of honor and of shame before common nature. 2 Nevertheless, there stirs in his bosom a natural feeling also, the compassionate feeling which makes the mother beloved. What then is to be done in this difficulty of the heart, in this conflict between a natural and a supranatural feeling? The supranaturalist must unite the two, must comprise in one and the same subject two predicates which exclude each other. 3 What a plenitude of agreeable, sweet, supersensual, sensual emotions lies in this combination! Here we have the key to the contradiction in Catholicism, that at the same time marriage is holy and celibacy is holy. This simply realizes, as a practical contradiction, the dogmatic contradiction of the Virgin Mother. But this wondrous union of virginity and maternity, contradicting nature and reason, but in the highest degree accordant with the feelings and imagination, is no product of Catholicism. It lies already in the twofold part which marriage plays in the Bible, especially in the view of the Apostle Paul. The supernatural conception of Christ is a fundamental doctrine of Christianity, a doctrine which expresses its inmost dogmatic essence, and which rests on the same foundation as all other miracles and articles of faith. As death, which the philosopher, the man of science, the free objective thinker in general, accepts as a natural necessity, and as indeed all the limits of nature, which are impediments to feeling, but to reason are rational laws, were repugnant to the Christians, and were set aside by them through the supposed agency of miraculous power, so, necessarily, they had an equal repugnance to the natural process of generation, and superseded it by miracle. The miraculous conception is not less welcome than the resurrection to all believers, for it was the first step towards the purification of mankind, polluted by sin and nature. Only because the God-man was not infected with original sin, could he, the pure one, purify mankind in the eyes of God, to whom the natural process of generation was an object of aversion, because he himself is nothing else but supranatural feeling. Even the arid Protestant orthodoxy, so arbitrary in its criticism, regarded the conception of the God-producing Virgin as a great, adorable, amazing, holy mystery of faith, transcending reason. For but with the Protestants, who confined the speciality of the Christian to the domain of faith, and with whom, in life, it was allowable to be a man, even this mystery had only a dogmatic, and no longer a practical significance. They did not allow it to interfere with their desire of marriage. With the Catholics, and with all the old, uncompromising, uncritical Christians, that which was a mystery of faith was a mystery of life, of morality. 5 Catholic morality is Christian, mystical. Protestant morality was, in its very beginning, rationalistic. Protestant morality is and was a carnal mingling of the Christian with the man, the natural, political, civil, social man, or whatever else he may be called in distinction from the Christian. Catholic morality cherished in its heart the mystery of the unspotted virginity. Catholic morality was the Mater Dolorosa, Protestant morality a comely, fruitful matron. Protestantism is from beginning to end the contradiction between faith and love, for which very reason it has been the source, or at least the condition, of freedom. Just because the mystery of the Virgo de Pera had with the Protestants a place only in theory, or rather in dogma, and no longer in practice, they declared that it was impossible to express oneself with sufficient care and reserve concerning it, and that it ought not to be made an object of speculation. That which is denied in practice has no true basis and durability in man, is a mere spectre of the mind, and hence it is withdrawn from the investigation of the understanding. Ghosts do not brook daylight. Even the later doctrine, which, however, had been already enunciated in a letter to Saint Bernard, who rejects it, that Mary herself was conceived without taint of original sin, is by no means a strange school-bred doctrine as it is called by a modern historian. That which gives birth to a miracle, which brings forth God, must itself be of miraculous divine origin or nature. How could Mary have had the honor of being overshadowed by the Holy Ghost if she had not been from the first pure? Could the Holy Ghost take up his abode in a body polluted by original sin? If the principle of Christianity, the miraculous birth of the Savior, does not appear strange to you, why think strange the naive, well-meaning inferences of Catholicism? 1. If Adam had not fallen into sin, nothing would have been known of the cruelty of wolves, lions, bears, and sea, and there would not have been in all creation anything vexatious and dangerous to man, no thorns, or thistles, or diseases, his brow would not have been wrinkled, no foot, or hand, or other member of the body would have been feeble or infirm. But now, since the fall, we all know and feel what a fury lurks in our flesh, which not only burns and rages with lust and desire, but also loathes, when once obtained, the very thing it has desired. But this is the fault of original sin, which has polluted all creatures, wherefore I believe that before the fall the sun was much brighter, water much clearer, and the land much richer, and fuller of all sorts of plants. Luther, This 322, 323, 329, 337. Tu tantum denique abist incesti cupido, ut non alis rubori sit etiam pudica conjunctio. M. Felicis, October c. 31. One father was so extraordinarily chaste that he had never seen a woman's face, nay, he dreaded even touching himself, esse quoque ipsum attingere quodmodo horribat. Another father had so fine an olfactory sense in this matter, that on the approach of an unchaste person he perceived an insupportable odor. Bale, Dict. Art. Mariana Rem. C. But the supreme, the divine principle of this hyperphysical delicacy is the Virgin Mary. Hence the Catholics name her Virginum Gloria, Virginitatis Corona, Virginitatis Typus it Forma Puritatis, Virginum Vexillifera, Virginitatis Magistra, Virginum Prima, Virginitatis Promissoria. 3 Salve Sancta Parens, Enexa Puerperigum, Gaudia Matris Habens cum Virginitatis honor. Theol. Skol. Mesja. T4. p. 132. 4c. For example, J. D. Winkler, Philolog. Lactant. S. Brunsvigae, 1754, pp. 247254. 5c. On this subject Philos. Und Christenthum, by L. Feuerbach. Chapter 15. The Mystery of the Christian Christ, or the Personal God. The fundamental dogmas of Christianity are realized wishes of the heart. The essence of Christianity is the essence of human feeling. It is pleasanter to be passive than to act, to be redeemed and made free by another than to free oneself, pleasanter to make one's salvation dependent on a person than on the force of one's own spontaneity, pleasanter to set before oneself an object of love than an object of effort, pleasanter to know oneself beloved by God than merely to have that simple, natural self-love which is innate in all beings, pleasanter to see oneself imaged in the love-beaming eyes of another personal being, than to look into the concave mirror of self or into the cold depths of the ocean of nature, pleasanter, in short, to allow oneself to be acted on by one's own feeling, as by another, but yet fundamentally identical being, than to regulate oneself by reason. Feeling is the oblique case of the ego in the accusative. The ego of fit is destitute of feeling, because the accusative is the same as the nominative, because it is indeclinable. But feeling or sentiment is the ego acted on by itself, and by itself as another being, the passive ego. Feeling changes the active in man into the passive, and the passive into the active. To feeling, that which thinks is the thing thought, and the thing thought is that which thinks. Feeling is the dream of nature, and there is nothing more blissful, nothing more profound than dreaming. But what is dreaming? The reversing of the waking consciousness. In dreaming, the active is the passive the active. In dreaming, I take the spontaneous action of my own mind for an action upon me from without, my emotions for events, my conceptions and sensations for true existences apart from myself. I suffer what I also perform. Dreaming is a double refraction of the rays of light, hence its indescribable charm. It is the same ego, the same being in dreaming as in waking. The only distinction is that in waking, the ego acts on itself, whereas in dreaming it is acted on by itself as by another being. I think myself is a passionless, rationalistic position. I am thought by God, and think myself only as thought by God, is a position pregnant with feeling, religious. Feeling is a dream with the eyes open, religion the dream of waking consciousness, dreaming is the key to the mysteries of religion. The highest law of feeling is the immediate unity of will and deed, of wishing and reality. This law is fulfilled by the Redeemer. As external miracles, in opposition to natural activity, realize immediately the physical wants and wishes of man, so the Redeemer, the Mediator, the God-man, in opposition to the moral spontaneity of the natural or rationalistic man, satisfies immediately the inward moral wants and wishes, since he dispenses man on his own side from any intermediate activity. What thou wishest is already effected. Thou desirest to win, to deserve happiness. Morality is the condition, the means of happiness. But thou canst not fulfill this condition, that is, in truth, thou needest not. That which thou seekest to do has already been done. Thou hast only to be passive, thou needest only believe, only enjoy. Thou desirest to make God favorable to thee, to appease his anger, to be at peace with thy conscience. But this peace exists already, this peace is the Mediator, the God-man. He is thy appeased conscience, he is the fulfillment of the law, and therewith the fulfillment of thy own wish and effort. Therefore it is no longer the law, but the fulfiller of the law, who is the model, the guiding thread, the rule of thy life. He who fulfills the law annuls the law. The law has authority, has validity, only in relation to him who violates it. But he who perfectly fulfills the law says to it, what thou willest I spontaneously will, and what thou commandest I enforce by deeds. My life is the true, the living law. The fulfiller of the law, therefore, necessarily steps into the place of the law, moreover he becomes a new law, one whose yoke is light and easy. For in place of the merely imperative law, he presents himself as an example, as an object of love, of admiration and emulation, and thus becomes the Savior from sin. The law does not give me the power to fulfill the law, no. It is hard and merciless, it only commands, without troubling itself whether I can fulfill it, or how I am to fulfill it. It leaves me to myself, without counsel or aid. But he who presents himself to me as an example lights up my path, takes me by the hand, and imparts to me his own strength. The law lends no power of resisting sin, but example works miracles. The law is dead, but example animates, inspires, carries men involuntarily along with it. The law speaks only to the understanding, and sets itself directly in opposition to the instincts. Example, on the contrary, appeals to a powerful instinct immediately connected with the activity of the senses, that of involuntary imitation. Example operates on the feelings and imagination. In short, example has magical, i.e., sense-affecting powers, for the magical or involuntary force of attraction is an essential property, as of matter in general, so in particular of that which affects the senses. The ancients said that if virtue could become visible, its beauty would win and inspire all hearts. The Christians were so happy as to see even this wish fulfilled. The heathens had an unwritten, the Jews a written law, the Christians had a model, a visible, personal, living law, a law made flesh. Hence the joyfulness especially of the primitive Christians, hence the glory of Christianity that it alone contains and bestows the power to resist sin. And this glory is not to be denied it. Only, it is to be observed that the power of the exemplar of virtue is not so much the power of virtue as the power of example in general, just as the power of religious music is not the power of religion, but the power of music, one and that therefore, though the image of virtue has virtuous actions as its consequences, these actions are destitute of the dispositions and motives of virtue. But this simple and true sense of the redeeming and reconciling power of example in distinction from the power of law, to which we have reduced the antithesis of the law and Christ, by no means expresses the full religious significance of the Christian redemption and reconciliation. In this everything reduces itself to the personal power of that miraculous intermediate being who is neither God alone nor man alone, but a man who is also God, and a God who is also man, and who can therefore only be comprehended in connection with the significance of miracle. In this, the miraculous Redeemer is nothing else than the realized wish of feeling to be free from the laws of morality, i.e., from the conditions to which virtue is united in the natural course of things, the realized wish to be freed from moral evils instantaneously, immediately, by a stroke of magic, that is, in an absolutely subjective, agreeable way. The Word of God, says Luther, for example, accomplishes all things swiftly, brings forgiveness of sins, and gives thee eternal life, and costs nothing more than that thou shouldst hear the word, and when thou hast heard it shouldst believe. If thou believest, thou hast it without pains, cost, delay, or difficulty. 2. But that hearing of the Word of God which is followed by faith is itself a gift of God. Thus faith is nothing else than a psychological miracle, a supernatural operation of God in man, as Luther likewise says. But man becomes free from sin and from the consciousness of guilt only through faith. Morality is dependent on faith. The virtues of the heathens are only splendid sins, thus he becomes morally free and good only through miracle. That the idea of miraculous power is one with the idea of the intermediate being, at once divine and human, has historical proof in the fact that the miracles of the Old Testament, the delivery of the law, providence, all the elements which constitute the essence of religion, were in the later Judaism attributed to the Logos. In Philo, however, this Logos still hovers in the air between heaven and earth, now as abstract, now as concrete, that is, Philo vacillates between himself as a philosopher and himself as a religious Israelite, between the positive element of religion and the metaphysical idea of deity, but in such a way that even the abstract element is with him more or less invested with imaginative forms. In Christianity, this logos first attained perfect consistence, i.e., religion now concentrated itself exclusively on that element, that object, which is the basis of its essential difference. The logos is the personified essence of religion. Hence the definition of God as the essence of feeling has its complete truth only in the logos. God as God is feeling as yet shut up, hidden. Only Christ is the unclosed, open feeling or heart. In Christ, feeling is first perfectly certain of itself, and assured beyond doubt of the truth and divinity of its own nature, for Christ denies nothing to feeling, he fulfills all its prayers. In God the soul is still silent as to what affects it most closely, it only sighs. But in Christ it speaks out fully, here it has no longer any reserves. To him who only sighs, wishes are still attended with disquietude, he rather complains that what he wishes is not, than openly, positively declares what he wishes, he is still in doubt whether his wishes have the force of law. But in Christ all anxiety of the soul vanishes, he is the sighing soul passed into a song of triumph over its complete satisfaction, he is the joyful certainty of feeling that its wishes hidden in God have truth and reality, the actual victory over death, over all the powers of the world and nature, the resurrection no longer merely hoped for, but already accomplished. He is the heart released from all oppressive limits, from all sufferings, the soul in perfect blessedness, the Godhead made visible. 3 To see God is the highest wish, the highest triumph of the heart. Christ is this wish, this triumph, fulfilled. God, as an object of thought only, i.e., God as God, is always a remote being, the relation to him is an abstract one, like that relation of friendship in which we stand to a man who is distant from us, and personally unknown to us. However his works, the proofs of love which he gives us, may make his nature present to us, there always remains an unfilled void, the heart is unsatisfied, we long to see him. So long as we have not met a being face to face, we are always in doubt whether he be really such as we imagine him. Actual presence alone gives final confidence, perfect repose. Christ is God known personally. Christ, therefore, is the blessed certainty that God is what the soul desires and needs him to be. God, as the object of prayer, is indeed already a human being, since he sympathizes with human misery, grants human wishes, but still he is not yet an object to the religious consciousness as a real man. Hence, only in Christ is the last wish of religion realized, the mystery of religious feeling solved however in the language of imagery proper to religion, for what God is in essence, that Christ is in actual appearance. So far the Christian religion may justly be called the absolute religion. That God, who in himself is nothing else than the nature of man, should also have a real existence as such, should be as man an object to the consciousness. This is the goal of religion, and this the Christian religion has attained in the incarnation of God, which is by no means a transitory act, for Christ remains man even after his ascension, man in heart and man in form, only that his body is no longer an earthly one, liable to suffering. The incarnations of the deity with the Orientals, the Hindus, for example, have no such intense meaning as the Christian incarnation. Just because they happen often they become indifferent, they lose their value. The manhood of God is his personality. The proposition, God is a personal being, means, God is a human being, God is a man. Personality is an abstraction, which has reality only in an actual man. For the idea which lies at the foundation of the incarnations of God is therefore infinitely better conveyed by one incarnation, one personality. Where God appears in several persons successively, these personalities are evanescent. What is required is a permanent, an exclusive personality. Where there are many incarnations, room is given for innumerable others. The imagination is not restrained, and even those incarnations which are already real pass into the category of the merely possible and conceivable, into the category of fancies or of mere appearances. But where one personality is exclusively believed in and contemplated, this at once impresses with the power of an historical personality. Imagination is done away with, the freedom to imagine others is renounced. This one personality presses on me the belief in its reality. The characteristic of real personality is precisely exclusiveness, the Leibnizian principle of distinction, namely, that no one existence is exactly like another. The tone, the emphasis, with which the one personality is expressed, produces such an effect on the feelings, that it presents itself immediately as a real one, and is converted from an object of the imagination into an object of historical knowledge. Longing is the necessity of feeling, and feeling longs for a personal God. But this longing after the personality of God is true, earnest, and profound only when it is the longing for one personality, when it is satisfied with one. With the plurality of persons the truth of the want vanishes, and personality becomes a mere luxury of the imagination. But that which operates with the force of necessity, operates with the force of reality on man. That which to the feelings is a necessary being, is to them immediately a real being. Longing says, there must be a personal God, i.e., it cannot be that there is not. Satisfied feeling says, he is. The guarantee of his existence lies for feeling in its sense of the necessity of his existence, the necessity of the satisfaction in the force of the want. Necessity knows no law besides itself, necessity breaks iron. Feeling knows no other necessity than its own, than the necessity of feeling, than longing. It holds in extreme horror the necessity of nature, the necessity of reason. Thus to feeling, a subjective, sympathetic, personal God is necessary, but it demands one personality alone, and this an historical, real one. Only when it is satisfied in the unity of personality has feeling any concentration. Plurality dissipates it. But as the truth of personality is unity, and as the truth of unity is reality, so the truth of real personality is blood. The last proof, announced with peculiar emphasis by the author of the fourth Gospel, that the visible person of God was no phantasm, no illusion, but a real man, is that blood flowed from his side on the cross. If the personal God has a true sympathy with distress, he must himself suffer distress. Only in his suffering lies the assurance of his reality, only on this depends the impressiveness of the incarnation. To see God does not satisfy feeling, the eyes give no sufficient guarantee. The truth of vision is confirmed only by touch. But as subjectively touch, so objectively the capability of being touched, palpability, possibility, is the last criterion of reality. Hence the passion of Christ is the highest confidence, the highest self-enjoyment, the highest consolation of feeling, for only in the blood of Christ is the thirst for a personal, that is, a human, sympathizing, tender God allayed. Wherefore we hold it to be a pernicious error when such, namely, divine, majesty is taken away from Christ according to his manhood, thereby depriving Christians of their highest consolation, which they have in the promise of the presence of their head, King and High Priest, who has promised them that not his mere Godhead, which to us poor sinners is as a consuming fire to dry stubble, but he the man, who has spoken with us, who has proved all sorrows in the human form which he took upon him, who therefore can have fellow feeling with us as his brethren, that he will be with us in all our need, according to the nature whereby he is our brother and we are flesh of his flesh. 5. It is superficial to say that Christianity is not the religion of one personal God, but of three personalities. These three personalities have certainly an existence in dogma, but even there the personality of the Holy Spirit is only an arbitrary decision which is contradicted by impersonal definitions, as, for example, that the Holy Spirit is the gift of the Father and Son. 6. Already the very procession of the Holy Ghost presents an evil prognostic for his personality, for a personal being is produced only by generation, not by an indefinite emanation or by spiratio. And even the Father, as the representative of the rigorous idea of the Godhead, is a personal being only according to opinion and assertion, not according to his definitions. He is an abstract idea, a purely rationalistic being. Only Christ is the plastic personality. To personality belongs form, form is the reality of personality. Christ alone is the personal God. He is the real God of Christians, a truth which cannot be too often repeated. 7. In him alone is concentrated the Christian religion, the essence of religion in general. He alone meets the longing for a personal God, he alone is an existence identical with the nature of feeling, on him alone are heaped all the joys of the imagination, and all the sufferings of the heart. In him alone are feeling and imagination exhausted. Christ is the blending in one of feeling and imagination. Christianity is distinguished from other religions by this, that in other religions the heart and imagination are divided, in Christianity they coincide. Here the imagination does not wander, left to itself. It follows the leadings of the heart, it describes a circle, whose center is feeling. Imagination is here limited by the wants of the heart, it only realizes the wishes of feeling, it has reference only to the one thing needful. In brief, it has, at least generally, a practical, concentric tendency, not a vagrant, merely poetic one. The miracles of Christianity, no product of free, spontaneous activity, but conceived in the bosom of yearning, necessitous feeling, place us immediately on the ground of common, real life. They act on the emotional man with irresistible force, because they have the necessity of feeling on their side. The power of imagination is here at the same time the power of the heart. Imagination is only the victorious, triumphant heart. With the Orientals, with the Greeks, imagination, untroubled by the wants of the heart, reveled in the enjoyment of earthly splendor and glory. In Christianity, it descended from the palace of the gods into the abode of poverty, where only want rules. It humbled itself under the sway of the heart. But the more it limited itself in extent, the more intense became its strength. The wantonness of the Olympian gods could not maintain itself before the rigorous necessity of the heart, but imagination is omnipotent when it has a bond of union with the heart. And this bond between the freedom of the imagination and the necessity of the heart is Christ. All things are subject to Christ. He is the Lord of the world, who does with it what he will. But this unlimited power over nature is itself again subject to the power of the heart. Christ commands raging nature to be still, but only that he may hear the sighs of the needy. 1. In relation to this, the confession of Augustine is interesting. Ita fluctuo inter periculum voluptatis et experimentum salubritatis, magisc adducer, cantandi cus vecidinem approber in ecclesia, ut per oblectamenta aureum infirmia animus in affectum pietatis agat. Tamen cum mi accidit, ut numbers amplius cantus, quam res qua carnicia moviat, po analita mi peccara confitia. Confess. LXC 33. 2th 16. p. 490. 3. Because God has given us his Son, he has with him given us everything, whether it be called devil, sin, hell, heaven, righteousness, life, all must be ours, because the Son is ours as a gift, in whom all else is included. Luther, th. 15 p. 311. The best part of the resurrection has already happened. Christ, the head of all Christdom, has passed through death and risen from the dead. Moreover, the most excellent part of me, my soul, has likewise passed through death, and is with Christ in the heavenly being. What harm, then, can death and the grave do me? Luther, th. 16 p. 235. A Christian man has equal power with Christ, has fellowship with him and a common tenure. Th. 13 p. 648. Whoever cleaves to Christ has as much as he. Th. 16 p. 574. For this exhibits clearly the untruthfulness and vanity of the modern speculations concerning the personality of God. If you are not ashamed of a personal God, do not be ashamed of a corporeal God. An abstract colorless personality, a personality without flesh and blood, is an empty shade. 5 Concordianb. Erkler. Art. 8-6. This was excellently shown by Faustus Socinus. See his defense. Animadv. In assert. Theol. Col. Posnan. De trino it uno deo. Irenopoli, 1656, See 11. 7. Let the reader examine, with reference to this, the writings of the Christian Orthodox theologians against the heterodox, for example, against the Socinians. Modern theologians, indeed, agree with the latter, as is well known, in pronouncing the divinity of Christ as accepted by the Church to be unbiblical, but it is undeniably the characteristic principle of Christianity, and even if it does not stand in the Bible in the form which is given to it by dogma, it is nevertheless a necessary consequence of what is found in the Bible. A being who is the fullness of the Godhead bodily, who is omniscient, John 16:30, and almighty, raises the dead, works miracles, who is before all things, both in time and rank, who has life in himself, though an imparted life, like as the Father has life in himself. What, if we follow out the consequences, can such a being be, but God? Christ is one with the Father in will, but unity of will presupposes unity of nature. Christ is the ambassador, the representative of God, but God can only be represented by a divine being. I can only choose as my representative one in whom I find the same or similar qualities as in myself, otherwise I belie myself. Chapter 16. The distinction between Christianity and heathenism. Christ is the omnipotence of subjectivity, the heart released from all the bonds and laws of nature, the soul excluding the world, and concentrated only on itself, the reality of all the heart's wishes, the Easter festival of the heart, the ascent to heaven of the imagination. Christ therefore is the distinction of Christianity from heathenism. In Christianity, man was concentrated only on himself. He unlinked himself from the chain of sequences in the system of the universe. He made himself a self-sufficing whole, an absolute, extra and supramundane being. Because he no longer regarded himself as a being immanent in the world, because he severed himself from connection with it, he felt himself an unlimited being, for the sole limit of subjectivity is the world, is objectivity, he had no longer any reason to doubt the truth and validity of his subjective wishes and feelings. The heathens, on the contrary, not shutting out nature by retreating within themselves, limited their subjectivity by the contemplation of the world. Highly as the ancients estimated the intelligence, the reason, they were yet liberal and objective enough, theoretically as well as practically, to allow that which they distinguished from mind, namely, matter, to live, and even to live eternally. The Christians evinced their theoretical as well as practical intolerance in their belief that they secured the eternity of their subjective life only by annihilating, as in the doctrine of the destruction of the world, the opposite of subjectivity. Nature. The ancients were free from themselves, but their freedom was that of indifference towards themselves. The Christians were free from nature, but their freedom was not that of reason, not true freedom, which limits itself by the contemplation of the world. By nature, it was the freedom of feeling and imagination, the freedom of miracle. The ancients were so enraptured by the cosmos, that they lost sight of themselves, suffered themselves to be merged in the whole. The Christians despised the world. What is the creature compared with the Creator? What are sun, moon, and earth compared with the human soul, the world passes away, but man, nay, the individual, personal man, is eternal. If the Christians severed man from all community with nature, and hence fell into the extreme of an arrogant fastidiousness, which stigmatized the remotest comparison of man with the brutes as an impious violation of human dignity, the heathens, on the other hand, fell into the opposite extreme, into that spirit of depreciation which abolishes the distinction between man and the brute, or even, as was the case, for example, with Celsus, the opponent of Christianity, degrades man beneath the brute. But the heathens considered man not only in connection with the universe, they considered the individual man, in connection with other men, as member of a commonwealth. They rigorously distinguished the individual from the species, the individual as apart from the race as a whole, and they subordinated the part to the whole. Men pass away, but mankind remains, says a heathen philosopher. Why wilt thou grieve over the loss of thy daughter, writes Sulpicius to Cicero. Great, renowned cities and empires have passed away, and thou behavest thus at the death of an homunculus, a little human being. Where is thy philosophy? The idea of man as an individual was to the ancients a secondary one, attained through the idea of the species. Though they thought highly of the race, highly of the excellences of mankind, highly and sublimely of the intelligence, they nevertheless thought slightly of the individual. Christianity, on the contrary, cared nothing for the species, and had only the individual in its eye and mind. Christianity, not, certainly, the Christianity of the present day, which has incorporated with itself the culture of heathenism, and has preserved only the name and some general positions of Christianity, is the direct opposite of heathenism, and only when it is regarded as such is it truly comprehended, and untravested by arbitrary speculative interpretation. It is true so far as its opposite is false, and false so far as its opposite is true. The ancients sacrificed the individual to the species, the Christians sacrificed the species to the individual. Or, heathenism conceived the individual only as a part in distinction from the whole of the species. Christianity, on the contrary, conceived the individual only in immediate, undistinguishable unity with the species. To Christianity the individual was the object of an immediate providence, that is, an immediate object of the divine being. The heathens believed in a providence for the individual only through his relation to the race, through law, through the order of the world, and thus only in a mediate, natural, and not miraculous providence, too. But the Christians left out the intermediate process, and placed themselves in immediate connection with the prescient, all-embracing, universal being, i.e., they immediately identified the individual with the universal being. But the idea of deity coincides with the idea of humanity. All divine attributes, all the attributes which make God God, are attributes of the species, attributes which in the individual are limited, but the limits of which are abolished in the essence of the species, and even in its existence, in so far as it has its complete existence only in all men taken together. My knowledge, my will, is limited, but my limit is not the limit of another man. To say nothing of mankind, what is difficult to me is easy to another, what is impossible, inconceivable, to one age, is to the coming age conceivable and possible. My life is bound to a limited time, not so the life of humanity. The history of mankind consists of nothing else than a continuous and progressive conquest of limits, which at a given time pass for the limits of humanity, and therefore for absolute insurmountable limits. But the future always unveils the fact that the alleged limits of the species were only limits of individuals. The most striking proofs of this are presented by the history of philosophy and of physical science. It would be highly interesting and instructive to write a history of the sciences entirely from this point of view, in order to exhibit in all its vanity the presumptuous notion of the individual that he can set limits to his race. Thus the species is unlimited, the individual alone limited. But the sense of limitation is painful, and hence the individual frees himself from it by the contemplation of the perfect being. In this contemplation he possesses what otherwise is wanting to him. With the Christians, God is nothing else than the immediate unity of species and individuality, of the universal and individual being. God is the idea of the species as an individual, the idea or essence of the species, which as a species, as universal being, as the totality of all perfections, of all attributes or realities, freed from all the limits which exist in the consciousness and feeling of the individual, is at the same time again an individual, personal being. Ipsum esse estimated essence and existence are in God identical, which means nothing else than that he is the idea, the essence of the species, conceived immediately as an existence, an individual. The highest idea on the standpoint of religion is, God does not love, he is himself love, he does not life, he is life, he is not just, but justice itself, not a person, but personality itself, the species, the idea, as immediately a concrete existence. 3 Because of this immediate unity of the species with individuality, this concentration of all that is universal and real in one personal being, God is a deeply moving object, enrapturing to the imagination, whereas the idea of humanity has little power over the feelings, because humanity is only an abstraction, and the reality which presents itself to us in distinction from this abstraction is the multitude of separate, limited individuals. In God, on the contrary, feeling has immediate satisfaction, because here all is embraced in one, i.e., because here the species has an immediate existence, is an individuality. God is love, is justice, as itself a subject, he is the perfect universal being as one being, the infinite extension of the species as an all-comprehending unity. But God is only man's intuition of his own nature. Thus the Christians are distinguished from the heathens in this, that they immediately identify the individual with the species, that with them the individual has the significance of the species, the individual by himself is held to be the perfect representative of the species, that they deify the human individual, make him the absolute being. Especially characteristic is the difference between Christianity and heathenism concerning the relation of the individual to the intelligence, to the understanding, to the Christians individualized the understanding, the heathens made it a universal essence. To the heathens, the understanding, the intelligence, was the essence of man. To the Christians, it was only a part of themselves. To the heathens therefore only the intelligence, the species, to the Christians, the individual, was immortal, i.e., divine. Hence follows the further difference between heathen and Christian philosophy. The most unequivocal expression, the characteristic symbol of this immediate identity of the species and individuality in Christianity is Christ, the real God of the Christians. Christ is the ideal of humanity become existent, the compendium of all moral and divine perfections to the exclusion of all that is negative, pure, heavenly, sinless man, the typical man, the Adam Kadmon, not regarded as the totality of the species, of mankind, but immediately as one individual, one person. Christ, i.e., the Christian, religious Christ, is therefore not the central, but the terminal point of history. The Christians expected the end of the world, the close of history. In the Bible, Christ himself, in spite of all the falsities and sophisms of our exegetists, clearly prophesies the speedy end of the world. History rests only on the distinction of the individual from the race. Where this distinction ceases, history ceases, the very soul of history is extinct. Nothing remains to man but the contemplation and appropriation of this realized ideal, and the spirit of proselytism, which seeks to extend the prevalence of a fixed belief, the preaching that God has appeared, and that the end of the world is at hand. Since the immediate identity of the species and the individual oversteps the limits of reason and nature, it followed of course that this universal, ideal individual was declared to be a transcendent, supernatural, heavenly being. It is therefore a perversity to attempt to deduce from reason the immediate identity of the species and individual, for it is only the imagination which effects this identity, the imagination to which nothing is impossible, and which is also the creator of miracles, for the greatest of miracles is the being who, while he is an individual, is at the same time the ideal, the species, humanity in the fullness of its perfection and infinity, i.e., the Godhead. Hence it is also a perversity to adhere to the biblical or dogmatic Christ, and yet to thrust aside miracles. If the principle be retained, wherefore deny its necessary consequences? The total absence of the idea of the species in Christianity is especially observable in its characteristic doctrine of the universal sinfulness of men. For there lies at the foundation of this doctrine the demand that the individual shall not be an individual, a demand which again is based on the presupposition that the individual by himself is a perfect being, is by himself the adequate presentation or existence of the species. For here is entirely wanting the objective perception, the consciousness, that the thou belongs to the perfection of the I, that men are required to constitute humanity, that only men taken together are what man should and can be. All men are sinners. Granted, but they are not all sinners in the same way. On the contrary, there exists a great and essential difference between them. One man is inclined to falsehood, another is not. He would rather give up his life than break his word or tell a lie. The third has a propensity to intoxication, the fourth to licentiousness, while the fifth, whether by favor of nature, or from the energy of his character, exhibits none of these vices. Thus, in the moral as well as the physical and intellectual elements, men compensate for each other, so that, taken as a whole, they are, as they should be, they present the perfect man. Hence intercourse ameliorates and elevates, involuntarily and without disguise. Man is different in intercourse from what he is when alone. Love especially works wonders, and the love of the sexes most of all. Man and woman are the complement of each other, and thus united they first present the species, the perfect man. 5 Without species, love is inconceivable. Love is nothing else than the self-consciousness of the species as evolved within the difference of sex. In love, the reality of the species, which otherwise is only a thing of reason, an object of mere thought, becomes a matter of feeling, a truth of feeling, for in love, man declares himself unsatisfied in his individuality taken by itself. He postulates the existence of another as a need of the heart, he reckons another as part of his own being. He declares the life which he has through love to be the truly human life, corresponding to the idea of man, i.e., of the species. The individual is defective, imperfect, weak, needy, but love is strong, perfect, contented, free from wants, self-sufficing, infinite, because in it the self-consciousness of the individuality is the mysterious self-consciousness of the perfection of the race. But this result of love is produced by friendship also, at least where it is intense, where it is a religion 6 as it was with the ancients. Friends compensate for each other, friendship is a means of virtue, and more, it is itself virtue, dependent however on participation. Friendship can only exist between the virtuous, as the ancients said. But it cannot be based on perfect similarity, on the contrary, it requires diversity, for friendship rests on a desire for self-completion. One friend obtains through the other what he does not himself possess. The virtues of the one atone for the failings of the other. Friend justifies friend before God. However faulty a man may be, it is a proof that there is a germ of good in him if he has worthy men for his friends. If I cannot be myself perfect, I yet at least love virtue, perfection in others. If therefore I am called to account for any sins, weaknesses, and faults, I interpose as advocates, as mediators, the virtues of my friend. How barbarous, how unreasonable would it be to condemn me for sins which I doubtless have committed, but which I have myself condemned in loving my friends, who are free from these sins. But if friendship and love, which themselves are only subjective realizations of the species, make out of singly imperfect beings an at least relatively perfect whole, how much more do the sins and failings of individuals vanish in the species itself, which has its adequate existence only in the sum total of mankind, and is therefore only an object of reason. Hence the lamentation over sin is found only where the human individual regards himself in his individuality as a perfect, complete being, not needing others for the realization of the species, of the perfect man, where instead of the consciousness of the species has been substituted the exclusive self-consciousness of the individual, where the individual does not recognize himself as a part of mankind, but identifies himself with the species, and for this reason makes his own sins, limits and weaknesses, the sins, limits, and weaknesses of mankind in general. Nevertheless, man cannot lose the consciousness of the species, for his self-consciousness is essentially united to his consciousness of another than himself. Where therefore the species is not an object to him as a species, it will be an object to him as God. He supplies the absence of the idea of the species by the idea of God, as the being who is free from the limits and wants which oppress the individual, and, in his opinion, since he identifies the species with the individual, the species itself. But this perfect being, free from the limits of the individual, is nothing else than the species, which reveals the infinitude of its nature in this, that it is realized in infinitely numerous and various individuals. If all men were absolutely alike, there would then certainly be no distinction between the race and the individual. But in that case the existence of many men would be a pure superfluity, a single man would have achieved the ends of the species. In the one who enjoyed the happiness of existence all would have had their complete substitute. Doubtless the essence of man is one, but this essence is infinite, its real existence is therefore an infinite, reciprocally compensating variety, which reveals the riches of this essence. Unity in essence is multiplicity in existence. Between me and another human being, and this other is the representative of the species, even though he is only one, for he supplies to me the want of many others, has for me a universal significance, is the deputy of mankind, in whose name he speaks to me, an isolated individual, so that, when united only with one, I have a participated, a human life. Between me and another human being there is an essential, qualitative distinction. The other is my thou, the relation being reciprocal, my alter ego, man objective to me, the revelation of my own nature, the I seeing itself. In another I first have the consciousness of humanity, through him I first learn, I first feel, that I am a man. In my love for him it is first clear to me that he belongs to me and I to him, that we two cannot be without each other, that only community constitutes humanity. But morally, also, there is a qualitative, critical distinction between the I and thou. My fellow man is my objective conscience, he makes my failings a reproach to me. Even when he does not expressly mention them, he is my personified feeling of shame. The consciousness of the moral law, of right, of propriety, of truth itself, is indissolubly united with my consciousness of another than myself. That is true in which another agrees with me. Agreement is the first criterion of truth, but only because the species is the ultimate measure of truth. That which I think only according to the standard of my individuality is not binding on another, it can be conceived otherwise, it is an accidental, merely subjective view. But that which I think according to the standard of the species, I think as man in general only can think, and consequently as every individual must think if he thinks normally, in accordance with law, and therefore truly. That is true which agrees with the nature of the species, that is false which contradicts it. There is no other rule of truth. But my fellow man is to me the representative of the species, the substitute of the rest, nay, his judgment may be of more authority with me than the judgment of the innumerable multitude. Let the fanatic make disciples as the sand on the seashore, the sand is still sand, mine be the pearl, a judicious friend. The agreement of others is therefore my criterion of the normalness, the universality, the truth of my thoughts. I cannot so abstract myself from myself as to judge myself with perfect freedom and disinterestedness, but another has an impartial judgment, through him I correct, complete, extend my own judgment, my own taste, my own knowledge. In short, there is a qualitative, critical difference between men. But Christianity extinguishes this qualitative distinction, it sets the same stamp on all men alike, and regards them as one and the same individual, because it knows no distinction between the species and the individual. It has one and the same means of salvation for all men, it sees one and the same original sin in all. Because Christianity thus, from exaggerated subjectivity, knows nothing of the species, in which alone lies the redemption, the justification, the reconciliation and cure of the sins and deficiencies of the individual. It needed a supernatural and peculiar, nay, a personal, subjective aid in order to overcome sin. If I alone am the species, if no other, that is, no qualitatively different men exist, or, which is the same thing, if there is no distinction between me and others, if we are all perfectly alike, if my sins are not neutralized by the opposite qualities of other men, then assuredly my sin is a blot of shame which cries up to heaven, a revolting horror which can be exterminated only by extraordinary, superhuman, miraculous means. Happily, however, there is a natural reconciliation. My fellow man is per se the mediator between me and the sacred idea of the species. Homo homini deus estimated. My sin is made to shrink within its limits, is thrust back into its nothingness, by the fact that it is only mine, and not that of my fellows. How much better is it that I should lose the whole world than that I should lose God, who created the world, and can create innumerable worlds, who is better than 100,000, than innumerable worlds. For what sort of a comparison is that of the temporal with the eternal? One soul is better than the whole world. Luther, th. 19 p. 21. 2. It is true that the heathen philosophers also, as Plato, Socrates, the Stoics, see for example J. Lipsius, Physiol. Stoic. Elidis. 11. Believed that the divine providence extended not merely to the general, but also to the particular, the individual, but they identified providence with nature, law, necessity. The Stoics, who were the orthodox speculatists of heathenism, did indeed believe in miracles wrought by providence, Sikdanat, Dara, L2, and the Divinat, Li, but their miracles had no such supranaturalistic significance as those of Christianity, though they also appealed to the supranaturalistic axiom, nihilist quod deus efficeria non possit 3 decimer amerit deus, decimer nosit deus. It multa in hunc modum. Sed deus amat ut charitas, novit ut veritas, etc. Bernard, de Consider LV. For it is true that in one sense the individual is the absolute, in the phraseology of Leibniz, the mirror of the universe, of the infinite. But in so far as there are many individuals, each is only a single, and, as such, a finite mirror of the infinite. It is true also, in opposition to the abstraction of a sinless man, that each individual regarded in himself is perfect, and only by comparison imperfect, for each is what alone he can be. 5. With the Hindus, inst of menu, he alone is a perfect man who consists of 3 united persons, his wife, himself, and his son. For man and wife, and father and son, are one. The Adam of the Old Testament also is incomplete without woman, he feels his need of her. But the Adam of the New Testament, the Christian, heavenly Adam, the Adam who is constituted with a view to the destruction of this world, has no longer any sexual impulses or functions. 6. Hassain vires amisashi mortis contemptum ingenuaria, poturunt, quibus pentantum venerationis, quantum diorum immortalium ceremoniis debita. Illis enim publica solus, his privata continetia. Valorus maximum L4. C7. Chapter 17. The Christian significance of voluntary celibacy and monachism. The idea of man as a species, and with it the significance of the life of the species, of humanity as a whole, vanished as Christianity became dominant. Herein we have a new confirmation of the position advanced, that Christianity does not contain within itself the principle of culture. Where man immediately identifies the species with the individual, and posits this identity as his highest being, as God, where the idea of humanity is thus an object to him only as the idea of Godhead, there the need of culture has vanished, man has all in himself, all in his God, consequently he has no need to supply his own deficiencies by others as the representatives of the species, or by the contemplation of the world generally, and this need is alone the spring of culture. The individual man attains his end by himself alone, he attains it in God, God is himself the attained goal, the realized highest aim of humanity, but God is present to each individual separately. God only is the want of the Christian, others, the human race, the world, are not necessary to him, he is not the inward need of others. God fills to me the place of the species, of my fellow men, yes, when I turn away from the world, when I am in isolation, I first truly feel my need of God, I first have a lively sense of His presence, I first feel what God is, and what He ought to be to me. It is true that the religious man has need also of fellowship, of edification in common, but this need of others is always in itself something extremely subordinate. The salvation of the soul is the fundamental idea, the main point in Christianity, and this salvation lies only in God, only in the concentration of the mind on Him. Activity for others is required, is a condition of salvation, but the ground of salvation is God, immediate reference in all things to God. And even activity for others has only a religious significance, has reference only to God, as its motive and end, is essentially only an activity for God, for the glorifying of His name, the spreading abroad of His praise. But God is absolute subjectivity, subjectivity separated from the world, above the world, set free from matter, severed from the life of the species, and therefore from the distinction of sex. Separation from the world, from matter, from the life of the species, is therefore the essential aim of Christianity. 1 And this aim had its visible, practical realization in monachism. It is a self-delusion to attempt to derive monachism from the East. At least, if this derivation is to be accepted, they who maintain it should be consistent enough to derive the opposite tendency of Christendom, not from Christianity, but from the spirit of the Western nations, the Occidental nature in general. But how, in that case, shall we explain the monastic enthusiasm of the West? Monachism must rather be derived directly from Christianity itself. It was necessary consequence of the belief in heaven promised to mankind by Christianity. Where the heavenly life is a truth, the earthly life is a lie. Where imagination is all, reality is nothing. To him who believes in an eternal heavenly life, the present life loses its value, or rather, it has already lost its value. Belief in the heavenly life is belief in the worthlessness and nothingness of this life. I cannot represent to myself the future life without longing for it, without casting down a look of compassion or contempt on this pitiable earthly life, and the heavenly life can be no object, no law of faith, without, at the same time, being a law of morality. It must determine my actions too. At least if my life is to be in accordance with my faith, I ought not to cleave to the transitory things of this earth. I ought not, but neither do I wish, for what are all things here below compared with the glory of the heavenly life? 3 It is true that the quality of that life depends on the quality, the moral condition of this, but morality is itself determined by the faith in eternal life. The morality corresponding to the superterrestrial life is simply separation from the world, the negation of this life, and the practical attestation of this spiritual separation is the monastic life. 4 Everything must ultimately take an external form, must present itself to the senses. An inward disposition must become an outward practice. The life of the cloister, indeed ascetic life in general, is the heavenly life as it is realized and can be realized here below. If my soul belongs to heaven, ought I, nay, can I belong to the earth with my body? The soul animates the body. But if the soul is in heaven, the body is forsaken, dead, and thus the medium, the organ of connection between the world and the soul is annihilated. Death, the separation of the soul from the body, at least from this gross, material, sinful body, is the entrance into heaven. But if death is the condition of blessedness and moral perfection, then necessarily mortification is the one law of morality. Moral death is the necessary anticipation of natural death. I say necessary, for it would be the extreme of immorality to attribute the obtaining of heaven to physical death, which is no moral act, but a natural one common to man and the brute. Death must therefore be exalted into a moral, a spontaneous act. I die daily, says the Apostle, and this dictum Saint Anthony, the founder of monachism 5, made the theme of his life. But Christianity, it is contended, demanded only a spiritual freedom. True, but what is that spiritual freedom which does not pass into action, which does not attest itself in practice? Or dost thou believe that it only depends on thyself, on thy will, on thy intention, whether thou be free from anything? If so, thou art greatly in error, and hast never experienced what it is to be truly made free. So long as thou art in a given rank, profession, or relation, so long art thou, willingly or not, determined by it. Thy will, thy determination, frees thee only from conscious limitations and impressions, not from the unconscious ones which lie in the nature of the case. Thus we do not feel at home, we are under constraint, so long as we are not locally, physically separated from one with whom we have inwardly broken. External freedom is alone the full truth of spiritual freedom. A man who has really lost spiritual interest in earthly treasures soon throws them out at window, that his heart may be thoroughly at liberty. What I no longer possess by inclination is a burden to me, so away with it. What affection has let go, the hand no longer holds fast. Only affection gives force to the grasp, only affection makes possession sacred. He who having a wife is as though he had her not, will do better to have no wife at all. To have as though one had not, is to have without the disposition to have, is in truth not to have. And therefore he who says that one ought to have a thing as though one had it not, merely says in a subtle, covert, cautious way, that one ought not to have it at all. That which I dismiss from my heart is no longer mine, it is free as air. Saint Anthony took the resolution to renounce the world when he had once heard the saying, "If thou wilt be perfect, go thy way, sell that thou hast and give to the poor, and thou shalt have treasure in heaven, and come and follow me." Saint Anthony gave the only true interpretation of this text. He went his way, and sold his possessions, and gave the proceeds to the poor. Only thus did he prove his spiritual freedom from the treasures of this world. 6 Such freedom, such truth, is certainly in contradiction with the Christianity of the present day, according to which the Lord has required only a spiritual freedom, i.e., a freedom which demands no sacrifice, no energy, an illusory, self-deceptive freedom, a freedom from earthly good, which consists in its possession and enjoyment. For certainly the Lord said, "My yoke is easy." How harsh, how unreasonable would Christianity be if it exacted from man the renunciation of earthly riches? Then assuredly Christianity would not be suited to this world. So far from this, Christianity is in the highest degree practical and judicious. It defers the freeing oneself from the wealth and pleasures of this world to the moment of natural death, Monkish mortification is an unchristian suicide, and allots to our spontaneous activity the acquisition and enjoyment of earthly possessions. Genuine Christians do not indeed doubt the truth of the heavenly life, God forbid. Therein they still agree with the ancient monks, but they await that life patiently, submissive to the will of God, i.e., to their own selfishness, to the agreeable pursuit of worldly enjoyment. 7 But I turn away with loathing and contempt from modern Christianity, in which the bride of Christ readily acquiesces in polygamy, at least in successive polygamy, and this in the eyes of the true Christian does not essentially differ from contemporaneous polygamy, but yet at the same time, shameful hypocrisy, swears by the eternal, universally binding, irrefragable sacred truth of God's word. I turn back with reverence to the misconceived truth of the chaste monastic cell, where the soul betrothed to heaven did not allow itself to be wooed into faithlessness by a strange earthly body. The unworldly, supernatural life is essentially also an unmarried life. The celibate lies already, though not in the form of a law, in the inmost nature of Christianity. This is sufficiently declared in the supernatural origin of the Saviour, a doctrine in which unspotted virginity is hallowed as the saving principle, as the principle of the new, the Christian world. Let not such passages as, "Be fruitful and multiply," or, "What God has joined together let not man put asunder," be urged as a sanction of marriage. The first passage relates, as Tertullian and Jerome have already observed, only to the unpeopled earth, not to the earth when filled with men, only to the beginning, not to the end of the world, an end which was initiated by the immediate appearance of God upon earth. And the second also refers only to marriage as an institution of the Old Testament. Certain Jews proposed the question whether it were lawful for a man to separate from his wife, and the most appropriate way of dealing with this question was the answer above cited. He who has once concluded a marriage ought to hold it sacred. Marriage is intrinsically an indulgence to the weakness or rather the strength of the flesh, an evil which therefore must be restricted as much as possible. The indissolubleness of marriage is a nimbus, a sacred irradiance, which expresses precisely the opposite of what minds, dazzled and perturbed by its luster, seek beneath it. Marriage in itself is, in the sense of perfected Christianity, a sinnate or rather a weakness which is permitted and forgiven thee only on condition that thou forever limitest thyself to a single wife. In short, marriage is hallowed only in the Old Testament, but not in the New. The New Testament knows a higher, a supernatural principle, the mystery of unspotted virginity. 9 He who can receive it, let him receive it. The children of this world marry, and are given in marriage, but they which shall be accounted worthy to obtain that world, and the resurrection from the dead, neither marry nor are given in marriage, neither can they die any more, for they are equal unto the angels, and are the children of God, being the children of the resurrection. Thus in heaven there is no marriage. The principle of sexual love is excluded from heaven as an earthly, worldly principle. But the heavenly life is the true, perfected, eternal life of the Christian. Why then should I, who am destined for heaven, form a tie which is unloosed in my true destination? Why should I, who am potentially a heavenly being, not realize this possibility even here? 10. Marriage is already prescribed from my mind, my heart, since it is expelled from heaven, the essential object of my faith, hope, and life. How can an earthly wife have a place in my heaven-filled heart? How can I divide my heart between God and man? 11. The Christian's love to God is not an abstract or general love such as the love of truth, of justice, of science. It is a love to a subjective, personal God, and is therefore a subjective, personal love. It is an essential attribute of this love that it is an exclusive, jealous love, for its object is a personal and at the same time the highest being, to whom no other can be compared. Keep close to Jesus. Jesus Christ is the Christian's God, in life and in death. Trust his faithfulness. He alone can help thee, when all else leaves thee. Thy beloved has this quality, that he will suffer no rival. He alone will have thy heart, will rule alone in thy soul as a king on his throne. What can the world profit thee without Jesus? To be without Christ is the pain of hell, to be with Christ, heavenly sweetness. Thou canst not live without a friend, but if the friendship of Christ is not more than all else to thee, thou wilt be beyond measure sad and disconsolate. Love everything for Jesus' sake, but Jesus for his own sake. Jesus Christ alone is worthy to be loved. My God, my love, my heart, thou art wholly mine, and I am wholly thine. Love hopes and trusts ever in God, even when God is not gracious to it, or tastes bitter, non sapit, for we cannot live in love without sorrow. For the sake of the beloved, the loving one must accept all things, even the hard and bitter. My God and my all, in thy presence everything is sweet to me, in thy absence everything is distasteful. Without thee nothing can please me. Oh, when at last will that blessed, longed-for hour appear, when thou wilt satisfy me wholly, and be all in all to me? So long as this is not granted me, my joy is only fragmentary. When was it well with me without thee, or when was it ill with me in thy presence? I will rather be poor for thy sake, than rich without thee. I will rather be a pilgrim on earth with thee, than the possessor of heaven without thee. Where thou art is heaven, death and hell where thou art not. I long only for thee. Thou canst not serve God and at the same time have thy joys in earthly things. Thou must wean thyself from all acquaintances and friends, and sever thy soul from all temporal consolation. Believers in Christ should regard themselves, according to the admonition of the Apostle Peter, only as strangers and pilgrims on the earth. 12. Thus love to God as a personal being is a literal, strict, personal, exclusive love. How then can I at once love God and a mortal wife? Do I not thereby place God on the same footing with my wife? No. To a soul which truly loves God, the love of woman is an impossibility, is adultery. He that is unmarried, says the Apostle Paul, careth for the things that belong to the Lord, how he may please the Lord. But he that is married careth for the things that are of the world, how he may please his wife. The true Christian not only feels no need of culture, because this is a worldly principle and opposed to feeling, he has also no need of natural love. God supplies to him the want of culture, and in like manner God supplies to him the want of love, of a wife, of a family. The Christian immediately identifies the species with the individual, hence he strips off the difference of sex as a burdensome, accidental adjunct. 13 Man and woman together first constitute the true man. Man and woman together are the existence of the race, for their union is the source of multiplicity, the source of other men. Hence the man who does not deny his manhood, is conscious that he is only a part of a being, which needs another part for the making up of the whole of true humanity. The Christian, on the contrary, in his excessive, transcendental subjectivity, conceives that he is, by himself, a perfect being. But the sexual instinct runs counter to this view, it is in contradiction with his ideal. The Christian must therefore deny this instinct. The Christian certainly experienced the need of sexual love, but only as a need in contradiction with his heavenly destination, and merely natural, in the depreciatory, contemptuous sense which this word had in Christianity, not as a moral, inward need, not, if I may so express myself, as a metaphysical, i.e., an essential need, which man can experience only where he does not separate difference of sex from himself, but, on the contrary, regards it as belonging to his inmost nature. Hence marriage is not holy in Christianity, at least it is so only apparently, elusively, for the natural principle of marriage, which is the love of the sexes, however civil marriage may in endless instances contradict this, is in Christianity an unholy thing, and excluded from heaven. 14 But that which man excludes from heaven he excludes from his true nature. Heaven is his treasure casket. Believe not in what he establishes on earth, what he permits and sanctions here. Here he must accommodate himself, here many things come athwart him which do not fit into his system, here he shuns thy glance, for he finds himself among strangers who intimidate him. But watch for him when he throws off his incognito, and shows himself in his true dignity, his heavenly state. In heaven he speaks as he thinks, there thou hearest his true opinion. Where his heaven is, there is his heart, heaven is his heart laid open. Heaven is nothing but the idea of the true, the good, the valid, of that which ought to be. Earth, nothing but the idea of the untrue, the unlawful, of that which ought not to be. The Christian excludes from heaven the life of the species. There the species ceases. There dwell only pure sexless individuals, spirits. Their absolute subjectivity reigns. Thus the Christian excludes the life of the species from his conception of the true life. He pronounces the principle of marriage sinful, negative, for the sinless, positive life is the heavenly one. 15 The life for God is not this natural life, which is subject to decay. Ought we not then to sigh after future things, and be averse to all these temporal things? Wherefore we should find consolation in heartily despising this life and this world, and from our hearts sigh for and desire the future honor and glory of eternal life. Luther, This 466, 467. Tu eo dirigendus ist spiritus, quo aliquando isticerus. Meditat. Sacre Jo. Gerhardi. Med. 46 3 affectanti celestia, terrena non sapiant. Eternis inheunti, fastidio sunt transitoria. Bernard. Epist. Ex persona Helii monarchi ad parents. Nihil nostra refert in hoc evo, nisida eo quam celerita excedia. Tertullian, Apollo DV. Gents, c. 41. Wherefore a Christian man should rather be advised to bear sickness with patience, yea, even to desire that death should come, the sooner the better. For, as Street Cyprian says, nothing is more for the advantage of a Christian than soon to die. But we rather listen to the pagan Juvenal when he says, Orandum est ut sit mens sana in corpore sano. Luther, th. 4s. 15. For il perfectus ist qui mentit corpora seculo ist elongatus. De modo bene vivendi ad sororem, s. 7. Among the spurious writings of Saint Bernard. 5. On this subject see Hieronymus, De Vita Pauli Primi Eremiti. 6. Naturally Christianity had only such power when, as Jerome writes to Demetrius, Domini nostri ad hoc calabat crua et fervebat recens in credentibus fides. See also on this subject G. Arnold. Von der ersten Christen Genugsam Keet Uvashmahung els Igenutzes, LCB 4. C. 12, 716. 7. How far otherwise the ancient Christians. Difficile, imo impossibilist, ut it praesentibus quis it futuris fruita bonis. Hieronymus, Epist. Juliano. Delicatus es, frater, siet hic visgauderia cum seculo it posti regnora cum Christo. Ib. Epist ad Heliodoram. Ye wish to have both God and the creature together, and that is impossible. Joy in God and joy in the creature cannot subsist together. Tola, EDCP 334. But they were abstract Christians. And we live now in the age of conciliation. Yes, truly. 8. Perfectum autem est nol delinquere estimated. Hieronymus, Epist ad Heliodoram de lauda vitae solit. Let me observe once for all that I interpret the biblical passages concerning marriage in the sense in which they have been interpreted by the history of Christianity. 9. The marriage state is nothing new or unwanted, and is lauded and held good even by heathens according to the judgment of reason. Luther, th. 2p 377a. 10. Praesumendum ist hos qui intra paradisum recipi volunt deberius essere abeare, aqua paradisus intactus estimated. Tertullian, De Exhort Cast c. 13. Celibatus angelorum ist imitatio. Jo. Damascene, Aut Hode. Fidea, L4. C. 25. 11. Qua non nubit, soli Deo that operam itigus cura non dividitur, pudica autem, qua nupsit, vitam cum Deo it cum marito dividit. Clemens Alex. Pedic L2. 12 Thomas A. Kempis de Imit. L2 C7, C8, L3 C5, C34, C53, C59. Felix illa conscientiarit beta virginitas, in cujus cord praeter amor Christi, nullus alius versata amor. Hieronymus, Demetriadi, Virgini Deo consecrati. 13 Divisa ist, mulia it Virgo. Vidi quanta felicitatis sit, quarit nomen sexus amiserit. Virgo jam mulia non vocatur. Hieronymus, ADV. Helvidium de Perpet. Virg. P14. Th2. Erasmus. 14 This may be expressed as follows: marriage has in Christianity only a moral, no religious significance, no religious principle and exemplar. It is otherwise with the Greeks, where, for example, Zeus and Hera are the great archetype of every marriage, Kreuzer, symbol. With the ancient Parsis, where procreation, as the multiplication of the human race, is the diminution of the empire of Ahriman and thus a religious art and duty, Zendavesta, with the Hindus, where the son is the regenerated father. Among the Hindus no regenerate man could assume the rank of a sannyasi, that is, of an anchorite absorbed in God, if he had not previously paid 3 debts, one of which was that he had had a legitimate son. Amongst the Christians, on the contrary, at least the Catholics, it was a true festival of religious rejoicing when betrothed or even married persons, supposing that it happened with mutual consent, renounced the married state and sacrificed conjugal to religious love. 15 Inasmuch as the religious consciousness restores everything which it begins by abolishing, and the future life is ultimately nothing else than the present life re-established, it follows that sex must be re-established. Erunt, similes angelorum. Ergo homines non dissonant, ut apostolus sitit Maria Maria. Hieronymus, ad Theodorum Viduum. But as the body in the other world is an incorporeal body, so necessarily the sex there is one without difference, i.e., a sexless sex. Chapter 18. The Christian Heaven, or Personal Immortality. The unwed and ascetic life is the direct way to the heavenly, immortal life, for heaven is nothing else than life liberated from the conditions of the species, supernatural, sexless, absolutely subjective life. The belief in personal immortality has at its foundation the belief that difference of sex is only an external adjunct of individuality, that in himself the individual is a sexless, independently complete, absolute being. But he who belongs to no sex belongs to no species. Sex is the cord which connects the individuality with the species, and he who belongs to no species, belongs only to himself, is an altogether independent, divine, absolute being. Hence only when the species vanishes from the consciousness is the heavenly life a certainty. He who lives in the consciousness of the species, and consequently of its reality, lives also in the consciousness of the reality of sex. He does not regard it as a mechanically inserted, adventitious stone of stumbling, but as an inherent quality, a chemical constituent of his being. He indeed recognizes himself as a man in the broader sense, but he is at the same time conscious of being rigorously determined by the sexual distinction, which penetrates not only bones and marrow, but also his inmost self, the essential mode of his thought, will, and sensation. He therefore who lives in the consciousness of the species, who limits and determines his feelings and imagination by the contemplation of real life, of real man, can conceive no life in which the life of the species, and therewith the distinction of sex, is abolished. He regards the sexless individual, the heavenly spirit, as an agreeable figment of the imagination. But just as little as the real man can abstract himself from the distinction of sex, so little can he abstract himself from his moral or spiritual constitution, which indeed is profoundly connected with his natural constitution. Precisely because he lives in the contemplation of the whole, he also lives in the consciousness that he is himself no more than a part, and that he is what he is only by virtue of the conditions which constitute him a member of the whole, or a relative whole. Every one, therefore, justifiably regards his occupation, his profession, his art or science, as the highest, for the mind of man is nothing but the essential mode of his activity. He who is skillful in his profession, in his art, he who fills his post well, and is entirely devoted to his calling, thinks that calling the highest and best. How can he deny in thought what he emphatically declares in act by the joyful devotion of all his powers? If I despise a thing, how can I dedicate to it my time and faculties? If I am compelled to do so in spite of my aversion, my activity is an unhappy one, for I am at war with myself. Work is worship. But how can I worship or serve an object, how can I subject myself to it, if it does not hold a high place in my mind? In brief, the occupations of men determine their judgment, their mode of thought, their sentiments. And the higher the occupation, the more completely does a man identify himself with it. In general, whatever a man makes the essential aim of his life, he proclaims to be his soul, for it is the principle of motion in him. But through his aim, through the activity in which he realizes this aim, man is not only something for himself, but also something for others, for the general life, the species. He therefore who lives in the consciousness of the species as a reality, regards his existence for others, his relation to society, his utility to the public, as that existence which is one with the existence of his own essence, as his immortal existence. He lives with his whole soul, with his whole heart, for humanity. How can he hold in reserve a special existence for himself? How can he separate himself from mankind? How shall he deny in death what he has enforced in life? And in life his faith is this: nec sibi sed toti genitum esse credere mundo. The heavenly life, or what we do not here distinguish from it, personal immortality, is a characteristic doctrine of Christianity. It is certainly in part to be found among the heathen philosophers, but with them it had only the significance of a subjective conception, because it was not connected with their fundamental view of things. How contradictory, for example, are the expressions of the Stoics on this subject. It was among the Christians that personal immortality first found that principle, whence it follows as a necessary and obvious consequence. The contemplation of the world, of nature, of the race, was always coming athwart the ancients. They distinguished between the principle of life and the living subject, between the soul, the mind, and self, whereas the Christian abolished the distinction between soul and person, species and individual, and therefore placed immediately in self what belongs only to the totality of the species. But the immediate unity of the species and individuality is the highest principle, the God of Christianity. In it the individual has the significance of the absolute being, and the necessary, immanent consequence of this principle is personal immortality. Or rather, the belief in personal immortality is perfectly identical with the belief in a personal God, I.e., that which expresses the belief in the heavenly, immortal life of the person, expresses God also, as he is an object to Christians, namely, as absolute, unlimited personality. Unlimited personality is God, but heavenly personality, or the perpetuation of human personality in heaven, is nothing else than personality released from all earthly encumbrances and limitations. The only distinction is that God is heaven spiritualized, while heaven is God materialized, or reduced to the forms of the senses. That what in God is posited only in abstracto is in heaven more an object of the imagination. God is the implicit heaven, heaven is the explicit God. In the present, God is the kingdom of heaven, in the future, heaven is God. God is the pledge, the as yet abstract presence and existence of heaven, the anticipation, the epitome of heaven. Our own future existence, which, while we are in this world, in this body, is a separate, objective existence, is God. God is the idea of the species, which will be first realized, individualized in the other world. God is the heavenly, pure, free essence, which exists there as heavenly pure beings, the bliss which there unfolds itself in a plenitude of blissful individuals. Thus God is nothing else than the idea or the essence of the absolute, blessed, heavenly life, here comprised in an ideal personality. This is clearly enough expressed in the belief that the blessed life is unity with God. Here we are distinguished and separated from God, there the partition falls, here we are men, there gods, here the Godhead is a monopoly, there it is a common possession, here it is an abstract unity, there a concrete multiplicity. 1 The only difficulty in the recognition of this is created by the imagination, which, on the one hand by the conception of the personality of God, on the other by the conception of the many personalities which it places in a realm ordinarily depicted in the hues of the senses, hides the real unity of the idea. But in truth there is no distinction between the absolute life which is conceived as God and the absolute life which is conceived as heaven, save that in heaven we have stretched into length and breadth what in God is concentrated in one point. The belief in the immortality of man is the belief in the divinity of man, and the belief in God is the belief in pure personality, released from all limits, and consequently eo ipso immortal. The distinctions made between the immortal soul and God are either sophistical or imaginative, as when, for example, the bliss of the inhabitants of heaven is again circumscribed by limits, and distributed into degrees, in order to establish a distinction between God and the dwellers in heaven. The identity of the divine and heavenly personality is apparent even in the popular proofs of immortality. If there is not another and a better life, God is not just and good. The justice and goodness of God are thus made dependent on the perpetuity of individuals, but without justice and goodness God is not God. The Godhead, the existence of God, is therefore made dependent on the existence of individuals. If I am not immortal, I believe in no God. He who denies immortality denies God. But that is impossible to me. As surely as there is a God, so surely is there an immortality. God is the certainty of my future felicity. The interest I have in knowing that God is one with the interest I have in knowing that I am immortal. God is my hidden, my assured existence. He is the subjectivity of subjects, the personality of persons. How then should that not belong to persons which belongs to personality? In God I make my future into a present, or rather a verb into a substantive. How should I separate the one from the other? God is the existence corresponding to my wishes and feelings. He is the just one, the good, who fulfills my wishes. Nature, this world, is an existence which contradicts my wishes, my feelings. Here it is not as it ought to be. This world passes away, but God is existence as it ought to be. God fulfills my wishes. This is only a popular personification of the position. God is the fulfiller, i.e., the reality, the fulfillment of my wishes. 2 But heaven is the existence adequate to my wishes, my longing. 3 Thus there is no distinction between God and heaven. God is the power by which man realizes his eternal happiness. God is the absolute personality in which all individual persons have the certainty of their blessedness and immortality. God is to subjectivity the highest, last certainty of its absolute truth and essentiality. The doctrine of immortality is the final doctrine of religion, its testament, in which it declares its last wishes. Here therefore it speaks out undisguisedly what it has hitherto suppressed. If elsewhere the religious soul concerns itself with the existence of another being, here it openly considers only its own existence. If elsewhere in religion man makes his existence dependent on the existence of God, he here makes the reality of God dependent on his own reality, and thus what elsewhere is a primitive, immediate truth to him, is here a derivative, secondary truth. If I am not immortal, God is not God. If there is no immortality, there is no God. A conclusion already drawn by the Apostle Paul. If we do not rise again, then Christ is not risen, and all is vain. Let us eat and drink. It is certainly possible to do away with what is apparently or really objectionable in the popular argumentation, by avoiding the inferential form. But this can only be done by making immortality an analytic instead of a synthetic truth. so as to show that the very idea of God as absolute personality or subjectivity is per se the idea of immortality. God is the guarantee of my future existence, because He is already the certainty and reality of my present existence, my salvation, my trust, my shield from the forces of the external world. Hence I need not expressly deduce immortality, or prove it as a separate truth, for if I have God, I have immortality also. Thus it was with the more profound Christian mystics. To them the idea of immortality was involved in the idea of God. God was their immortal life, God Himself their subjective blessedness. He was for them, for their consciousness, what He is in Himself, that is, in the essence of religion. Thus it is shown that God is heaven, that the two are identical. It would have been easier to prove the converse, namely, that heaven is the true God of men. As man conceives his heaven, so he conceives his God. The content of his idea of heaven is the content of his idea of God, only that what in God is a mere sketch, a concept, is in heaven depicted and developed in the colors and forms of the senses. Heaven is therefore the key to the deepest mysteries of religion. As heaven is objectively the displayed nature of God, so subjectively it is the most candid declaration of the inmost thoughts and dispositions of religion. For this reason, religions are as various as are the kingdoms of heaven, and there are as many different kingdoms of heaven as there are characteristic differences among men. The Christians themselves have very heterogeneous conceptions of heaven. For the more judicious among them, however, think and say nothing definite about heaven or the future world in general, on the ground that it is inconceivable, that it can only be thought of by us according to the standard of this world, a standard not applicable to the other. All conceptions of heaven here below are, they allege, mere images, whereby man represents to himself that future, the nature of which is unknown to him, but the existence of which is certain. It is just so with God. The existence of God, it is said, is certain, but what He is, or how He exists, is inscrutable. But he who speaks thus has already driven the future world out of his head. He still holds it fast, either because he does not think at all about such matters, or because it is still a want of his heart, but, preoccupied with real things, he thrusts it as far as possible out of his sight. He denies with his head what he affirms with his heart. For it is to deny the future life, to deprive it of the qualities by which alone it is a real and effective object for man. Quality is not distinct from existence, quality is nothing but real existence. Existence without quality is a chimera, a spectre. Existence is first made known to me by quality, not existence first, and after that quality. The doctrines that God is not to be known or defined, and that the nature of the future life is inscrutable, are therefore not originally religious doctrines. On the contrary, they are the products of irreligion while still in bondage to religion, or rather hiding itself behind religion, and they are so for this reason, that originally the existence of God is posited only with a definite conception of God, the existence of a future life only with a definite conception of that life. Thus to the Christian, only his own paradise, the paradise which has Christian qualities, is a certainty, not the paradise of the Mahometan or the Elysium of the Greeks. The primary certainty is everywhere quality. Existence follows of course when once quality is certain. In the New Testament we find no proofs or general propositions such as, there is a God, there is a heavenly life. We find only qualities of the heavenly life adduced, in heaven they marry not. Naturally, it may be answered, because the existence of God and of heaven is presupposed. But here reflection introduces a distinction of which the religious sentiment knows nothing. Doubtless the existence is presupposed, but only because the quality is itself existence, because the inviolate religious feeling lives only in the quality, just as to the natural man the real existence, the thing in itself, lies only in the quality which he perceives. Thus in the passage above cited from the New Testament, the virgin or rather sexless life is presupposed as the true life, which, however, necessarily becomes a future one, because the actual life contradicts the ideal of the true life. But the certainty of this future life lies only in the certainty of its qualities, as those of the true, highest life, adequate to the ideal. Where the future life is really believed in, where it is a certain life, there, precisely because it is certain, it is also definite. If I know not now what and how I shall be, if there is an essential, absolute difference between my future and my present, neither shall I then know what and how I was before. The unity of consciousness is at an end. Personal identity is abolished, another being will appear in my place, and thus my future existence is not in fact distinguished from non-existence. If, on the other hand, there is no essential difference, the future is to me an object that may be defined and known. And so it is in reality. I am the abiding subject under changing conditions, I am the substance which connects the present and the future into a unity. How then can the future be obscure to me? On the contrary, the life of this world is the dark, incomprehensible life, which only becomes clear through the future life. Here I am in disguise, there the mask will fall, there I shall be as I am in truth. Hence the position that there indeed is another, a heavenly life, but that what and how it is must here remain inscrutable, is only an invention of religious skepticism, which, being entirely alien to the religious sentiment, proceeds upon a total misconception of religion. That which irreligious religious reflection converts into a known image of an unknown yet certain thing, is originally, in the primitive, true sense of religion, not an image, but the thing itself. Unbelief, in the garb of belief, doubts the existence of the thing, but it is too shallow or cowardly directly to call it in question. It only expresses doubt of the image or conception, i.e., declares the image to be only an image. But the untruth and hollowness of this skepticism has been already made evident historically. Where it is once doubted that the images of immortality are real, that it is possible to exist as faith conceives, for example, without a material, real body, and without difference of sex, there the future existence in general is soon a matter of doubt. With the image falls the thing, simply because the image is the thing itself. The belief in heaven, or in a future life in general, rests on a mental judgment. It expresses praise and blame, it selects a wreath from the flora of this world, and this critical florilege is heaven. That which man thinks beautiful, good, agreeable, is for him what alone ought to be, that which he thinks bad, odious, disagreeable, is what ought not to be, and hence, since it nevertheless exists, it is condemned to destruction, it is regarded as a negation. Where life is not in contradiction with a feeling, an imagination, an idea, and where this feeling, this idea, is not held authoritative and absolute, the belief in another and a heavenly life does not arise. The future life is nothing else than life in unison with the feeling, with the idea, which the present life contradicts. The whole import of the future life is the abolition of this discordance, and the realization of a state which corresponds to the feelings, in which man is in unison with himself. An unknown, unimagined future is a ridiculous chimera. The other world is nothing more than the reality of a known idea, the satisfaction of a conscious desire, the fulfillment of a wish. 5. It is only the removal of limits which here oppose themselves to the realization of the idea. Where would be the consolation, where the significance of a future life, if it were midnight darkness to me? No. From yonder world there streams upon me with the splendor of virgin gold what here shines only with the dimness of unrefined ore. The future world has no other significance, no other basis of its existence, than the separation of the metal from the admixture of foreign elements, the separation of the good from the bad, of the pleasant from the unpleasant, of the praiseworthy from the blamable. The future world is the bridal in which man concludes his union with his beloved. Long has he loved his bride, long has he yearned after her, but external relations, hard reality, have stood in the way of his union to her. When the wedding takes place, his beloved one does not become a different being, else how could he so ardently long for her? She only becomes his own. From an object of yearning and affectionate desire she becomes an object of actual possession. It is true that here below, the other world is only an image, a conception, still it is not the image of a remote, unknown thing, but a portrait of that which man loves and prefers before all else. What man loves is his soul. The heathens enclosed the ashes of the beloved dead in an urn. With the Christian the heavenly future is the mausoleum in which he enshrines his soul. In order to comprehend a particular faith, or religion in general, it is necessary to consider religion in its rudimentary stages, in its lowest, rudest condition. Religion must not only be traced in an ascending line, but surveyed in the entire course of its existence. It is requisite to regard the various earlier religions as present in the absolute religion, and not as left behind it in the past, in order correctly to appreciate and comprehend the absolute religion as well as the others. The most frightful aberrations, the wildest excesses of the religious consciousness, often afford the profoundest insight into the mysteries of the absolute religion. Ideas, seemingly the rudest, are often only the most childlike, innocent, and true. This observation applies to the conceptions of a future life. The savage whose consciousness does not extend beyond his own country, whose entire being is a growth of its soil, takes his country with him into the other world, either leaving nature as it is, or improving it, and so overcoming in the idea of the other life the difficulties he experiences in this. 6 In this limitation of uncultivated tribes there is a striking trait. With them the future expresses nothing else than homesickness. Death separates man from his kindred, from his people, from his country. But the man who has not extended his consciousness cannot endure this separation. He must come back again to his native land. The Negroes in the West Indies killed themselves that they might come to life again in their fatherland. And, according to Ossian's conception, the spirits of those who die in a strange land float back towards their birthplace. 7 This limitation is the direct opposite of imaginative spiritualism, which makes man a vagabond, who, indifferent even to the earth, roams from star to star, and certainly there lies a real truth at its foundation. Man is what he is through nature, however much may belong to his spontaneity, for even his spontaneity has its foundation in nature, of which his particular character is only an expression. Be thankful to nature. Man cannot be separated from it. The German, whose God is spontaneity, owes his character to nature just as much as the Oriental. To find fault with Indian art, with Indian religion and philosophy, is to find fault with Indian nature. You complain of the reviewer who tears a passage in your works from the context that he may hand it over to ridicule. Why are you yourself guilty of that which you blame in others? Why do you tear the Indian religion from its connection, in which it is just as reasonable as your absolute religion? Faith in a future world, in a life after death, is therefore with savage tribes essentially nothing more than direct faith in the present life, immediate unbroken faith in this life. For them, their actual life, even with its local limitations, has absolute value. They cannot abstract from it, they cannot conceive its being broken off, i.e., they believe directly in the infinitude, the perpetuity of this life. Only when the belief in immortality becomes a critical belief, when a distinction is made between what is to be left behind here, and what is in reserve there, between what here passes away, and what there is to abide, does the belief in life after death form itself into the belief in another life. But this criticism, this distinction, is applied to the present life also. Thus the Christians distinguish between the natural and the Christian life, the sensual or worldly and the spiritual or holy life. The heavenly life is no other than that which is, already here below, distinguished from the merely natural life, though still tainted with it. That which the Christian excludes from himself now, for example, the sexual life, is excluded from the future. The only distinction is, that he is there free from that which he here wishes to be free from, and seeks to rid himself of by the will, by devotion, and by bodily mortification. Hence this life is, for the Christian, a life of torment and pain, because he is here still beset by a hostile power, and has to struggle with the lusts of the flesh and the assaults of the devil. The faith of cultured nations is therefore distinguished from that of the uncultured in the same way that culture in general is distinguished from inculture, namely, that the faith of culture is a discriminating, critical, abstract faith. A distinction implies a judgment, but where there is a judgment there arises the distinction between positive and negative. The faith of savage tribes is a faith without a judgment. Culture, on the contrary, judges. To the cultured man only cultured life is the true life, to the Christian only the Christian life. The rude child of nature steps into the other life just as he is, without ceremony. The other world is his natural nakedness. The cultivated man, on the contrary, objects to the idea of such an unbridled life after death, because even here he objects to the unrestricted life of nature. Faith in a future life is therefore only faith in the true life of the present. The essential elements of this life are also the essential elements of the other. Accordingly, faith in a future life is not faith in another unknown life, but in the truth and infinitude, and consequently in the perpetuity, of that life which already here below is regarded as the authentic life. As God is nothing else than the nature of man purified from that which to the human individual appears, whether in feeling or thought, a limitation, an evil, so the future life is nothing else than the present life freed from that which appears a limitation or an evil. The more definitely and profoundly the individual is conscious of the limit as a limit, of the evil as an evil, the more definite and profound is his conviction of the future life, where these limits disappear. The future life is the feeling, the conception of freedom from those limits which here circumscribe the feeling of self, the existence of the individual. The only difference between the course of religion and that of the natural or rational man is, that the end which the latter arrives at by a straight line, the former only attains by describing a curved line, a circle. The natural man remains at home because he finds it agreeable, because he is perfectly satisfied. Religion which commences with a discontent, a disunion, forsakes its home and travels far, but only to feel the more vividly in the distance the happiness of home. In religion man separates himself from himself, but only to return always to the same point from which he set out. Man negatives himself, but only to posit himself again, and that in a glorified form. He negatives this life, but only, in the end, to posit it again in the future life. 8 The future life is this life once lost, but found again, and radiant with all the more brightness for the joy of recovery. The religious man renounces the joys of this world, but only that he may win in return the joys of heaven. Or rather he renounces them because he is already in the ideal possession of heavenly joys, and the joys of heaven are the same as those of earth, only that they are freed from the limits and contrarieties of this life. Religion thus arrives, though by a circuit, at the very goal, the goal of joy, towards which the natural man hastens in a direct line. To live in images or symbols is the essence of religion. Religion sacrifices the thing itself to the image. The future life is the present in the mirror of the imagination. The enrupturing image is in the sense of religion the true type of earthly life, real life only a glimmer of that ideal, imaginary life. The future life is the present embellished, contemplated through the imagination, purified from all gross matter, or, positively expressed, it is the beauteous present intensified. Embellishment, emendation, presupposes blame, dissatisfaction. But the dissatisfaction is only superficial. I do not deny the thing to be of value, just as it is, however, it does not please me. I deny only the modification, not the substance, otherwise I should urge annihilation. A house which absolutely displeases me I cause to be pulled down, not to be embellished. To the believer in a future life joy is agreeable. Who can fail to be conscious that joy is something positive? But it is disagreeable to him that here joy is followed by opposite sensations, that it is transitory. Hence he places joy in the future life also, but as eternal, uninterrupted, divine joy, and the future life is therefore called the world of joy, such as he here conceives it in God, for God is nothing but eternal, uninterrupted joy, posited as a subject. Individuality or personality is agreeable to him, but only as unencumbered by objective forces, hence, he includes individuality also, but pure, absolutely subjective individuality. Light pleases him, but not gravitation, because this appears a limitation of the individual, not night, because in it man is subjected to nature. In the other world, there is light, but no weight, no night, pure, unobstructed light. 9 As man in his utmost remoteness from himself, in God, always returns upon himself, always revolves round himself, so in his utmost remoteness from the world, he always at last comes back to it. The more extra and suprahuman God appears at the commencement, the more human does he show himself to be in the subsequent course of things, or at the close, and just so, the more supernatural the heavenly life looks in the beginning or at a distance, the more clearly does it, in the end or when viewed closely, exhibit its identity with the natural life, an identity which at last extends even to the flesh, even to the body. In the first instance the mind is occupied with the separation of the soul from the body, as in the conception of God the mind is first occupied with the separation of the essence from the individual. The individual dies a spiritual death. The dead body which remains behind is the human individual, the soul which has departed from it is God. But the separation of the soul from the body, of the essence from the individual, of God from man, must be abolished again. Every separation of beings essentially allied is painful. The soul yearns after its lost half, after its body, as God, the departed soul yearns after the real man. As, therefore, God becomes a man again, so the soul returns to its body, and the perfect identity of this world and the other is now restored. It is true that this new body is a bright, glorified, miraculous body, but, and this is the main point, it is another and yet the same body. 10 As God is another being than man, and yet the same. Here we come again to the idea of miracle, which unites contradictories. The supernatural body is a body constructed by the imagination, for which very reason it is adequate to the feelings of man, an unburdensome, purely subjective body. Faith in the future life is nothing else than faith in the truth of the imagination, as faith in God is faith in the truth and infinity of human feeling. Or, as faith in God is only faith in the abstract nature of man, so faith in the heavenly life is only faith in the abstract earthly life. But the sum of the future life is happiness, the everlasting bliss of personality, which is here limited and circumscribed by nature. Faith in the future life is therefore faith in the freedom of subjectivity from the limits of nature. It is faith in the eternity and infinitude of personality, and not of personality viewed in relation to the idea of the species, in which it forever unfolds itself in new individuals, but of personality as belonging to already existing individuals. Consequently, it is the faith of man in himself. But faith in the kingdom of heaven is one with faith in God. The content of both ideas is the same. God is pure absolute subjectivity released from all natural limits. He is what individuals ought to be and will be. Faith in God is therefore the faith of man in the infinitude and truth of his own nature. The divine being is the subjective human being in his absolute freedom and unlimitedness. Our most essential task is now fulfilled. We have reduced the supermundane, supernatural, and superhuman nature of God to the elements of human nature as its fundamental elements. Our process of analysis has brought us again to the position with which we set out. The beginning, middle and end of religion is man. 1 Being dicita, quod tunc plen videbimisium sicuti ist, cum similis ei erimus, erimus quod ips estimated quibus enim potestas data ist filios dea fri. Data ist potestas, non quidem ut sint Deus, sed sint tamen quod Deus ist, sint sancti, futuri plen beati, quod Deus estimated nec aliundi hic sancti nec ibi futuri beati, quam ex Deo qui eramit sanctitas it beatitudo estimated. De vita solitae, among the spurious writings of Saint Bernard. Finis autem bonae voluntatis beatitudo ist, vita aeterna ips Deus. Augustine. Ap. Petrus Lom. L2. Dist. 38, c1. The other man will be renovated in the spiritual life, i.e., will become a spiritual man, when he shall be restored into the image of God. For he will be like God, in life, in righteousness, glory, and wisdom. Luther, Thyp 324. Tu si bonum est haberea corpus incorruptible, quae hoc facturum diem volumus daspreria. Augustinus, OPP. Antwerp, 1700, THVP 698. 3 Quae dicita spiritual corpus, nisi quia ad nuchum spiritus serviet. Nihil tibi contradicit ex te, nihil interrebellabit adversus te. Ubi volu eris. Credere enim debemus talia corpora numbers habituros, ubi volimus, quando volu erimus, ibi simus. Augustinus, LCPP 703, 705. Nihil indecorum ibi erit, summa pax erit, nihil discordans, nihil montruosium, nihil quod offendat ad spectum, LC 707. Nisi beatus, non vivit ut vult. De Civilian. Dear, L14, C25, for and their conceptions of God are just as heterogeneous. The pious Germans have a German God, the pious Spaniards a Spanish God, the French a French God. The French actually have the proverb, le bon Dieu est français. In fact, polytheism must exist so long as there are various nations. The real God of a people is the point d'honneur of its nationality. 5 Ibi nostra spes erit res. Augustine. Therefore we have the first fruits of immortal life in hope, until perfection comes at the last day, wherein we shall see and feel the life we have believed in and hoped for. Luther, This 459. 6 According to old books of travel, however, there are many tribes which do not believe that the future is identical with the present, or that it is better, but that it is even worse. Pani, Ove. Choice. T. I. Melang tells of a dying Negro slave who refused the inauguration to immortality by baptism in these words, Genevo.Dian or travail, car puita weiss rage encore vatra esclave 7 Ulwut, Ocean and Mzu Carthon. 8 There everything will be restored. Qui modo vivit, erit, nec mi vel dent, vel unc fraudatum revomit pate facti fossa sepulchri. Orali asprad. Apotheos de reza. Carnis hum. And this faith, which you consider rude and carnal, and which you therefore disavow, is the only consistent, honest, and true faith. To the identity of the person belongs the identity of the body. 9 Nec enim post resurrectionem tempus dibus ac noctibus numerabita. Erit magis una dies sine vesp. J. Damison. Auth. Fidere L2. C1. 10 Ipsum, corpus, erit it non ipsum erit. Augustinus, VJ chapter do Edeline, inst. Theol. Christ. Altef, 1781, 280. Part 2. The false or theological essence of religion. Chapter 19. The essential standpoint of religion. The essential standpoint of religion is the practical or subjective. The end of religion is the welfare, the salvation, the ultimate felicity of man. The relation of man to God is nothing else than his relation to his own spiritual good. God is the realized salvation of the soul, or the unlimited power of effecting the salvation, the bliss of man. 1 The Christian religion is specially distinguished from other religions in this, that no other has given equal prominence to the salvation of man. But this salvation is not temporal earthly prosperity and well-being. On the contrary, the most genuine Christians have declared that earthly good draws man away from God, whereas adversity, suffering, afflictions lead him back to God, and hence are alone suited to Christians. Why? Because in trouble man is only practically or subjectively disposed. In trouble he has resource only to the one thing needful. In trouble God is felt to be a want of man. Pleasure, joy, expands man. Trouble, suffering, contracts and concentrates him. In suffering man denies the reality of the world, The things that charm the imagination of the artist and the intellect of the thinker lose their attraction for him, their power over him. He is absorbed in himself, in his own soul. The soul thus self-absorbed, self-concentrated, seeking satisfaction in itself alone, denying the world, idealistic in relation to the world, to nature in general, but realistic in relation to man, caring only for its inherent need of salvation. This soul is God. God, as the object of religion, and only as such is he God. God in the sense of a nomen proprium, not of a vague, metaphysical entity, is essentially an object only of religion, not of philosophy, of feeling, not of the intellect, of the heart's necessity, not of the mind's freedom, in short, an object which is the reflex not of the theoretical but of the practical tendency in man. Religion annexes to its doctrines a curse and a blessing, damnation and salvation. Blessed is he that believeth, cursed is he that believeth not. Thus it appeals not to reason, but to feeling, to the desire of happiness, to the passions of hope and fear. It does not take the theoretic point of view, otherwise it must have been free to enunciate its doctrines without attaching to them practical consequences, without to a certain extent compelling belief in them, for when the case stands thus, I am lost if I do not believe, the conscience is under a subtle kind of constraint, the fear of hell urges me to believe. Even supposing my belief to be in its origin free, fear inevitably intermingles itself, my conscience is always under constraint, doubt, the principle of theoretic freedom, appears to me a crime. And as in religion the highest idea, the highest existence is God, so the highest crime is doubt in God, or the doubt that God exists. But that which I do not trust myself to doubt, which I cannot doubt without feeling disturbed in my soul, without incurring guilt, that is no matter of theory, but a matter of conscience, no being of the intellect, but of the heart. Now as the sole standpoint of religion is the practical or subjective standpoint, as therefore to religion the whole, the essential man is that part of his nature which is practical, which forms resolutions, which acts in accordance with conscious aims, whether physical or moral, and which considers the world not in itself, but only in relation to those aims or wants. The consequence is that everything which lies behind the practical consciousness, but which is the essential object of theory. Theory in its most original and general sense, namely, that of objective contemplation and experience, of the intellect, of science too, is regarded by religion as lying outside man and nature, in a special, personal being. All good, but especially such as takes possession of man apart from his volition, such as does not correspond with any resolution or purpose, such as transcends the limits of the practical consciousness, comes from God. All wickedness, evil, but especially such as overtakes him against his will in the midst of his best moral resolutions, or hurries him along with terrible violence, comes from the devil. The scientific knowledge of the essence of religion includes the knowledge of the devil, of Satan, of demons. 3 These things cannot be omitted without a violent mutilation of religion. Grace and its works are the antitheses of the devil and his works. As the involuntary, sensual impulses which flash out from the depths of the nature, and, in general, all those phenomena of moral and physical evil which are inexplicable to religion, appear to it as the work of the evil being. So the involuntary movements of inspiration and ecstasy appear to it as the work of the good being, God, of the Holy Spirit or of grace. Hence the arbitrariness of grace, the complaint of the pious that grace at one time visits and blesses them, at another forsakes and rejects them. The life, the agency of grace, is the life, the agency of emotion. Emotion is the paraclete of Christians. The moments which are forsaken by divine grace are the moments destitute of emotion and inspiration. In relation to the inner life, grace may be defined as religious genius, in relation to the outer life as religious chance. Man is good or wicked by no means through himself, his own power, his will, but through that complete synthesis of hidden and evident determinations of things which, because they rest on no evident necessity, we ascribe to the power of chance. Divine grace is the power of chance beclouded with additional mystery. Here we have again the confirmation of that which we have seen to be the essential law of religion. Religion denies, repudiates chance, making everything dependent on God, explaining everything by means of Him. But this denial is only apparent, it merely gives chance the name of the divine sovereignty. For the divine will, which, on incomprehensible grounds, for incomprehensible reasons, that is, speaking plainly, out of groundless, absolute arbitrariness, out of divine caprice, as it were, determines or predestines some to evil and misery, others to good and happiness, has not a single positive characteristic to distinguish it from the power of chance. The mystery of the election of grace is thus the mystery of chance. I say the mystery of chance, for in reality chance is a mystery, although slurred over and ignored by our speculative religious philosophy, which, as in its occupation with the illusory mysteries of the absolute being, i.e., of theology, it has overlooked the true mysteries of thought and life. So also in the mystery of divine grace or freedom of election, has forgotten the profane mystery of chance. For but to return. The devil is the negative, the evil, that springs from the nature, but not from the will. God is the positive, the good, which comes from the nature, but not from the conscious action of the will. The devil is involuntary, inexplicable wickedness, God involuntary, inexplicable goodness. The source of both is the same, the quality only is different or opposite. For this reason, the belief in a devil was, until the most recent times, intimately connected with the belief in God, so that the denial of the devil was held to be virtually as atheistic as the denial of God. Nor without reason, for when men once begin to derive the phenomena of evil from natural causes, they at the same time begin to derive the phenomena of good, of the divine, from the nature of things, and come at length either to abolish the idea of God altogether, or at least to believe in another God than the God of religion. In this case it most commonly happens that they make the deity an idle inactive being, whose existence is equivalent to non-existence, since he no longer actively interposes in life, but is merely placed at the summit of things, at the beginning of the world, as the first cause. God created the world, this is all that is here retained of God. The past tense is necessary, for since that epoch the world pursues its course like a machine. The addition, he still creates, he is creating at this moment, is only the result of external reflection. The past tense adequately expresses the religious idea in this stage, for the spirit of religion is gone when the operation of God is reduced to a facet or crevet. It is otherwise when the genuine religious consciousness says, the facet is still today a facet. This, though here also it is a product of reflection, has nevertheless a legitimate meaning, because by the religious spirit God is really thought of as active. Religion is abolished where the idea of the world, of so-called second causes, intrudes itself between God and man. Here a foreign element, the principle of intellectual culture, has insinuated itself, peace is broken, the harmony of religion, which lies only in the immediate connection of man with God, is destroyed. Second causes are a capitulation of the unbelieving intellect with the still believing heart. It is true that, according to religion also, God works on man by means of other things and beings. But God alone is the cause, he alone is the active and efficient being. What a fellow creature does is in the view of religion done not by him, but by God. The other is only an appearance, a medium, a vehicle, not a cause. But the second cause is a miserable anomaly, neither an independent nor a dependent being. God, it is true, gives the first impulse, but then ensues the spontaneous activity of the second cause. 5 Religion of itself, unadulterated by foreign elements, knows nothing of the existence of second causes, on the contrary, they are a stone of stumbling to it, for the realm of second causes, the sensible world, nature, is precisely what separates man from God, although God